The world I once lived in has been destroyed. Up there, in the vastness of space, a massive black hole has opened, and within that dark abyss, countless monstrous figures have begun to emerge. Creatures with bizarre, terrifying forms and a savage will to annihilate anything in their path. Humanity was left with no choice: fight to survive, or be wiped out. And I was no exception. My entire life revolved around the sword. Back then, I stood high above the battlefield, staring down without a hint of fear in my eyes. In fact, there was a trace of cold arrogance in my gaze. Day after day, all I did was grip my sword and throw myself into the fight like some kind of beast. Month after month, I never stopped. Not for a moment. A year passed, yet the pride in my eyes never faded. Eventually, all the monsters were wiped out. Just like that, 10 years flew by in the blink of an eye. With nothing but a sword in my hand, I cut down any creature that dared appear before me. At some point, fear simply vanished from my world. But when I finally stood before an opponent who towered over me like a mountain, a power so immense it felt like it could crush everything beneath it, that's when a faint sense of helplessness crept in. The towering figure glared down at me with a cold, arrogant smirk. "Give it up," he declared, his voice filled with disdain. "Your world is already gone." Despite everything, I, the blonde-haired boy standing there, felt no fear. Because I knew exactly who was responsible for all of this. The giant monster sneered again. "Such a waste, your talent is remarkable. Why don't you become my sword instead?" But those words only made my teeth grind in anger. "Spare me the nonsense." Clenching my sword tighter, I charged forward with unwavering determination written all over my face. The two of us locked eyes, each ready to strike at any moment. His massive body showed no signs of hesitation. Gripping his weapon tightly, he prepared to counter. It was clear this battlefield was one-sided. His overwhelming size and strength gave him the upper hand. A mocking, almost playful look danced in his eyes, impossible to ignore. But even so, I remained unfazed. My expression held nothing but steely resolve and icy calm. Our swords clashed again, the howl of the wind slicing past our ears like a warning. The towering monster sneered once more, voice booming across the battlefield. "No matter how much you struggle, to me, you'll always be just a pathetic little insect." My armor shattered, my body broken, but my grip on the sword never wavered. In the very next moment I was sent flying by that monstrous creature's overwhelming strike. But I quickly regained my courage. My instincts screamed at me to fight, so I did. I charged forward with everything I had, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. In my hands, I gripped the massive sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment. And yet, the murderous aura radiating from that man was truly terrifying. His eyes alone looked capable of devouring his enemies whole. With just one hand, he effortlessly knocked my small frame back like it was nothing. But I stood up again. Even when facing that towering, monstrous figure, I wasn't afraid. That's when I noticed the shimmering crystal hanging on his chest. The faint glimmer of that pendant sparked my curiosity. Before his massive axe could come crashing down, I swiftly dodged to the side, searching for an opening. Determined, I clenched my sword tighter, eyes burning with resolve, and slashed forward. My blade carved through the air with raw power, capable of cutting down anything in its path. With every ounce of ambition I had, I poured it into that swing, determined to bring down that colossal beast. My breaths grew heavier, sharp and strained. But my eyes widened as I saw the pendant had been shattered by my sword. The fragments scattered through the air like shards of glass. The monster's face twisted in pure rage, his voice cracking with fury, his expression nearly unrecognizable in his anger. "You bastard," he roared. But I simply stood there in silence. My gaze remained locked onto the broken pieces of the crystal pendant falling to the ground. The monster let out another enraged howl. No. His body began to dissolve, piece by piece, fading into the void. And me. I collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Lying there in a pool of my own blood, I gasped for air, my breath shallow and painful. My vision blurred, the world around me fading into darkness. But before I lost consciousness completely, the last thing I saw was the night sky. A beautiful canvas, filled with sparkling stars and the flickering glow of flames rising all around me, strangely breathtaking. His towering figure completely vanished into nothingness. Time passed. Now, I was just a lone young man, walking down an endless road, my body still worn and battered. Like any ordinary person, I strolled through the city streets, though nothing about this city was truly ordinary. Suddenly, emergency sirens blared throughout the area, Warning. This is the Namsan Gate. C rank zone. Recommended for teams of C rank or higher. Minimum team requirement, 3 members. Please scan your registration and personal identification codes. The automated system's announcement rang endlessly in my ears. Non-registered heroes, please evacuate the area immediately. This was Yongsan-gu, a special district within Seoul, known for things that defied common sense. I pushed open the door with a careless kick, stepping inside like I owned the place. Dust filled the air, swirling around me. The warning lights overhead flashed violently, sirens echoing again. Warning. Unauthorized hero detected. Illegal entry into the teleportation gate. But my expression never changed. Calm. Unbothered. I walked forward, deeper into the darkness. Only the place wasn't what I expected. It was oddly peaceful, serene. Step by step I walked straight ahead. Suddenly, a voice called out beside me. "Hey kid." A group of people approached, concern written on their faces as one of them asked, "Did you get lost in here?" The man leading them shot me a serious glance. "Not sure how you managed to get inside, but we're getting ready to retreat. You can tag along if you want." I stayed quiet, saying nothing. The space around us slowly fell into an odd, heavy silence. The girl next to them quickly whispered under her breath, "Hey, look at how that guy's dressed. He doesn't look like a hero at all." The others started chiming in, snickering. "Yeah, guess porters these days really dress however they want. Huh? But showing up looking like that. And what the hell is with that bag?" They couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. They kept sizing me up with disapproving looks. Bet he's one of those useless porters that some hero dragged along and ditched halfway through. Wouldn't be the first. I let out a tired sigh, replying calmly, "I get what you're thinking. But I literally just walked in here." A younger guy nearby snorted at my response. "See, told ya. Just some abandoned stray." The leader of their group frowned, clearly not happy with the kid's attitude. "I've seen plenty like you before. No matter why you came in here, at least talk with some respect. Dropping your honorifics like that, what? You think just cause you've watched some hunting videos on TV, you're ready to fight monsters? Get real. You need a hero certification, pass training, survive the tests. This is Namsan Gate, kid. It's a C rank zone. Beginners should stick to F rank gates and learn the ropes first." But I didn't flinch. I simply answered with quiet confidence, "I appreciate the concern, but I don't need it." The whole group froze, stunned by my response. They exchanged puzzled looks, unable to comprehend the mindset of this strange young guy. "What kind of lunatic?" "Hey, this time don't try to stop me," one of them muttered. They watched as I calmly turned my back on them, walking away. They whispered among themselves, "Enough. If he won't listen, guess he'll just have to experience it firsthand. He'll figure out real quick gates aren't like the ones you see on TV or social media. They're a real hell." At that moment, behind me, a terrifying, massive monster appeared. Its eyes gleamed with both hunger and disdain as it glared down at us. From its throat came a blood-curdling roar that pierced the air. But me? I didn't even look back. I simply closed my eyes. And when that monster unleashed its deadly attack, I effortlessly dodged it, calm and composed. My eyes, sharp and cold, locked straight ahead. 10 years, I whispered under my breath. The beast raised its massive weapon again, ready to strike. But suddenly it froze, sensing something was wrong. Because now I was gone from its line of sight, appearing far off in the distance in an instant. My fist clenched, arm cocked back, every muscle coiled with power. With no hesitation, I launched a brutal, merciless punch straight at that monster. And when the blow landed, the towering creature was sent flying through the air, completely unable to defend itself. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a sickening thud, blood spreading across the battlefield in all directions. The young man stood there, his hands stained with blood, his expression completely unchanged. To him, it truly made no difference at all. The monster was quickly defeated. Dujun looked straight in that direction, his hands calmly extending outward. Gripping his sharp sword, he seemed to pause for a moment in thought. A calculating glint flickered in his eyes, carrying a hint of mischief. Without hesitation, he pointed the tip of the blade toward the fallen monster. A spray of blood burst forth, staining the ground. With practiced ease, he maneuvered his weapon, skillfully locating the precious item hidden within the creature's body. A sparkling crystal appeared from inside, radiant, glimmering under the light. It was called a low-grade mana stone, a resource that, not long ago, was considered worthless trash that nobody bothered with. But now, Du-jun had no other choice. He pulled the small backpack from his shoulder and casually shoved the crystal inside. Quickly and methodically, he searched for anything else of value the monster had left behind. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed in his ears. The sound of approaching footsteps. From behind him, a pack of bloodthirsty monsters slowly emerged, their eyes wild, weapons raised high with murderous intent. But Do-jun? He effortlessly ducked, dodging every strike with ease. The mana stone in his hand pulsed with energy as he infused it with internal power. Then, without warning, he hurled the stone directly at one unfortunate monster's head. The impact was so powerful, it completely shattered the creature's skull, sending its head flying. The remaining two monsters, seeing their comrade fall, clenched their weapons tighter, eyes burning with rage as they prepared to avenge him. But throughout it all, Du-jun's expression remained unchanged, cold, calm, unfazed. Meanwhile, not far from there, the group of four continued wrapping up their own hunt. The girl in the team couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "That guy from earlier, seriously unlucky. What if he's actually dead by now?" she added, worried. The younger guy in the group quickly cut in, "Why? You worried about him or something?" The team leader stood there, arms crossed, responding calmly, "If he really did sneak into the gate illegally, by now, the gate control center probably already sent in the agents." And just as he said that, a squad of men in sharp black suits raced through the area with incredible speed. Their expressions were tense as they exchanged quick, serious words. "This is a C-rank Namsen gate. That means at least B-rank agents will be deployed. As long as the guy isn't dumb enough to pick a fight with the monsters directly, he'll probably be fine. Don't stress about it." The youngest in the group grinned. "If my brother says so, it must be true. That cocky punk is probably trembling in his boots right now, just waiting for the agents to come save him." But what they didn't expect, the one trembling wasn't Do-jun. No, the hulking monsters now stood frozen in fear, their eyes wide with panic as they realized the terrifying opponent they were up against. The monsters were completely wiped out by the boys' fists in an instant. Du-jun effortlessly sent them all flying with a single strike. But from behind, the hulking silhouette of yet another creature appeared clearly. They wanted to try sneaking up on him one more time. The dagger in his hand slashed down with brutal force. The destructive power of the strike was so overwhelming, even the monster itself froze in fear, unable to believe what it was seeing. Before it could even react, Du-jun had already moved. In a blink, his foot came crashing down onto the monster's head, stomping it with such force that the creature coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, completely unable to control itself. Moments later, they were all defeated. The boy calmly grabbed his weapon and began walking forward, his face cold and emotionless. He raised his sword and muttered to himself, 3 more mana stones. Above him, the sky was blue, the clouds pure white. This place was unexpectedly peaceful and refreshing. With a satisfied smile, he slung his backpack, now filled with mana stones, over his shoulder and strolled away from the area. As he walked, he couldn't help but sigh in boredom. What a disappointing haul today, just 12 low-grade stones and 16 mid-grade ones. Suddenly, a government agent brushed past him, moving with urgency. The man shouted, "This way." Immediately after, Du-jun heard the sound of rapid footsteps approaching from behind. Before long, the group of 4 from earlier stood in front of him, their expressions deadly serious. The leader stepped forward and spoke firmly. "We're from the Gate Control Center. Please present your registered hero ID. If you are not a registered hero, you'll need to come with us to the center." Hearing those words, Du-jun blinked in slight confusion. "Gate Control Center?" he muttered under his breath, clearly puzzled. But the man in front of him was already out of patience. His face twisted into something cold and threatening as he repeated, "Please cooperate and follow instructions." Du-jun's expression darkened, his eyes turning icy as he stared at them. With clear irritation in his voice, he turned away and muttered, "What a pain." The group quickly lost patience. The leader barked an order, "Get the restraints." The guy standing next to him had no choice but to step forward and speak politely, "Sir, please cooperate, it'll be much easier that way. If you refuse to comply, we'll have no choice but to use force," the agent warned. Right after saying that, he roughly grabbed Du-jun's wrist, his grip tight and aggressive. His cold, authoritative gaze locked onto Du-jun's face as he spoke with a threatening tone, "Any injuries resulting from your resistance will be entirely your responsibility. I suggest you come with us to the control center and handle this properly." But before he could even finish his sentence, Du Jun had already twisted the man's arm back with ease. The agent's eyes widened in pure shock, completely unprepared for the sudden reversal. Clearly he never expected to find himself in this position. Du Jun's eyes were now filled with a chilling, unshakable coldness. "Stop wasting my time," he said flatly, "and get lost." Seeing Du Jun's firm, unyielding stance, the other two agents clenched their jaws in frustration, their expressions souring. The weapons in their hands began to hum with energy, activating their special effects. But Do Jun, he instantly recognized those items. Level 4 monosealing devices? He scoffed inwardly. Those barely work on orcs, let alone me. Without hesitation, Du Jun twisted the first agent's arm again, this time even rougher. His voice remained calm, but ice-cold and firm. "This is your final warning. If you don't want to walk away with broken bones, I suggest you leave. Now." The teenager stood there in complete silence the entire time. Even when facing the attacks from those men, he effortlessly blocked everything with his bare hands. With a simple step to the side, he dodged their strikes without breaking a sweat. His hands were already poised, ready to strike back at any moment. And his legs, they weren't idle either. With a swift, powerful kick, he landed a blow straight to the opponent's back. In the blink of an eye, two of them were already down. The last one was sent flying by another solid kick. The man standing behind them couldn't believe what he was seeing. Gritting his teeth, he desperately tried to come up with a plan for a proper counterattack. But Do Jun didn't react at all. He simply glanced in that direction, calm and collected. And then, the teenager vanished without a trace. The scene completely rattled the man, panic washing over him. "Gone," he muttered, completely shaken. But before he could process what was happening, a solid blow landed straight to his gut, one he couldn't avoid even if he tried. Clutching his stomach, the man staggered back, coughing violently. But Du Jun, he had no intention of finishing him off. His voice, calm and indifferent, echoed through the air, "Hey." The man, still overwhelmed by fear and confusion, slowly looked up and stammered, "What?" Du Jun's expression remained serious as he asked, "If you're a registered hero, then there shouldn't be any problem, right?" The man hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly responded, "Why yeah, as long as you don't commit any major offenses inside the gate, the control center won't dispatch agents." Suddenly, Du Jun asked another question that completely drained the color from the man's face. "What exactly is a rift zone?" A rift zone, an unstable space that connects to other dimensions, where strange, dangerous monsters emerge. The spoils from hunting those creatures are used as a new energy source. The government has completely sealed off these dimensional gateways, locking the monsters inside. These gateways are called gates. And the areas that haven't stabilized into gates yet, those are called rift zones. From above, Du Jun's eyes turned cold as he looked down and added, "Doesn't matter which gate it is, you people always show up eventually, right?" His voice now carried a sharp edge, filled with disdain. "And then you ramble on about illegal entry and all that." The man's face darkened, visibly nervous. "Why yeah, that's right, if an unregistered person enters a gate, the system automatically alerts the control center, and nearby agents are dispatched immediately." The more he spoke, the more animated he became, raising his voice. "And you can't just waltz into a rift zone either. Even the Hero Association wouldn't tolerate that." But Du Jun's expression didn't change one bit throughout his rant. "That's so, and," he replied flatly. The man was completely unnerved by the response, his heart pounding with anxiety. "This guy's insane. Damn it, I should have reported him to HQ from the start." But before he could act, his entire body was suddenly lifted off the ground, completely under Du Jun's control. With a single effortless motion, Du Jun tossed him aside like trash. Letting out a quiet sigh, Du Jun muttered to himself, "Bunch of amateurs." The last remaining man, witnessing all this, clenched his teeth and shouted furiously, "You bastard!" His eyes locked onto Du Jun's retreating figure, burning with hatred. "Next time, I swear I'll kill you." As the crystal pendant shattered, a strange memory suddenly resurfaced in Du Jun's mind. A desperate, agonizing scream echoed in his ears, "No." A blonde-haired man had been completely defeated. Amid his desperate, agonizing screams, I felt like something was pulling me in, and then everything went black. Death. I thought for sure that was death. That man seemed to have fallen into some endless, formless space. Slowly his beautiful eyes fluttered open, staring straight ahead. But instead of being dead, he found himself floating upside down in midair. In front of him stood Du Jun, still frozen, clearly confused and overwhelmed, not understanding what was happening. "Who are you?" The teenager's voice was calm and soft as he finally spoke. My name is Seo Do-jun and I'm about to die. If you agree to help me, I'll quietly disappear after that. Even as he spoke, his voice trembled with fear. But the blonde-haired man responded without hesitation, not interested. The blunt rejection left the teenager visibly flustered. The blonde man continued. I've got nothing left to care about in this life anyway. After 10 years of non-stop fighting, I was betrayed by my own 9 comrades, my country. Destroyed. My family? Dead. Friends? Gone. Everyone. No matter how hard you try to live a decent life, in the end, this is all it amounts to. You'll end up the same way. Those words hit Do-jun hard, his mind reeling with uncertainty and fear. Lowering his head, he spoke again in a soft, trembling voice. I don't care what happens to me, but I don't want my mom or Yoon to live that kind of life. The yellow bat-like creature floating nearby let out a weary sigh. So what? Just get to the point already. What do you want? Hearing that, the teenager's face instantly brightened. He gently pressed his hand against his chest and declared, what I want is this. Meanwhile, at the Gasan Digital Complex in Jumcheon District, Seoul, a place nicknamed the Hero Complex, where the number of transactions related to gate loot far outpaced even the city's IT companies. Do-jun, his body covered in cuts and bruises, walked down the long street. Before long he stopped in front of a shop with a flashy neon sign. This place will do. Inside, a heavily tattooed young man was fiddling with his phone. When he saw someone walk in, he looked up and greeted him with a casual smile. Welcome, sir. Do-jun stood firmly and spoke seriously. I want to sell some mana crystals. Hearing that, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Ah, you've come to the right place. We pay the highest price for mana crystals not just in Seoul, but in all of South Korea. Without saying a word, Do-jun tossed a pile of bloody crystals onto the counter. The guy behind the counter froze for a second, muttering under his breath. Damn, at least wipe the blood off first. The young man could only force an awkward smile as he spoke. You've brought quite a lot. Please give me a moment while we sort through them. While he waited, the shopkeeper added politely, would you like a coffee while you wait? Do-jun casually slumped into a chair. Sure. Whatever. The man behind the counter seemed to take his job very seriously. After a moment of tallying everything up, he looked at Do-jun and casually announced, you've got 12 low-grade mana crystals, 16 mid-low-grade ones, and 5 upper mid-grade crystals. You're aware of the standard 40% transaction fee based on our buyback price, right? So let's do the math. But before he could even finish his sentence, the person in front of him raised a hand to signal him to stop. Do-jun leaned forward, his voice sharp and loud. I risk my life hunting monsters, and you guys just sit here buying loot, and you're telling me you take 40%. The man across from him let out a smug chuckle, leaning back with that cocky attitude plastered all over his face. Ah, you must be new to this, huh? Normally we take 45%. You're lucky we gave you the special customer discount. If you don't want to sell, that's fine, take it somewhere else. But good luck finding anyone who pays better than us. Without bothering to argue, Do-jun calmly swept all the crystals back into his bag, ready to head home. But before he could even take a step, the man blocked his way. The guy's expression suddenly turned dark, his voice dripping with sly amusement. Hey now, don't forget, there's still the sorting fee, right? Coffee isn't free either, you know. Sorting fee comes to 300,000 won. Coffee's 10,000 won. And you bled all over my expensive towel, so I'll tack on another 35,000 won for that. Totals 350,000 won, buddy. Do-jun let out a bored, irritated sigh. I don't have money. If you want to take it from me, go ahead, try. The man's expression twisted with menace. Clearly he'd handled situations like this before. You'll pay, he sneered. You know why? 'Cause we've got some C-rank heroes backing us. Right on cue, a group of large, muscular men stepped out from the back room, their heavy footsteps thudding against the floor as they approached. The guy in the center, tall and cocky, looked Do-jun up and down with a smug grin. What now? Another idiot causing trouble. But Do-jun's eyes stayed locked forward, cold, steady, completely unfazed. The cocky thug returned his stare, his smirk growing wider, completely unaware of the storm he was about to invite. The man's face twisted with fear at the sight in front of him. It only took a second for them to realize the massive, muscle-bound men from earlier had been completely flattened. Do-jun had effortlessly taken them all down with just one hand. The so-called C-rank heroes. They were nothing but bodies flying through the air. Calmly, Du-jun strolled forward as if nothing had happened, his expression cool and collected. Stopping in front of the stunned shop owner, he spoke in a steady, serious tone. From now on, your cut is 1%. Let's make this a clean, smooth partnership. There was a faint, polite smile on his face, but behind it, a bone-chilling coldness lingered. The deal was quickly finalized. With the transaction done, Du-jun casually turned to leave. All right, I'll be seeing you next time. Later that day, he returned home carrying a hefty wad of cash. He tossed the thick bundle onto the table with a soft thud. His little sister and their elderly grandmother stared at the pile of money, completely stunned. His grandmother's face was a mix of shock and suspicion as she finally asked, Do-jun, where did all this money come from? Sitting casually in his chair, Do-jun flashed an easygoing smile and replied, It's nothing bad, I promise. I loaned some money to a friend a while back to help him start a business. And well, it turns out the business did pretty well. But the old woman's eyes narrowed, clearly not buying his flimsy excuse. A friend? You have a friend like that? Du-jun's smile didn't fade, but there was a faint sharpness beneath it as he answered, You know, one of those guys I used to hang around with when I was younger. Back where I grew up. Her eyes softened, but there was still a complicated look lingering in them. Of course I remember. Meanwhile, the little girl sitting nearby was practically bouncing with excitement. We're rich now, right, Appa? We're gonna be rich. Du-jun gently ruffled her hair. Starting now. The girl raced around the small house, shouting with glee, We're rich. We're rich. Her face glowed with pure, innocent joy as she ran in circles, unable to contain her excitement. Du-jun sat there, watching her, his mind wandering. Grandma Yunyong, please just let them live somewhere safe. Safer than anywhere else in the world. Before that thought could even fully form, his reflection in the nearby mirror caught his eye. Cold, sharp eyes stared back at him. After I woke up, I became CEO Do-jun. The safest house in Korea costs 110 billion won. Technically, I have no obligation to keep a promise I never made. But still, once I get my full strength back, money won't mean a damn thing. Looking down at his hands, his expression hardened. Cracks, gates, monsters, everything here is weaker than the world I watched fall apart. For someone like me, a sword god, this whole place. It's child's play. And I haven't even recovered a tenth of my true strength. Just then, a loud banging echoed from the front door. CEO Do-jun. I know you're in there. Du-jun stood up with a smirk. I'll go check. You two stay right here. Moments later, the door swung open. Two gaudy-looking men with ridiculous dyed hair stood waiting outside. The red-haired one grinned arrogantly. Hey, CEO Do-jun, you ready to pay up? You know how much you owe, don't you? A fat 48 million won. Du-jun's eyes darkened slightly. Loan sharks. The real CEO Do-jun must borrowed 5 million won for his grandmother, and in no time, that turned into 10 times the debt. The men bowed slightly, fake smiles plastered across their faces. We know you've been making money off the gates, yeah? So let's not waste time. It's all in the contract, you know that. Don't act like this isn't fair. Before the sentence could even finish, Du-jun's fist shot out like lightning, slamming into the man's face. Another strike followed, aimed directly at the red-haired man standing behind him. The two men froze, stunned beyond belief. Their jaws hung open as they struggled to process what had just happened. What the hell? Du-jun's icy gaze cut straight through them. I've already paid over 9 million won. Pretty sure I'm the one owed money now. The blonde-haired punk standing across from him froze, his face contorted with pure disbelief and fear. You're really CEO Do-jun, he stammered. Du-jun clenched his fist, raising it steadily in front of him, his voice calm but dripping with threat. Tell your boss. I'll be paying him a visit real soon. Before the guy could react, a loud, agonized scream echoed through the alley. Later that day, Du-jun was holding his little sister's hand as they walked through a bustling shopping mall, packed with people going about their day. Bright lights reflected off the neatly stacked shelves, where plush animals and dolls sat lined up, practically sparkling under the displays. The little girl stopped in front of the toy section, her eyes wide with excitement and wonder. Can I really get one? She asked softly, her voice filled with hope. Can I get a new doll? A gentle smile tugged at Du-jun's lips as he replied. Of course you can. We've already taken care of clothes, now you can pick whatever you want. As he watched her practically vibrate with joy, his expression softened, though deep down, his thoughts were more complicated. Sharing CEO Do-jun's memories, it's changed me, he admitted silently. Those dry, disconnected emotions I had before, they've started to shift. His eyes lingered on the little girl on Yin-Yang, as she bounced with excitement, clutching a small stuffed animal. Right now, maybe it was just sympathy. But the real Seo Do-jun, he truly loved his little sister. At the very least, I should protect that bond, Do-jun thought. The little girl picked up a tiny rabbit plush and looked up at him, her voice sweet and hesitant. Appa, can I have this one? Seeing that small rabbit in her tiny hands, a faint ache crept into his chest. Without another word, Do-jun reached up and casually grabbed the biggest teddy bear from the top shelf, plopping it right in front of her. A playful smile curved his lips as he spoke. I told you, right? You can have anything you want. Yin-Yang's eyes lit up, and she giggled with pure excitement, hugging the bear tightly. Afterward, they sat down to enjoy what, for them, was a rare, proper meal. The two of them savored every bite, laughing quietly together at the small table. But before long, an all too familiar, grating voice cut through the moment. Wait, Seo Do-jun. That's really you. A blonde-haired woman appeared, flanked by two bodyguards. She was clearly someone from Do-jun's past, though her smug expression showed she didn't expect this reunion to be friendly. Her lips curled into an arrogant smirk as she looked him up and down. Wow, look at you. What the hell happened to your appearance? Dressed like that, you look pathetic. Her gaze flicked to the little girl sitting beside him. And who's this kid supposed to be? Do-jun's expression darkened almost instantly. The woman didn't stop there, her next words slicing through the air like a knife. What? Did you screw up again, knock someone up just like your mom did? The mood around them instantly shifted. The air grew cold, sharp with tension. Beside him, the little girl stared wide-eyed at the woman, confusion plain on her face. Who is this woman? She wondered silently. From start to finish, Do-jun stayed completely silent. The woman's face twisted with a mocking, condescending smirk. Her eyes drifted to the little girl sitting beside him, quietly munching on her pastry, completely oblivious to what was happening. The woman casually strutted over to the child, speaking with that arrogant, grating tone. Hey kid, what's your name? Li Yin-yang, the little girl answered softly. The woman snorted in amusement, her words sharp and mocking. Li Yin-yang. So, you're part of the Li family, huh? Look at you. The way you're dressed. You're a mess just like your mom was. She turned to glance at the boy sitting beside the girl, her voice dripping with disdain. Isn't that right? But even now, there was no response. Annoyed, she clicked her tongue, her smirk widening as she kept poking. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. You go mute all of a sudden. Still no response. Her face darkened, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Shifting her target, she looked back down at the little girl. Hey, kid, you know what the word cave means? The second those words left her mouth, the atmosphere around them shifted entirely. The air grew ice cold, tense and heavy. Do-jun, still seated, lifted his head, his eyes sharp and frigid as they locked onto the woman rambling in front of him. His voice cut through the tension like a blade, calm but biting with mockery. You really are an ugly woman, you look like an orc. The words landed like a slap across the face. The woman spun around, utterly stunned, unable to believe what she'd just heard. Meanwhile, Do-jun's expression never faltered, cold, composed, and utterly unbothered. Seo Do-jun, born an illegitimate child of a wealthy household, raised in poverty. At the age of 7, his mother passed away, and only then did he finally set foot in his father's home. For 10 years he endured the sneers, the discrimination, the constant reminder that he did belong. And the moment his father's legal wife gave birth to a son, Do-jun was tossed aside like garbage. Eventually he was kicked out entirely, left to live with his half-sister at their grandmother's house. Outwardly, Seo Do-jun always wore a smile. But inside, his heart was scarred beyond recognition. What kind of strength did it take to endure all that? How much pain had he swallowed down in silence? But today he'd made up his mind. Everything was going to change. Do-jun's sharp gaze turned back to the woman in front of him, his voice flat with disgust. We've lived together for 12 years, and every second of it has been repulsive. It's not just your ugly face or your rotten personality. You're stupid, completely incapable of learning anything. You hate every woman prettier or kinder than you. And all you care about is your little brother's money. You're no better than that child right there. His words weren't loud, but they hit like a hammer. The sharp, cutting truth drew the attention of everyone nearby. All eyes turned toward them, the atmosphere heavy with awkwardness and tension. The two of them stood facing each other, but the tension between them couldn't have been more different. The other girl's face contorted with pure rage, her eyes burning straight ahead. Suddenly footsteps echoed from behind. A beautiful woman with striking blonde hair approached gracefully, her voice calm and elegant as she spoke. "Do-jun, it's been a while." The girl's demeanor changed in an instant, like a dog wagging its tail at the sight of its owner. She hurried over, her voice sweet and affectionate, "Mom." But the next second, tears welled up in her eyes as she whined pitifully. "Mom, do you know what that bastard just said to me?" He said. Before she could even finish, the woman cut her off sharply. "Enough. Stay right there." Her face instantly shifted, her voice cold and commanding. "What kind of uncivilized behavior is that?" She turned her eyes back to Do-jun, her expression softening into a gentle, almost motherly smile. "It's been a long time, Do-jun. How have you been?" Without waiting for an answer, she continued cheerfully. "No matter how busy you are, I still hope you'll come home once in a while." But deep down, Do-jun's thoughts were nothing but disgust and disdain. "What a fraud," he sneered silently. "You're the one who hurt me the most for 12 years straight." The woman kept up her warm, gentle act. "Your father's been so worried about you." But Do-jun didn't let her finish her little play. His voice cut in, sharp and cold, disgusting. "We're not exchanging fake pleasantries here, are we?" A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he slowly spoke his next words. His expression crazed, his gaze unwavering. "Get lost." For the first time, the woman seemed shaken, caught off guard by the outright insult. But there was nothing she could say. She simply turned and walked away, her steps hurried, her mind in turmoil. "Is that really Seo Do-jun?" she thought to herself, unsettled. The pathetic boy who couldn't even lift his head when he was being slapped. Behind her, the girl quickly chased after her, her face pale with fear. "Mom, let's go together. Okay?" Meanwhile, Do-jun watched them leave with a completely blank expression. Without wasting another second, he turned to the little girl behind him, signaling, "Let's go, Yeon-young." "Yes, Appa." As they walked away, Do-jun's eyes darkened with resolve. The Seo Do-jun who never spoke up and only endured, he's dead and gone. For her sake, she better realize that sooner rather than later. Elsewhere, a sleek luxury car sped down the street at breakneck speed. Inside, the same blonde woman sat in silence while the angry girl beside her shouted, "Mom, why'd you just leave like that? You should have handled that bastard. Do you even know what he said to me?" But the woman ignored her completely, her voice low and chilling as she barked toward the front seat manager. Her expression turned terrifying as she asked coldly, "Why is Do-jun still alive?" The bald-headed manager in the front seat fumbled nervously with his words. According to the report, Kang Cheol-woo said he left Do-jun at the gate. The girl in the back screamed in frustration, "Why? Why is that bastard still alive? He was supposed to be dead." The manager stuttered again, I'm sorry. I'll look into it immediately." The girl next to her, clearly shaken, her voice trembling as she asked, "Wait, he was supposed to die? Mom, what do you mean by that?" But the woman remained silent, never offering an explanation. The girl beside her kept shouting in disbelief, "Mom, what the hell are you talking about? What are you doing?" Her face twisted in anger as she finally screamed, "Mom, are you trying to kill Do-jun?" The woman sitting beside her spoke coldly, her voice sharp and cutting, "Don't tell me, you still have feelings for Do-jun." The girl flinched, clearly startled by the question. She stammered awkwardly, scrambling for words, "And no, that's not it at all." The luxury car continued speeding down the road at a frightening pace. Her voice trembled as she added, "If Grandpa or Dad finds out about this." But before she could even finish her sentence, her mother's hand shot out, gripping her mouth tightly. The woman's icy voice sliced through the air, "This is something between you and me to handle. Worry about yourself." The girl's eyes widened in shock, her whole body starting to tremble. It was the first time she'd ever seen her mother like this, so unhinged, so terrifying. Meanwhile, rage boiled just beneath the woman's cold exterior. "How dare you talk back to me like that? That filthy bastard, I'll get rid of him, no matter what it takes." It's been 10 years since the first rift appeared. Monsters have been crawling out of those cracks ever since, killing anyone in sight. The world fell into complete chaos. But that chaos didn't last long because the heroes appeared. With the discovery of mana stones, extracted from the monsters themselves, a new era began. A car sped down the road, weaving through traffic. Inside, Do-jun sat quietly, his eyes drifting to the scenery outside. Mana stones had replaced all traditional energy sources. The entire world had redirected its resources toward one goal, sealing the rifts using gates. Now, everything industry, infrastructure, even the economy revolved around the gates and the heroes who fought within them. Eventually, the car slowed to a stop. If you wanted to make money now, you had to become a hero. Dujun soon found himself standing in front of a run-down building. This is it, Hak's capital, Yeongdingpo. His footsteps echoed as he calmly approached the place. The sight of such a shabby place made him sigh inwardly. Inside, a middle-aged man casually exhaled smoke from his cigarette. Surrounding him were the same loan sharks from before, their boss sitting right in the middle. The boss scowled as he spotted Dojun. "And who the hell do you think you are, you little punk?" The man stomped out his cigarette, his face twisting with anger. "You've got some nerve showing your face here after beating up my boys." But Dojun simply sat across from him, expression unreadable, and calmly replied, "No matter how I think about it, I'm the one who got the short end of the stick here." The thugs behind the boss snorted and stepped forward, their voices filled with mockery. "Short end of the stick? You saying you're the victim here?" Dujun's eyes sharpened as he firmly responded, "I believe I'm entitled to compensation for the mental, physical, and financial damages your little group caused me." The boss's eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses, a flicker of surprise flashing across his face. "What's with this kid? His whole demeanor changed, and the fact that he took down my guys so easily, he's been through an awakening at a gate." The man's face contorted in anger as he stormed forward. "You found something that made you feel confident, huh? Let me teach you what happens to little punks who get cocky after awakening." With a slam of his hand, the man signaled his goons. Within seconds, a group of bulky men stepped forward, surrounding Dojun completely. The boss turned away, clearly bored. "Pathetic little D-rank trash like you. Always getting full of yourselves. But I've got more than enough men here to make sure a weakling like you never makes another sound." But Dojun never even flinched. He stayed seated, silent and cold. Before the boss could take another step, Dujun's voice cut through the room, "Sit down." His eyes held an icy sharpness as he added, "I'm not done talking." The man's face turned red with rage as he charged back over. "What the hell did you just say, you little butt?" Before he could finish, Dujun's hand shot out. In a flash, he snatched the sunglasses right off the man's face. And then his fist slammed straight into the man's face. The boss staggered backward, completely caught off guard. Dujun rose to his feet, his voice still eerily calm. "You're not just in the private loan business, are you?" Another punch connected, this time aimed at the men behind him. Dujun's cold, unwavering gaze swept over them all as he continued, "You deal in fake IDs too, don't you?" One more brutal punch landed. "I need a hero license," he stated simply, his voice low and resolute. "And you're going to help me get one." Facing the rest of the men, Dojun dodged every single attack with ease. In a swift, fluid motion, he struck back with a powerful blow from below. In the blink of an eye, the towering men around him collapsed to the ground. Dujun's cold eyes swept across the room as he calmly declared, "I want it done perfectly. No screw-ups, you've got until tomorrow." The man facing him froze, fear flashing in his eyes. The rest of the thugs couldn't even hide their panic anymore. Sweat trickled down their foreheads. Their breathing turned shallow. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. What the hell kind of strength was that? He's not supposed to be D rank, or is he a C? No, maybe he's B rank. The moment that thought crossed their minds, their faces turned pale. Dujun's voice cut through the tense silence, "You're not planning to answer me." The man in front of him could only lower his head and reply with trembling respect, "All right, I'll do it." Dujun reached out again, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. His sharp, cold gaze locked onto him as he asked, "By the way, Hong Hee-ju, she ordered you to kill me, didn't she?" The man's eyes flickered, his mind racing as he recalled the image of the woman. But before he could even finish processing the thought, Dujun's hand slammed onto his throat, pressing down with brutal force. "Well? Answer me." A strangled scream escaped the man's lips, filled with raw agony. The other thugs stood frozen, paralyzed with fear. They couldn't lift a finger. They could only stand there, helpless, watching their boss suffer. Finally, one of them cracked, blurting out the truth in a panicked voice. It was Hong Hee-ju. "That woman," she said, "it'd be perfect if we drowned you in debt until you offed yourself. That's what she told us. Please, let me go, please." Dojun's expression didn't change in the slightest. His voice remained low, calm and terrifying. "Suicide. So that's why she trapped me inside the gate, huh?" The man trembled violently as he stammered, "Trapped you in a gate? I swear I don't know anything about that. I swear to God. I wouldn't get paid if you died in there. There's no way I'd send you in. The man collapsed to his knees, groveling in pure desperation. His voice cracked with fear. I swear, please. I'd never do that. Du-jun fell silent for a moment, his mind working through every detail. And then, his cold voice spoke again, Kang Cheol-woo. The name hit the air like a blade. Those bastards, they're the ones who threw me into the gate. I want every scrap of information you can find on that guy. By tomorrow. The man nodded frantically, head still bowed low in submission. Yes, I understand. The atmosphere in the room shifted completely as they practically bowed him out like they were sending off a god. Du-jun stepped out of the run-down house, his face as calm as ever. In his mind, the voice of the body's original owner echoed, please, make sure Mom and Yeon can live in a home, safer than anywhere else. A quiet scoff escaped Du-jun's lips, as he muttered under his breath, that bastard. His eyes sharpened as his expression hardened. Time to clean this mess up properly. The teenager held his hero license in hand, his mind drifting into quiet contemplation. Without hesitation, he slipped the card into the nearby scanner. A robotic system voice echoed in his ear, hero registration card confirmed. Your rank is below the recommended level. This mission is extremely dangerous. Please proceed with caution. Du-jun retrieved the small card, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. Tech, that damn director. He really should have bumped me up at least one rank. Ignoring the system's repetitive warnings, he strode forward without pause. Your rank is below the recommended level. Your rank is below the recommended level. In no time, the teenager stepped through the gate into Night Island. A B-rank gate, its terrain structured like a narrow underground tunnel restricted to a maximum of 2 people. Despite its B-rank designation, the gate's D-rank scale and unforgiving solo restrictions made it far more dangerous than it appeared. With such cramped tunnel terrain, the only way through was alone. Unless you were at least a rank, clearing it was nearly impossible. And if luck wasn't on your side, well, you wouldn't even make it out alive. A faint smirk curled on Du-jun's lips. So, I'll be fighting off hundreds of monsters in a pitch-black, cramped tunnel all by myself. His smirk widened into something bordering on madness. I love it. In front of him, a giant serpent bared its fangs, mouth stretched wide as it lunged at him. But Du-jun casually knocked it aside with ease. In the blink of an eye, the monster lay dead at his feet, its mana stone already in his hand. The creature didn't even stand a chance. Its dying shrieks echoed painfully through the tunnel. Du-jun's cold eyes stared straight ahead, his mind cataloging the details. Black Fang Serpent, paralyzing venom kicks in with a single touch. With that knowledge, he calmly slipped on a pair of gloves, completely neutralizing the threat. His feet moved effortlessly, twisting and dodging with graceful precision. Moments later, his blade slashed clean through the massive serpent, ripping its body apart. However, the venom still managed to splatter onto his gloves. Surprisingly though, the gloves remained perfectly intact. For something that cost 300,000 won, not bad at all. Suddenly, Du-jun's sharp gaze shifted behind him. From the darkness emerged countless more massive serpents, their eyes locked onto him, ready to strike. His expression didn't so much as flicker. In a flash, he charged forward, his blade gleaming as he effortlessly slaughtered them all. Their agonized screams filled the cramped tunnel as venom splattered everywhere. But through it all, Du-jun remained perfectly calm, standing amidst the carnage, completely unaffected. And yet, something was off. The monsters didn't have any mana stones. No matter how thoroughly he searched their remains, he couldn't find a single one. If this world operates like my old one, the drop rate for mana stones from Black Fang serpents is about 3%. A quiet sigh escaped his lips. In other words, I'll have to kill at least a few hundred more. With that, Du-jun pressed forward into the dark, calculating his odds with cool precision. It didn't take long for him to arrive at an eerie area littered with the corpses of fallen heroes. Their bodies had rotted away to nothing but dried-up skeletons. The foul stench of decay still clung to them, thick in the air. Du-jun's cold eyes scanned the scene, his gaze sharp and unwavering. So, you're the boss, huh? In front of him, the massive silhouette of a serpent slithered into view, its razor-sharp eyes locked onto him. With a quiet sigh, Du-jun tossed his backpack to the side. Well, I was already lost anyway. Guess running into a cartoonishly oversized snake isn't the worst outcome. His eyes narrowed, knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Let's wrap this up so I can get out of here. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the air, ready to strike down with full force. But what happened next caught him completely off guard. His fist connected squarely with the creature's enormous head and barely left a scratch. The monster barely even flinched. My attacks aren't working. Du-jun's eyes darkened as he processed the situation. But before he could react further, the serpent's massive tail swung around, smashing into him like a battering ram. His body was sent hurtling through the air, slamming violently into the stone wall behind him. The impact rattled his bones. There was no time to defend himself. The beast bared its terrifying fangs, opening its massive jaws wide. It loomed over him like a predator savoring its helpless prey. Then it lunged, fangs aimed for the kill. But Du-jun's quick reflexes saved him. His legs kicked off the ground, twisting his body just in time to evade the fatal strike. Sharp eyes locked onto the monster, his hands clenched with fierce determination. He counterattacked with everything he had. Yet the more he fought, the clearer it became. This thing was different. With every strike, the serpent only seemed to grow stronger. Just as I thought, this thing's on a whole different level compared to those other snakes. The monster's scales were absurdly thick, his fists couldn't even scratch them. What the hell am I supposed to do here? If I had my old strength, I'd tear this thing apart by now. Then it hit him. His eyes flicked to the side, spotting something sticking out of the ground beside him. A worn, rusted sword, half buried in the dirt. Du-jun's eyes lingered on it for a moment, cautious. A quiet breath escaped his lips as he reached for it. It's falling apart, but I guess I don't have a choice. With a firm grip, he yanked the sword free. No matter how worn a blade is, its true power depends on the one holding it. With the sharp sword gripped firmly in his hand, Du-jun strode forward without hesitation. This sword, he muttered under his breath, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Let me borrow you for a moment, all right? Standing face to face with the massive serpent, there wasn't a trace of fear in his expression. In the blink of an eye, the boy's figure completely vanished. He was airborne, floating above, poised to strike at any moment. His eyes gleamed with an untamed madness, the kind that was hard to describe with words. Be honored, he sneered. You'll die by my own hand, snakehead. The battered, weathered sword he held was now being pushed to its absolute limit. The serpent below seemed to sense the danger as it hissed violently, baring its fangs. Du-jun's gaze never wavered, cold, arrogant, and utterly unshaken. A flash of movement in an instant, the serpent's massive body was sent hurtling across the ground. But the price of victory became apparent. The old sword in his hand had completely shattered into useless fragments. With a small sigh of frustration, Du-jun examined the broken pieces, his tone laced with bitter amusement. If I hadn't managed to take it down, this really would have been a disaster. His eyes shifted back toward the giant snake's fallen form. Thick, poisonous blue blood oozed out from its battered body, staining the ground. Without hesitation, Du-jun roughly yanked one of the serpent's sharp fangs free. It wasn't exactly the size of a proper greatsword, but with a little refining it would do. Better than that cheap trash I picked up at Namsan anyway, he muttered to himself. By now night had fallen completely. Alone, Du-jun stepped through the massive gate, finally leaving the dungeon behind. Thinking back on how much time it had taken to clear just a B-rank gate left a bitter taste in his mouth. His hands clenched into fists as quiet determination filled his chest. Regaining my strength, that's the top priority now. As he looked up at the vast, endless sky, his thoughts drifted to faces from a life long gone, the comrades he had lost in his past life. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Good thing none of them had to see me like this. The scene shifts to a familiar exchange shop. A man stood at the counter, selling off all the magic crystals he'd just collected. The young clerk on the other side of the counter spoke up calmly. Looks like you managed to gather quite a few high-quality magic stones. As usual, our commission is 40%. The man frowned at that, his tone turning serious. Isn't that a bit steep? I'm a regular here. You can't cut me a little break. But the young clerk casually fanned through the stack of cash in his hand, completely unbothered. Oh come on, you know we already have the lowest commission rates out there. He shrugged. Just the teleportation center takes a flat 5% fee. And unlike other places, we don't even keep transaction records. That means you don't pay a single cent in taxes. With that, he held the cash out toward the man. Think about it, this is a clean, hassle-free deal. Pretty hard to beat, don't you think? The man took the money, a reluctant but satisfied look crossing his face. But his eyes lingered on the young clerk's face for a moment longer. Hey, what happened to your face? You still look banged up. The young man simply shrugged, brushing it off with a tired smile. Don't even get me started. Some psycho showed up out to nowhere, wiped the floor with all our guards, and left me looking like this. The other man snorted at that, shaking his head. See? That's what you get for getting cocky just cause you've got a few C-rank guards hanging around. His voice turned firm, almost lecturing. I've told you before, ranks don't mean much. What really counts is skill. Ranks just help the government with paperwork. But real ability, that's a whole different story. There's a massive gap between some rookie fresh out of licensing and a battle-hardened hunter who's been risking their life in the field. The clerk sighed heavily, clearly done with the conversation. Okay, you done with your sale? Then get going already. Enough with the life lessons. The man chuckled, turning to leave. We've known each other a while now. If you ever need help, you know how to reach me. But just as he was about to step out, the door creaked open. Du-jun walked in, his expression cold, eyes locked straight ahead. The moment the injured clerk saw him, his face paled in fear. Panic overtook him as he jabbed a trembling finger toward Du-jun, shouting, "That's him. That bastard's the one who did this to me." The customer who had been on his way out stopped and glanced back, eyeing Du-jun up and down. This guy, he looks pretty sharp, actually. Tall, lean, he's the one who caused trouble here. The man's expression darkened in an instant, an intimidating, murderous aura radiating off him. So you're the one who stirred things up around here, huh? His voice was low and threatening. Call yourself a hero, but you're out here roughing up civilians? You do realize heroes aren't allowed to lay a finger on ordinary folks, right? The clerk behind the counter could barely contain his smug grin. That guy's got 7 years of experience as a hero. Not to mention he's connected loads of ties to the hero community. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. If you pick a fight with him, you're done for. Before the man could even finish his sentence, Du-jun's cold voice cut him off. Get lost. The words landed like a thunderclap, instantly freezing both men in their tracks, their faces twisting in shock and confusion. Du-jun's eyes darkened as he spoke again, his voice low and dangerous. What? You here for revenge or something? The veteran hero clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. You little punk. But his expression quickly shifted as his instincts kicked in. Something wasn't right. Damn it, he thought, beads of cold sweat forming at his temple. The number one cause of hero deaths isn't monsters, it's getting into pointless fights with other hunters. 7 years of experience whispered in his ear. This wasn't a fight worth picking. Swallowing his pride, the hero awkwardly turned on his heel. Whatever, I'll see you around. And with that, he slipped away as quickly as he could. Du-jun's gaze shifted to the young clerk behind the counter. His cold, sharp tone made the clerk flinch and lower his head in panic. Looks like you've got some kind of problem with me too, huh? Before the clerk could stammer a response, a heavy bag of shimmering magic stones landed right in his hands. Start counting. The young man stared at the glowing pile of treasure, completely frozen in disbelief. Wait, these are high-grade magic stones. His mind raced. Just who the hell is this guy? His hands moved on autopilot, fingers tapping rapidly on the register. After a moment, the total appeared on the screen. Altogether, that comes to 150 million won. His voice cracked slightly. This was no small amount of money. Du-jun's expression darkened with mild annoyance. Only 150 million for a day's worth of hunting. Fine, hand it over. The young man's face twisted awkwardly. Wait, we still have to deduct commission. But when he met Du-jun's sharp, cutting gaze, the rest of his words died in his throat. Shit, did I say something wrong? Du-jun let out a tired sigh, rubbing his temple. Right? Commission's 1%. So 148.5 million won. Pay up. The clerk briefly pictured himself making a scene, yelling in protest, only to imagine the brutal consequences. Damn it, this asshole, our commission's 40%. Are you deaf? But all that bravado stayed buried in his head. Instead, he bowed his head obediently, voice trembling. For transactions over 100 million won, we need management approval. Du-jun's cold voice cut through the room. Then go get it. Now. With no other choice, the young man fumbled for his phone and called his manager. Boss, we've got a situation. Before he could finish, Du-jun snatched the phone right out of his hand. His tone was calm but laced with defiance. You heard that, didn't you? Tell them to pay up. A voice crackled through the phone speaker. It was the manager. I got it. That's fine, But please return the phone to my employee. Before the sentence even ended, the phone flew through the air like a dart, smashing into the wall with a loud crack. Do-jun's cold voice echoed in the silence. Your so-called manager just approved it. Now hand over the money. The young man, shoulders trembling, had no choice. Hands shaking, he quietly placed several large bags of cash onto the counter. Do-jun stepped out of the store, tossing out a final reminder with an almost teasing tone. Next time, try to keep your attitude a little friendlier, yeah? The young clerk behind him let out a helpless sigh, muttering under his breath, sure, forcing people like that, real friendly. Exactly 10 minutes later, the store's door creaked open once more. The manager stormed inside, face tense and eyes wide with panic. Hey! Why weren't you answering your phone? What the hell happened earlier? But what caught him completely off guard was the sight of his employee, completely zoned out, eyes glazed over as he muttered, Boss, I want to quit, I can't take this anymore. The shattered phone lying in pieces on the floor only made the moment more pathetic. The manager's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing coldly. Suddenly, the faint buzz of a phone rang out beside him. Without missing a beat, the manager pulled out his own device and quickly made a call. Hey Ju-yan, it's your uncle. I need you to come down here. Not long after, the soft click of high heels echoed along the street. A striking young woman with flowing purple hair strolled confidently down the sidewalk, the spring breeze dancing around her. People along the street whispered in awe, isn't that Hyeon Ju-yan? Yeah, that's really her. The young woman kept walking, completely unfazed by the attention. With her flawless face held high, she headed straight for the familiar storefront. The door opened slowly, and the chime of a greeting rang out from inside. Welcome. The moment the young clerk saw her, his eyes went wide with shock. Hyeon Ju-yan. She casually pulled down the hood of her jacket, a bright, polite smile appearing on her face. That's right. I'm Hyeon Ju-yan. The clerk's eyes practically sparkled as he stared at her. Hyeon Ju-yan, the fourth-rank S-class hero in all of Korea. I heard rumors she was the boss's niece, but she's really here. In person. The stunning young woman casually took a seat on one of the small chairs nearby, her expression cooling slightly as she spoke. My uncle mentioned he's been stressed out because some hero showed up and basically forced everyone to buy magic stones. Her sharp gaze locked onto the employee. Mind explaining exactly what happened? The scene shifts to the quiet neighborhood where Do-jun and his family live. He's seated on the floor, focused on his training, while the little girl, adorable as ever, giggles happily behind him, playing with her new toys. Even after hunting all day, I only managed to make a measly 100 million won. Do-jun thought to himself, frustration flickering in his eyes. At this pace, it'll be way too late. I need to be able to solo S-rank gates as soon as possible. But to do that, there was one thing more important than anything else: regaining the strength he had in his previous life. The only problem was, unlike his old world, the mana concentration in the atmosphere here was pitifully low. Even if he kept absorbing mana like this every single day for 3 years, no, maybe even longer, it still wouldn't be enough. If only I could get my hands on some decent equipment, he muttered to himself. But equipment was scarce here. Even trash-tier gear was hard to come by. Suddenly, Do-jun froze. A strange sensation washed over him. His body reacted instinctively. He shot to his feet, startling the little girl beside him. In a blink, he scooped her up into his arms. Yoon-young inside. Now, without wasting a second, Do-jun dashed into the house, holding the child tightly. His entire demeanor had shifted. The elderly woman inside the house, startled by his abrupt return, slowly walked over. Do-jun, what's going on? She asked, concern lining her voice. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. The entire house trembled as a low rumble filled the air. The old woman and the little girl let out frightened cries. What is this? An earthquake? But someone like Do-jun, an experienced fighter, could immediately tell this isn't an earthquake. His sharp eyes narrowed. Could it be? At that moment, a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, crackling with an unnatural eerie color. The sheer force of it sent shockwaves through the city, filling the air with chaos and panic. And then it appeared. A jagged black fissure tore open in the heart of the city. Do-jun quickly handed the child to the elderly woman. Stay inside. Don't let anyone leave the house, he instructed firmly. Before they could even process what was happening, Do-jun was already gone, racing toward the dark rift that had appeared in the city. The only thing left behind were the frightened cries of the family echoing faintly through the walls. Meanwhile, at the Hero Association headquarters in Seoul, a towering skyscraper, its modern, luxurious architecture dominating the skyline. Inside, a flurry of activity erupted. Staff members scrambled, analyzing the sudden, unexplained phenomenon. A group of employees rushed over to report. "Captain, a new rift has been detected in Mapo district." The man referred to as Captain calmly responded, "A new rift? After 63 days. The captain quickly barked out orders to the people in front of him. "The White Lion Guild is closest to Mapo. Get in touch with them immediately. And mobilize any nearby heroes. Move." After giving his commands, he stepped forward, expression sharp, assessing the situation. "Where exactly was the rift detected?" he asked, voice low but serious. One of the agents answered nervously, "It's in the yard of a private residence." Hearing that, the captain froze for a brief moment, eyes narrowing in disbelief. "A private residence? You've got to be kidding me. That complicates everything." His expression darkened as he quickly pieced together the implications. If a civilian not a registered hero entered a new rift, they can't come back out until the rift naturally stabilizes, or they clear it themselves. A flicker of anxiety finally surfaced in the captain's usually calm eyes. And if they die inside? The room tensed as everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Then, within 10 days, a monster wave will erupt at the rift site. If that happened, all of Seoul would be in jeopardy. The captain's voice was sharp now as he turned to an agent nearby. "Have we confirmed the identity of the person who entered?" A blonde-haired staff member responded urgently, "Yes, sir. His name's Seo Do-jun. He lives at the residence where the rift appeared. According to his grandmother, he entered the rift to rescue his little sister." The captain's expression darkened further. "So, he's not a hero." His voice dropped lower as he posed the dreaded question. In the past, when an unregistered civilian entered a new rift, what were the odds of a monster wave occurring? The room fell eerily silent. No one dared to speak. Because they all knew the answer, and it was terrifying. 99.9%. The air in the command room grew heavy, the oppressive tension palpable. Meanwhile, across the city, at a luxurious mansion, a report landed hard on the table with a loud slap. A well-dressed woman with golden blonde hair sat with a scowl of pure disgust. "So Do-jun awakened?" "That brat, he awakened," she hissed. A bald man nearby scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, technically he hasn't registered with the Hero Association yet, but based on the last incident with the gate, it's almost certain he's awakened." The woman slammed her hand on the table, her face contorted with fury. "That damn Kang Chol-woo, what the hell has he done?" Her voice rose with rage. "I should have just killed that bastard myself from the start." Another slam of her hand rattled the table. Why did he have to complicate everything? Did he take the money for this crap? Seething with anger, she turned to the bald man. "Tell that idiot Kang Chol-woo if he doesn't kill that brat, he'll pay back 10 times what I gave him." The bald man gave a strained, uneasy smile. I don't think we'll need to contact Kang Chol-woo again." The woman raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" The man explained, "A rift just appeared in Mapo, right at Do-jun's house. We've confirmed he entered it." He gave a faint, almost amused shrug. "The media will probably pick up the story soon." The woman paused, then leaned back with a cold, calculating smile. "So, that means we won't be seeing that arrogant little bastard again, correct?" "Yes, ma'am." A sharp, guarded look flashed across the woman's eyes. Then, with a cold, calculated tone, she issued her final order. "Keep your eyes on this until it's over." "Understood." Meanwhile, Do-jun had already stepped into the massive rift that had appeared near his home. To his surprise, he found himself standing in the middle of a lush, vibrant forest. Cool, fresh air brushed against his skin as he cautiously looked around, assessing his surroundings. "Unbelievable," he muttered under his breath. This is the Padiswa forest, a place he knew all too well from his childhood. The dense trees, the soft green grass beneath his feet, even the gentle breeze that carried manna through the air, it was all exactly as he remembered. The pure, abundant manna saturating the atmosphere, even the sky overhead, the clouds drifting by, the entire landscape identical. Which could only mean Do-jun's eyes narrowed with quiet certainty as he glanced in a particular direction. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "Just as I thought." There, in the distance, stood a towering tree unlike any other. Bathed in a radiant, almost divine light, its massive trunk pulsed with energy. "The world tree," Do-jun whispered to himself. an ancient, primordial being, a source of pure, concentrated mana unlike anything else in existence. In his old world, the destruction of this tree had marked the beginning of the end. When it burned, the flow of mana collapsed, and the world fell soon after. But now it still stood, untouched, unspoiled. I don't know how or why, but it's still here. A slow, satisfied smile spread across Du Jun's face, his eyes gleaming with resolve. If that's the case, maybe I can reclaim my strength, my mana from there. Without hesitation, he quietly began making his way toward the radiant tree, his entire being naturally resonating with the brilliant flow of mana radiating from it. His every step brought him closer to the power he'd been chasing all along. The sound of steady, controlled breathing slowly echoed through the quiet space. The young man sat there, calm and composed, completely focused on his training. Breath by breath he inhaled and exhaled with absolute precision. One day passed, then 2, then 3. Time seemed to crawl by at an agonizingly slow pace. He completely forgot about food or water. For nearly 10 straight days, his sole focus was on refining his breathing technique. Eventually night fell, casting darkness over the forest. And finally the young man's eyes opened. Before him now stood several strange, grotesque creatures. Their bodies emitted an eerie glow, and flickering violet flames burned atop their heads. He recognized them instantly. Volcana, Du Jun muttered under his breath. Creatures responsible for burning down the world tree in the past. But this time they wouldn't get the chance to do it again. A cold, determined light gleamed in Du Jun's eyes. If only I had an elemental blade right now, that would have made this easier. But even without it, it didn't matter anymore. A radiant, shimmering aura erupted around his entire body. A soft green glow wrapped around him like armor. Doesn't matter, I'll crush them one by one. Without hesitation, a massive surge of flame roared to life around him, blasting forward with overwhelming force. The volcano screamed in agony as the searing flames engulfed them, clutching at their faces, howling in pain. Du Jun remained completely unfazed, his expression icy cold as he watched them writhe. But the remaining creatures quickly revealed their true nature. In an instant they surrounded him, fangs bared, claws gleaming in the faint light. Yet, the young man stood firm. With a calm exhale he released a burst of pure, condensed mana. It exploded outward like a shockwave, sending the monsters flying in every direction. Du Jun exhaled deeply, finally allowing some of the exhaustion to show. Phew, it's been a long time since I released that much mana all at once. Up ahead, massive trees living, sentient, prepared to launch another attack. Their enormous mouths opened wide, firing blinding beams of light toward him. The sheer intensity of the energy would have terrified most. But Du Jun didn't even flinch. The mana shield surrounding his body absorbed the oncoming blast with ease. It was as if the world tree itself had intervened, protecting him in that moment. A small, confident smirk curled on Du Jun's lips. Looks like the world tree's on my side after all. And now, it's time to see exactly how much mana I've recovered. The monsters ahead snarled and bared their sharp fangs, their enormous claws gleaming as they prepared to strike. But Du Jun remained cool, unwavering, his eyes gleaming with quiet confidence. In the blink of an eye, Du Jun raised his hand and effortlessly blocked the incoming assault. The monsters were sent flying, their bodies crashing to the ground pathetically, completely overwhelmed. The violet flames on their bodies began to take effect, igniting everything around them. Within seconds, the enormous tree roots nearby were reduced to smoldering ash. Glittering mana stones rained down amidst the chaos. Du Jun casually walked forward, exhaling a quiet sigh as he passed through the scattered mana stones. Confirmed, he muttered to himself. A crazed, almost unsettling grin stretched across his face. Wiped out every last one of you. Guess that means I'll finally get my hands on the eternal ember. Without hesitation, he channeled a massive surge of mana, launching himself forward and obliterating everything in his path. I remember, the drop rate's pretty damn good. Let's see how many you leave behind this time. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, Du Jun stood completely unfazed. In an instant, every creature around him was sent flying, their bodies crashing to the ground like ragdolls. His eyes calmly scanned the area ahead. Amidst the scattered mana stones, something else caught his attention, a small, glowing object nestled among the rubble. Slowly, Du Jun crouched down and reached for it. This must be the eternal ember. Just the thought of reclaiming that power again sent a rush of excitement through him. A faint, eager smile played at the corners of his lips. The moment his hand closed around it, brilliant flames danced at his fingertips. With practiced precision, He manipulated the blazing energy, fully in control. I'd love to draw more mana directly from the world tree, he thought. But with my body's condition right now, no chance. For now, there was only one option: absorb the eternal ember and convert his mana into pure fire element. With that, Dujin pressed the glowing ember against his chest. A soft, gentle light enveloped his entire body. Even his breath carried traces of flame, tiny wisps of fire drifting into the air as he exhaled. Thinking back to his previous life, a bitter smile formed on his face. Back then, I didn't even need to absorb these, now it takes me 10 minutes just to get through one. Flexing his body, he carefully adapted to the surge of new power. And as he looked down, he noticed countless more embers scattered across the forest floor, their faint glow mesmerizing. Guess I'll just have to absorb as many as I can, he muttered. With that, the young man moved deeper into the vast, shadowy forest, ready to claim every last ember that remained. The massive rift had long been the center of everyone's attention. A huge crowd had gathered around the area, the atmosphere buzzing with nervous excitement. Countless bodyguards dressed in black suits had been summoned to secure the perimeter. Inside a nearby car, a man let out a string of curses. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, clearly frustrated. There was no way anyone could relax right now. What the hell is this? All because of one crazy bastard. That man was none other than Xiang Wu, a member of the Xiang Wu syndicate. Standing beside him, calm and composed, was a young man quietly waiting. His expression betrayed no emotion as he patiently observed the scene. That was Kim Hyun Woo, a man desperately trying to save his younger sister. The crowd was beginning to grow restless, whispers of discontent rippling through them. Tech, it's just what he said, isn't it? One person sneered. They say awakening inside a rift is way easier, so that lunatic barged in without thinking. If he dies in there, that's his problem. Why drag us into this mess? Hyun Woo, still composed, turned to ask, what did Gilma say? Xiang Wu responded seriously, just follow the instructions. He said to wait for the wave. But the man standing beside them couldn't hide his confusion. But why? This rift appeared at the same time in the US, China, the UK, Turkey, even Switzerland. Exactly, Xiang Wu replied flatly. Gilma's probably swamped dealing with that mess. It's the first time something like this has happened. But they managed to control the situation fast enough. His expression darkened, frustration boiling over. But of course the ones left to deal with the aftermath are us. All because of that useless bastard, he growled, grinding his teeth in anger. Clenching his fists, Xiang Wu let out an exasperated shout. That punk better pray he never comes back out. I'll beat him black and blue the second he shows his face. Meanwhile, inside the small house surrounded by countless cracks and distortions, reporters continued to broadcast live updates. It's been 28 days since the new rift appeared. The Hero Association has officially declared this a level 1 monster wave. If a civilian entered the rift, and hasn't returned within 48 hours. In a luxurious office elsewhere, a man lounging on a sofa casually picked up the remote and turned off the screen. A faint smirk played on his lips as he asked with interest, that person, it's Seo Do-jun, isn't it? The assistant standing beside him, Kim Yeon-gu, bowed respectfully. Yes sir, I had our people confirm it. It's definitely Seo Do-jun. Chang Seob leaned forward slightly, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. So, what do you think the chances are he comes back alive? Yeon-gu responded confidently, if he's just an ordinary civilian? No need to even discuss the odds. Maybe 1%. No, probably less than 0.1%. But Chang Sub only chuckled, his tone laced with amusement. A civilian? That's ridiculous. He glanced toward his underlings, now beaten to the point of being completely unrecognizable. The idiots at the Hero Association are completely clueless. All their information is useless. His expression sharpened as he asked again, but what if he's awakened? Yeon-gu's tone remained professional but cautious. If he's awakened, it depends entirely on his hero rank. Honestly, it's hard to predict. Leaning back into his chair, Chang Seob sighed with mild amusement. Well, being good at fighting and surviving inside a rift are two very different things, wouldn't you say? A faint, sinister grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. That guy, doesn't he still have 2 family members left? The moment he spoke those words, Yeon-gu's expression froze for a second, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Memories of an elderly man and a young child flashed through his mind. What are you planning to do with them? Yeon-gu asked cautiously. Chang Seob smirked darkly. For now, keep them safe. With a crazed look in his eyes, Chang Seob laughed maniacally and declared, if he dies, we'll sell his family's organs. But if he comes back alive, we'll just say we took good care of them and slap him with the mountain of debt. Meanwhile, deep inside the world tree, its tremendous power continued radiating outward. The young man had completely immersed himself in the magical energy he had absorbed, losing track of time entirely. His hands now crackled with immense power. The eternal embers, I've absorbed hundreds of them, he thought to himself. At this point he could manipulate fire-type mana whenever he wanted. His fire resistance had also increased significantly. If he considered only his fire-related abilities, he was now arguably more powerful than even back when people called him the Sword God. He gently placed his hand against the trunk of the massive tree beside him. Even back then, and now, thank you, World Tree. High above, the leaves rustled softly, as if responding to his gratitude. Having gathered nearly all the magical energy available, Dojun turned to leave. A quiet promise escaped his lips. I might never see you again, but if we do meet again, and you're in danger, his expression turned deadly serious as he added, I'll protect you, no matter what. His silhouette vanished into the shadows, leaving behind only those determined words. Outside, night had already fallen. Dojun's figure finally reappeared at the edge of the rift. His feet touched down on solid ground. Cautiously he scanned his surroundings. There's no one within a kilometer. Looks like they evacuated everyone in preparation for the wave. But faintly he could sense a stronger presence off in one direction. Clutching the bag of mana stones he quickly dashed toward it. As expected, this was where the security personnel were stationed. Dojun carefully observed them from the shadows. Judging by their uniforms, they're probably part of the same group from that rift last time. If I get spotted now, things will get complicated fast. Without hesitation he summoned his fire magic. With practiced ease, he hurled the burning mass far off in the distance. The flame, abandoned by its master, soared through the air, resigned to its fate. The moment it landed, a deafening explosion erupted, the flames devouring everything in their path. The security team whipped around in shock. What the hell? What was that? Is that fire? Panic set in as they rushed toward the source of the explosion to investigate. Nearby, hearing the blast, others quickly gathered as well, drawn by the commotion. The two security guards standing nearby looked utterly stunned by what they were witnessing. What the hell? How is there fire here? One of them muttered, completely baffled. Hidden off to the side, Dojun had been quietly observing the entire scene. He couldn't help but be impressed by how precise and controlled the flames had been. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as an old friend popped into his thoughts. Kusak, guess your fire still leaves quite an impression, huh? After all, that man had once been the most powerful fire mage on the entire continent. Hyun Woo, standing nearby, couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His instincts screamed at him as he quickly spun around to check behind him. Wait a second, his eyes widened in shock. The rift, it was shrinking. What the hell? The tear in space that had hovered ominously in the air was now visibly closing. It was narrowing, contracting, slowly disappearing altogether. Without hesitation, the two of them bolted forward. Seong Woo's face twisted in disbelief as he stared at the impossible scene unfolding before him. What? What the hell is going on? The rift's closing. His complexion paled as the reality of what they were seeing sank in. Up in the sky, the massive, gaping cracks, all of them were vanishing one by one. Meanwhile, the young man at the center of it all walked away calmly, a bag full of mana stones slung casually over his shoulder. His expression remained composed, though there was a sharp, calculating edge in his eyes as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The next day, news of the incident spread rapidly across the country. The morning broadcast reported the rift that previously appeared in Mappo has completely vanished as of this morning. It happened exactly 29 days after Seo entered the rift. The Hero Association, who had been predicting a potential monster wave, was left completely baffled by the sudden disappearance. An extensive investigation was now underway to determine the cause. Meanwhile, reports of an unexplained fire near the rift, at a local junkyard, were also making headlines. People walking down the street chatted animatedly, gossiping as they passed by. That guy probably died the moment he went into that rift, serves him right. Seriously, it's just common sense to stay away from those things when they show up. Dojun walked silently alongside them, coldly glancing at the man beside him. Still, he's dead now. Did you really have to say all that? The man snorted dismissively, don't be so naive. If the rift hadn't closed, Seoul would have turned into a war zone. As he walked down the bustling street, Dojun's mind drifted elsewhere. If it really disappeared, Does that mean I'll never see that world again? A faint sigh escaped him. Shame, but maybe it's for the best. He gently tugged the hood of his jacket down over his head. Tilting his face upward, he gazed at the blazing sunlight above. There are still things in this world I need to protect. Soon he arrived at a familiar exchange point. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sound of rowdy laughter and casual conversation. A group of men stood there, talking with smug grins plastered across their faces. Ha! That bastard's dead for sure. Which means his old hag and the kid are screwed too. Obviously. The boss isn't exactly known for his mercy. He'll probably squeeze at least 10 times their value out of them. One man lit a cigarette, chuckling darkly. The old woman whatever. But that kid, she might grow up to be real pretty. You know the boss'll find some way to use her. None of them noticed the figure approaching from behind until Du-jun stood there, expression stone cold, his voice low and dangerous. Where's your boss? Meanwhile Chang Seob was striding toward his office, completely oblivious. A cheerful tune hummed from his lips as he casually straightened his appearance, combing his slick back hair. His face radiated pure satisfaction. That bastard's dead. Finally I can sleep peacefully at night. Kim, what's my schedule for today? The assistant beside him quickly flipped through a small notebook. Lunch with President Baek. No other plans for the evening. Chang Seob adjusted his sunglasses slightly grinning. Is that so? Then tell Ms. Kang I'll be stopping by tonight, and make sure the new girls are all dolled. Yes sir. As they ascended the stairs, a strange noise echoed from above. Their eyes widened as they witnessed a subordinate come crashing down the stairs, blood splattering everywhere. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, making Chang Seob hesitate for the first time. Before he could even step through the door, another of his men came flying out, smashed to the ground by none other than the young man waiting inside. Du-jun stood there, eyes cold as ice, watching them with detached indifference. The man before him dropped to his knees, coughing violently, completely overwhelmed. Sitting down arrogantly on the edge of the desk like he owned the place, Du-jun sneered. Didn't you hear me? Crawl over here, like the dog you are. The man's entire body trembled as he struggled to respond. But with no other choice he slowly, humiliatingly, began crawling forward. Du-jun spoke again, his voice cold and filled with disdain. Bark. A bastard like you doesn't even deserve to be treated like a human. Now bark, like the dog you are. The man across from him was completely helpless. But deep down, he understood there was no way out of this. And so, with no other choice, he lowered his head in humiliation and began to bark. Woof woof. The pathetic sound of his barking echoed throughout the room. Hwang Chang-seob barked louder and louder, his face flushed with humiliation, but his eyes glinted faintly with madness. The other lackeys kneeling nearby couldn't even lift their heads. The sheer disgrace of it all was overwhelming. Du-jun sat there coolly, ordering louder. You act all obedient when you're cornered. But you're the type to stab someone in the back the moment you get the chance, his cold, calculating eyes seemed to say. Hwang Chang-seob, Du-jun continued, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through steel. You really think this is the first time I've dealt with rats like you? The man couldn't even utter a word of protest. His head remained bowed low as he whimpered, please spare me. I'll be as obedient as a dog. I swear it, please. But Du-jun had no interest in listening to his pathetic begging. With a swift, ruthless kick, he sent Chang Seob flying across the room, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed to the floor. Du-jun remained seated, turning his cold gaze toward another man nearby. You, Glasses. From now on you're the boss. The man blinked in stunned disbelief as Du-jun continued, stop crawling around like a dog under scum like him. Taking out your boss isn't exactly a big deal for guys like you, right? You have my permission. Go for it. Yeon-ga, the man with glasses, stood frozen, clearly panicked. His expression was filled with hesitation as he bowed his head. But our boss, he has connections, a lot of them. If I suddenly take over, people will know something's wrong, it'll cause trouble. His voice trembled as he spoke. But Du-jun simply stared at him, his tone sharp and cutting. You really are stupid. Du-jun's voice dropped, his words carrying a quiet threat. Stuff him in a barrel and dump him in the ocean, or crush him at the scrapyard. Isn't that what your little gang is good at? The room went silent. Du-jun leaned back slightly, his gaze sharp as ever. Of course, if you really don't want to, I could always toss you all into a dungeon, make you monster food. The moment those words left his mouth, the room plunged into chaos. Everyone present broke out into a cold sweat, their faces pale with terror. On the ground, Huang Chang-sib scrambled to his knees, his voice cracking in desperation. Please, please just spare me, I'll be a loyal dog, for the rest of my life I swear. His head bowed so low it nearly touched the ground as he begged for his life. I swear, I beg you. Do-jun sat silently, his eyes thoughtful. Getting rid of this bastard would solve everything neatly. But a faint sigh escaped him. Am I getting soft? Lifting his hand lazily, Do-jun spoke with quiet finality. Fine. The man's eyes lit up with gratitude, his entire body trembling. He reached out toward Do-jun. Thank you, I've been wrong this whole time. From now on I'll serve you like. But his words died in his throat as pure horror filled his face. Do-jun casually conjured a massive flame, engulfing the man entirely in searing fire. The agonizing screams echoed throughout the room, piercing the ears like sharp blades. Do-jun sat there calmly, his expression cold and detached as he spoke. This is your final warning. The man's hands had already been completely burned away, reduced to nothing but ashes and charred fragments. Clutching the stumps of his arms, the man collapsed onto the floor, wailing in unbearable pain. Do-jun's cold gaze shifted toward the others standing behind him. His voice, low and laced with quiet fury, cut through the tension like a knife. If even a single scratch shows up on anyone I care about, I will kill every last one of you. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he finished. You'll be stuck guarding them, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for the rest of your miserable lives. The room fell into dead silence. Not a single person dared to move, much less defy him. As far as the world was concerned, Do-jun had vanished, disappeared along with the dungeon fisher. The government, the Hero Association, and every major news outlet had already declared him dead. His hero license had been officially revoked, and as far as society was concerned, he no longer existed. Meanwhile, that very same dead young man was sitting at a roadside McDonald's, casually enjoying a meal with his little sister. Do-jun's cold eyes drifted down to the food in front of him as his mind raced with quiet thoughts. Even if I showed up and told them I was alive, it'd only cause more problems. That guy will find me a new place to stay soon enough, so for now, I'll just take my time and move when it's ready. Across from him, Yoon-young happily munched on her hamburger, her tiny face lit up with excitement as she looked at him. It's great, Appa. Now we can move to a new house, right? Do-jun nodded, his tone serious but gentle. Yeah. You'll be able to go to kindergarten, just like all the other kids. And next year you'll start school too. But as soon as he said that, her cheerful expression faded, her shoulders drooping. Do-jun frowned slightly, worried. What's wrong? You don't want to go to kindergarten? The little girl lowered her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. Mim, the other kids, they tease me because I don't have a mom and dad. Her words hit him harder than any monster ever could. Do-jun fell silent, his face stiffening for a brief moment before he quickly forced himself to respond. Then you don't have to go. You don't need to be around those kinds of little brats. You'll stay home with me and Grandma. And when you're older, you can start school. How's that sound? The little girl's eyes lit up again as a bright smile returned to her face. Really? I don't have to go to kindergarten. Yay, I won't go, okay? Do-jun watched her smile, but deep down, anger simmered quietly in his chest. Maybe I should just enroll her in some fancy private school so nobody dares to mess with her, he thought to himself. His mind wandered back to just a few days ago. It was late at night. The streets outside were quiet, bathed in the faint glow of streetlights. Do-jun's voice was sharp, filled with irritation. You seriously stuck a little girl and an old lady in a motel? Are you an idiot? The man across from him, Yeon-gu, scratched his head awkwardly, clearly flustered. It's a motel owned by our company. It's safe, I swear. Forget about it. But the moment Young saw Do-jun, she ran straight into his arms, grinning from ear to ear. Appa. You're back. The elderly woman beside her, her face etched with worry, gently grasped his hand. Do-jun, thank goodness, you really made it back safe. Yoon-young clung tightly to him, tears streaming down her face as she cried softly. For the first time in a long while, Do-jun found himself completely caught off guard, unsure how to react. But in the end, a faint, gentle smile crept onto his lips. Yeah, I'm home. Suddenly, Yoon-young tilted her head, her wide, curious eyes staring at him. Appa. Are you a hero too? He couldn't help but chuckle lightly, teasing her. Why? Would you like it if your brother was a hero? But the little girl shook her head firmly. I hope you're not a hero. That response caught him off guard. Why? He asked, slightly amused but also puzzled. Her voice was small, but steady and full of conviction. Because heroes fight scary monsters and heroes can die. I just want you to live a long, long time with me and Grandma. Tears welled up in her big, round eyes, threatening to fall. Dujun opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. In the end, he simply sat there in silence, listening to her little voice as it carved itself deep into his heart. I just want you to live with me and Grandma, for a long, long time. In the brutal world of his past, he'd been the last survivor. He'd spent years fighting monsters, and lost far too much along the way. Before I even realized it, something precious had quietly appeared beside me. Something I thought I had long forgotten. Maybe, right here in this place, I could finally live in peace and quietly protect this fragile happiness. The cityscape outside was dazzling, luxurious skyscrapers, and neon lights stretching as far as the eye could see. Inside one of those towering buildings, the headquarters of the Korean Hero Association, a small but tense meeting was taking place. Na Tae-hwang, the powerful founder of the Korean Hero Association, and current director of the World Hero Federation, stood at the window, his sharp eyes fixed on the distant city skyline. You still couldn't find anything, could you? The young woman behind him bowed her head respectfully, her voice careful and subdued. No sir, we have no information regarding the situation. I apologize. Tae-hwang let out a quiet sigh of disappointment, his voice low and grave. That's unfortunate. That means the vanished natural fisher could reappear at any moment. The woman hesitated for a moment, before speaking again, her voice uneasy. Yes sir, when an unpredictable variable appears, it could trigger a dangerous. But before she could finish, Tae-hwang cut her off sharply. Watch your words. His voice grew colder, his tone heavy with authority. When it comes to the safety of civilians, this outcome is actually a stroke of luck. The woman immediately lowered her head further, bowing in apology. Yes sir, I misspoke. Na Tae-hwang wasn't just any man, he was ranked among the world's top 100 most respected heroes. Many believed that if he ever ran for president, he would secure the highest approval rating in history. It was also said he could easily bring down the country's largest corporations if he so desired. But his ambitions didn't lie in politics or business. For him, it was always about one thing: protecting the people, and preparing for the inevitable disasters brought by the fissures. His expression calm but stern, Tae-hwang spoke again. Take your time if you must, but investigate everything thoroughly. I want nothing left to chance. The woman nodded. We've already negotiated with the residents near the fissure site. They've agreed to sell their properties. Good, Tae-hwang replied. Offer them more than the market price. Let them feel some comfort, even if they've lost family. On the desk, the monitor suddenly lit up, casting a faint glow across the room. Tae-hwang leaned down, his eyes narrowing as he read the report, an uneasy feeling settling in his chest. It wasn't just Korea. Fissures had been reported appearing in multiple countries simultaneously. Something about it didn't sit right. The young woman, still standing respectfully behind him, spoke with uncertainty. But hasn't the situation in the US and China already been brought under control? Tae-hwang's voice remained steady, but his gaze sharpened. The problem is with the UK. We've already dispatched reliable heroes to handle the other locations. Suddenly, an urgent notification popped up on the screen. Tae-hwang's eyes widened in shock, disbelief spreading across his face. No, it can't be. The report was chillingly clear: an emergency broadcast from the World Hero Federation. A monster wave had broken out, right at the fissure site in the United Kingdom. The crowded streets bustled with people going about their daily lives. Once again, Dujun found himself blending right in with the crowd. Up ahead, a familiar shop banner came into view. He casually pushed open the door. The young employee behind the counter greeted him instinctively. Welcome. But the moment he saw the all too familiar face, his expression twisted in panic. Manager, it's him. That damn guy, he's back. The middle-aged man reading a newspaper at the corner calmly closed it, standing up with a serious look. This guy, you mean the one who tried to sell unprocessed magic stones while I was away? Without a hint of fear. Do-jun replied coolly, yeah, that's me. And today I've got plenty more to sell. I just hope there's someone competent enough here to handle them properly. With that, he casually tossed his backpack onto the counter. The manager frowned, deep in thought. Probably just another bag full of low-grade, unrefined stones like last time, he assumed. With that thought, he waved dismissively. We're not doing business with you. Take your stuff and leave. Dujin's expression remained calm as he asked, You sure about that? The manager snapped irritably. Clearly you don't understand how things work. Even the portal control center takes a 5% commission for processed stones. Our shop charges 1%, and that's already a risk. We're not interested in your garbage. Now take your bag and leave. Don't ever come back. Without another word, Do-jin grabbed the backpack, but instead of leaving, he flipped it upside down. Countless shimmering stones tumbled onto the counter. The employee's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Even the arrogant manager froze, completely stunned. Scattered across the counter were hero-grade magic stones. Why were there so many hero-grade magic stones here? Each one worth more than any ordinary stone, their value nearly immeasurable. And nestled among them, a particularly rare, radiant blue crystal gleamed like a precious jewel. Do-jun let out a quiet, amused chuckle. If you don't want them, I'll just take them somewhere else. Hero-grade magic stones, the evolved form of ordinary mana stones. In the black market, a drug cartel in Mexico once tried to break them down to extract raw materials for narcotics. The result? The entire lab exploded into oblivion. The moment the magic stone's power had erupted, he awakened as a hero. From that day on, these stones became famous as essential items for awakening heroes or enhancing mana. They were called hero-grade magic stones, rare, powerful, and absurdly expensive. The two shop employees stared at the glittering stones on the table, completely dumbfounded. Do-jun, his expression cold and indifferent, spoke plainly, "Package them up. I'm leaving soon." The manager, however, was practically glowing with excitement at the fortune that had landed in his lap. "My dear customer, please, could you sit and wait just a moment?" Reluctantly, the young employee, clearly still annoyed, carefully wiped each stone clean, handling them with the utmost care. Do-jun remained calm the entire time, unbothered by the commotion. The manager, sitting across from him, tried to regain his composure but still seemed a little flustered. "Don't you think a 0.5% commission is a bit excessive?" Do-jun, fully aware he had plenty of other options, frowned slightly and replied, "If you don't like it, forget it." Panicking, the manager quickly changed his tune. No, it's not that I don't like it. I'm just curious, that's all." "Why 0.5%? Do-jun responded flatly. "Because you talk too much." The words hit like a slap. The manager bowed his head immediately. "I sincerely apologize, I was being thoughtless." But Do-jun's expression didn't waver. "I'm tired of apologies. Just tell me, do you accept the 0.5% commission or not?" The young employee nearby stared in disbelief as his boss, the proud, snarky manager, was reduced to this pitiful state, practically begging on his knees. God, that damn punk, he's got zero manners at all. In the end, the manager could only grit his teeth and nod. "Fine, I accept." Trying to salvage some dignity, the manager added seriously, "Hero-grade magic stones, they're so valuable. Some companies would buy them from you with no commission at all. But you won't always have hero stones, will you? One day you'll bring regular stones, and you'll need us, so in the future, our commission is 10%. Before he could finish, Do-jun cut him off. "Too much talking again." Annoyed, Do-jun stood up, preparing to leave. "If you don't like it, I'll take my business elsewhere." The manager quickly stopped him. 9%. "Look, we're already taking a loss here." Their ridiculous back and forth bargaining continued. "Then don't take a loss," Do-jun replied coolly. 8% please. My boss will kill me if he hears about this. Then stop doing things that'll get you killed. 7%. I can't go any lower than that. No one asked you to lower it. 6%. The young employee standing off to the side looked like he was about to pass out from the absurdity of it all. How long is this going to drag on? The manager, utterly defeated, slumped down to the floor with a miserable expression. Do-jun's eyes were sharp and cold as he finally spoke. "Considering our history, I'll settle for 1%. The manager's face contorted in frustration, his inner voice screaming insults and curses. "You damn thief," in broad daylight, but all those angry words stayed locked in his throat. In the end, he could only swallow them down in silence. Do-jun calmly spoke up again. "Just so you know, I still have about 7 more bags like this." The moment those words left his mouth, both the manager and the employee froze in utter disbelief. The shop immediately erupted into chaos. "What are you standing around for?" the manager shouted, completely flustered. "Go grab the contracts now." Before long, Do-jun had the money transferred to his account. 67 billion won. A small smile crept onto his face. At this rate, that 110 billion won mansion isn't so out of reach after all. But there was still one problem. You couldn't just rely on portals to get high-grade magic stones. If only I had free access to the Rift Zone. Dujun was still lost in thought, planning his next move, when a notification sound chimed from his phone. The manager, still nearby, asked nervously, What's that? Is it another monster wave? A news broadcast played from the phone. There's been a reported monster wave in southern England. All travelers and residents are advised to immediately adjust their plans. The embassy is currently working to ensure the safety of all foreign nationals. Dujin's eyes turned cold as he looked down at the screen, his mind already racing through calculations. Dujun silently looked down at his phone, his expression serious. A notification popped up on the screen. Administrative alert, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A monster wave has broken out in southern England. Business travelers and tourists are advised to adjust their schedules immediately. The embassy is working to confirm the safety of citizens abroad. Read more. His cold, calculating eyes stared ahead. Without saying a word, Du Jun turned and walked out of the shop, leaving the stunned store manager behind. Pulling his hood up and stuffing his hands into his pockets, he casually made his way down the bustling street. In the past, no matter which country or association was involved, I would have gone to seal the rift. But not anymore. Alone, he kept walking down his own path. The sound of meat sizzling filled the air as it cooked on the grill. Grandma and little Un Young sat across from him, both staring intently at the meat roasting over the flames. The little girl's mouth was practically watering from anticipation. Du Jun had brought them out for a hearty barbecue meal. A server stood nearby, carefully grilling the meat for them. Grandma picked up the menu, her expression worried. Du Jun, 250 won for just 100 grams, isn't that a bit much? Sitting calmly across from her, Du Jun took a sip of water and replied coolly. I made a lot of money this time. Grandma, don't worry about it. Let's just enjoy ourselves. Unable to wait any longer, little Un Young quickly grabbed a steaming piece of meat off the grill. Blowing on it to cool it down, she popped the meat into her mouth, her eyes widening in pure delight. Her face practically lit up from the burst of flavor. The high-grade meat was far beyond anything she'd tasted before. Grandma still hadn't touched her chopsticks, her gaze fixed on the meat sizzling on the grill as it cooked to perfection. Du Jun paused for a moment, glancing down at the scene before him. Then he turned to the server and ordered, We'll have 4 portions each, fresh ribs, premium sirloin, oxtail, bird's nest soup. The server smiled politely, bowed slightly, and acknowledged the order. Grandma looked at him, still worried. That's quite a lot. Dear, are we really going to finish all that? Du Jun smiled warmly as he picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks. Let's just eat to our heart's content today. Grandma, come on, you should eat too. Grandma sighed dramatically. Oh dear, oh dear. Before she could finish, a fork with a piece of grilled meat appeared right in front of her mouth. Little Un Young's bright, innocent face lit up as she looked over at her grandmother, holding out a perfectly grilled, juicy piece of meat on her fork. Grandma, it's so good, you have to try it. Grandma chuckled warmly, patting the little girl's head. Our Un Young is such a sweet, thoughtful girl. She leaned in and took the piece of meat from her granddaughter. The moment she bit down, her taste buds exploded with flavor. Her eyes widened in surprise, her expression filled with amazement. The 3 of them, Du Jun, Grandma, and little Un Young, sat together, laughing and enjoying the hearty meal. Just then, the door to the restaurant swung open, and the room seemed to freeze for a moment. A woman in a sleek black dress and sharp high heels stepped inside, drawing the eyes of everyone present. Yun Ju Yian had arrived. The moment she walked into the humble barbecue joint, every man in the place turned to stare at her. She stopped in her tracks, scanning the room. Then, her gaze locked onto one person. Seo Du Jun. Du Jun, mid-bite, turned his head, still chewing his meat. Ju Yian casually pushed her sunglasses up onto her head, revealing her striking violet eyes. Can we talk for a moment? She asked coolly. But Du Jun simply replied flatly. Can't you see I'm having dinner with my family? His cold stare made it clear, he wasn't interested. If you've got something to say, you can wait until I'm done eating. Ju Yian froze in place, unable to say a word. Her face held a confident, teasing smirk, but her eyes couldn't hide the surprise flashing through them. What the hell? I'm Yun Juyin, she screamed internally. Do you even realize who I am? But on the outside, she stood there silently, speechless. After a brief moment of hesitation, she lowered her head in reluctant surrender to Du Jun's indifference. Fine. Inside, though, her pride burned with frustration. Who the hell does this guy think he is? Brushing me off like that? And so, the waiting began. Ju Yian quietly sat down in an empty seat along the wall, drawing curious glances from the other diners. Several men blushed under her beauty, stealing nervous glances her way. Even the female customers couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Is that Yun Juyin? The Yun Juyin? S-rank hero? World-famous star? In this cramped little barbecue joint, her presence was like a celebrity walking onto a quiet street. The murmurs continued. Yeah, that's her. She totally deserves to be in the top 10 most beautiful heroes list. But as they all admired her cold, stunning appearance, a question lingered. Wait, who's she waiting for? Someone actually made Yun Juyin wait? Ju Yian ignored the chatter, lost in her own thoughts. Co Du Jun, 2 months ago, his first time entering a gate, and he survived. Her eyes drifted toward the table where Du Jun sat with his grandmother and little sister. People say he awakened back then. There were rumors he died during that recent Mapo Rift incident. But he's alive, and eating barbecue right in front of me. Meanwhile, Du Jun casually skewered 4 pieces of sizzling meat onto his fork, completely unfazed by her presence, while little Eun Young eagerly waited with sparkling eyes. She replayed the moment he had glanced back at her earlier. Just one look, one word from him had instantly made her tense up. A newly awakened reaching S rank in under 2 months? She swallowed hard at the thought, but quickly shook it off. No way, that guy can't be an S rank. He probably has some unique ability or trick up his sleeve. The screech of a chair sliding back echoed softly through the restaurant. Du Jun's family, having finished their meal, stood up to leave. I'm so full now. Little Eun Young giggled as she walked hand in hand with her grandmother. The old woman smiled gently at her cheerful granddaughter, while Du Jun followed behind, his face relaxed and full of warmth as he watched them. At that moment, Ju Yian also stood up, her gaze fixed on them. Du Jun noticed her too. But suddenly, a leg stepped out, blocking their path. Du Jun's expression shifted immediately. His cold, sharp gaze landed on the man who had appeared in front of them. A scruffy blonde guy with piercings and crooked teeth stood there, grinning mockingly. What the hell is this? Co Du Jun? The man sneered. So I wasn't just imagining things. How the hell did you crawl out of that gate alive? Du Jun silently recalled the man's name in his head. Kong Chol Wu. The guy leaned in closer, his hand clenching as he stared Du Jun down with clear disdain. I knew you were like a cockroach, but I didn't think you were literally unkillable. Ju Yian, watching from behind, was taken aback by the thug's reckless behavior. In public, Kong Chol Wu, now of all times? The musclehead kept sneering at Du Jun, completely oblivious to the dangerous shift in his expression. Du Jun simply stood there, silent, his hands still casually stuffed in his pockets. Without a word, he stepped to the side, attempting to walk past the brainless brute. As he did, he turned to Ju Yian behind Chol Wu. Hey, you said you wanted to talk, right? Only then did Kong Chol Wu seem to notice Ju Yian standing nearby. Surprised, he turned to her. Huh? Yun Ju Yian? What the hell? But the moment he turned, Ju Yian quickly pulled her hood over her face, clearly wanting nothing to do with the oversized idiot. Du Jun's cold eyes met hers. I'll hear what you have to say, just look after my family for a moment. Ju Yian hesitated, biting her lip. What exactly do you need me to do? The two of them completely ignored Chol Wu's presence, leaving him dumbfounded and standing there awkwardly. Du Jun glanced back, eyes sharp, at his grandmother who was trying to shield Eun Young behind her. Just call a cab, and get them home safely. Ju Yian's eyes widened at his words. I can do that. In that instant, Du Jun's entire demeanor changed. His eyes burned with ruthless fury. There are a few debts I need to collect. Kong Chol Wu, still completely oblivious, kept grinning like an idiot, his mocking laughter filling the air. Outside the barbecue restaurant, the moon hung high in the night sky. Ju Yian followed Du Jun's instructions precisely. calling a cab for his grandmother and little Eun Young. Don't worry too much, just go home safely. Once the little girl and the elderly woman were safely seated in the taxi, Ju Yeon closed the door gently and smiled at them. Take care, sweetheart, she said, waving at the adorable little girl. Ju Yeon stood there, watching with a faint smile as the taxi pulled away from the curb and drove off into the distance. Only when the car disappeared into traffic did she finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. But inside the restaurant, the atmosphere was far from peaceful. Chairs scraped against the floor. The chandelier above rattled slightly. And the crowd buzzed with tension. Do Jun stood slightly angled, his right hand raised calmly to his face, eyes cold and unwavering as he stared ahead. The entire restaurant had fallen silent. The diners either frozen in place or craning their necks to watch the unfolding drama. Kang Chol-woo staggered backward, his left cheek swollen and deformed from the vicious slap Do Jun had delivered moments earlier. Bloodshot eyes burning with rage, Chol-woo clenched his fists, snarling through gritted teeth. You little bastard? Just as he fumed, ready to explode, a waitress approached cautiously, holding a serving tray in her trembling hands. Sir, please, if you keep this up, we'll have to. But the furious Chol-woo, too blinded by rage to care, turned on her in an instant, shoving her hard. Get the hell out of my face. The poor waitress yelped in fright, stumbling backward and crashing to the floor, her tray clattering loudly beside her. A female customer rushed over to help the fallen waitress as Chol-woo's voice roared over them. Everyone out, get the hell out of here. The other diners, panicked by Chol-woo's wild outburst and crazed expression, began fleeing the restaurant in a rush. Veins bulged across his face, his pupils dilating with madness as he bellowed at Do Jun. You wanna die, huh? You really think you can mess with me? You son of a bitch? But the loudest ones are always the weakest. Before Chol-woo could finish his tantrum, another swift blow smashed into his face. Do Jun, not wasting a single word, glided past him and landed another hit, sending Chol-woo staggering. The brute collapsed onto one knee, clutching his bleeding face as he groaned in pain. Do Jun's cold, razor-sharp gaze locked onto him. Kang Chol-woo, his voice cut through the air like a blade. You're the one who dragged me to that gate. You locked me in there to die, didn't you? The air seemed to freeze as Do Jun took a step closer, his eyes burning with hatred and raw fury. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. Oh, we've got a lot to talk about, don't we? Kang Chol-woo was still kneeling on the floor. But even now, the idiot didn't know fear. Lowering his hand from his bloodied mouth, he sneered up at Do Jun, his voice full of venom. What the hell is there to talk about, with a loser like you? Your own dad dumped you, didn't he? Pretty sure your stepmom told you to go die, too. Do Jun pulled out his phone, his expression unreadable. The lock screen lit up, showing the time, exactly midnight. Without saying a word, he tapped the record button. Holding the phone up, he aimed it straight at Kang Chol-woo, still kneeling at his feet. Go ahead. Do Jun's voice was cold and sharp. Say that again. Chol-woo's twisted laugh echoed through the empty restaurant. A low, guttural sound escaped his throat, his clenched fist bursting into flames as he glared up at Do Jun. You little bastard, what did you just say? Without warning, he lunged, fist ablaze, aiming straight for Do Jun's head. Cursing like a lunatic, he spat. Your mom's just some cheap whore. Huh? How about you die here? Co Do Jun? But Do Jun didn't flinch. His eyes glinted dangerously as his entire body became enveloped in a faint, glowing aura. In one smooth motion, he raised a single hand and effortlessly stopped Chol-woo's flaming punch midair. Not only did he block it, but a subtle surge of power rippled out from his palm, sending Chol-woo flying backward like a rag doll. The thug crashed to the floor with a look of pure shock. My fist got knocked back, and there stood Do Jun, still as calm and composed as ever. A faint glow of blue light danced at his fingertips, swirling in the air like condensed energy. With barely a flick of his wrist, an invisible blast of force erupted, launching Kang Chol-woo backward once again. Do Jun didn't waste a second. He charged forward, eyes sharp and cold. The entire barbecue restaurant trembled as the fight escalated. Behind the counter, The terrified waitress scrambled with her phone, frantically pressing numbers. Police. What's the number for the police? 1111? But before the call could even go through, a delicate hand gently plucked the phone from her grip. Don't worry, came a soft, friendly voice. It was Ju Yian, smiling like a pageant queen as she calmly took the phone. I'll take care of this. The waitress, still trembling with fear, recognized her immediately. Why, you're Yun Ju Yian. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, Du Jun was busy delivering a lesson to Kong Chul Wu, with his fists. Kneeling casually on one knee, he hammered down blow after blow, not even bothering to give Chul Wu a chance to fight back. Ju Yian stood quietly behind him, watching the completely one-sided beatdown. Kong Chul Wu, AB rank awakened. And yet he's being crushed this easily. She took a few slow steps closer, her sharp eyes analyzing every detail. AB rank? No, even if this guy were an A- rank. Could anyone overpower AB rank like this? Co Du Jun. Her voice cut through the air, calm but firm. Du Jun's fist froze mid-swing. His eyes darted toward her, his cold expression momentarily faltering. Ju Yian's gaze met his, steady and serious. If you keep going, you'll ruin yourself. Du Jun frowned, clearly displeased with how things were playing out. But despite his irritation, he understood exactly what Ju Yian was getting at. Without another word, he released the worthless bastard lying on the floor, watching as Kong Chul Wu collapsed in a pathetic heap. Standing upright, Du Jun casually shook his hand, as if disgusted that touching that loser had dirtied him somehow. Ju Yian's voice broke the silence. This guy, how much do you actually know about Kong Chul Wu? Du Jun barely spared her a glance, his tone indifferent. I know enough. Why? Is that supposed to matter? Ju Yian let out a quiet sigh. It matters a lot. She took a small step closer, her expression dead serious. Kong Chul Wu's cousin is Kong Young Pyo, an S-rank awakened, a real powerhouse backing up his useless little cousin. But Du Jun remained calm as ever, his voice cool and composed. I know. Is there a problem with that? Ju Yian blinked, momentarily thrown off by his answer. He already knew? Yet, despite that, he still acted like he couldn't care less. Reckless? This guy's seriously reckless. She glanced at Kong Chul Wu, now unconscious on the floor, his face so bruised and swollen his own parents wouldn't recognize him. That arrogant punk's been running wild all this time because Kong Young Pyo's been protecting him. What you just did, it's dangerous. Co Du Jun. I know about the grudge between you two. At least the basics. After a brief stare down, a cold, mocking chuckle escaped Du Jun's lips. Ju Yian tilted her head, genuinely surprised. You're not scared of Kong Young Pyo, are you? Du Jun stepped forward, closing the distance between them. His gaze was sharp as ice, voice low and dangerous. By the way, the fact that you seem to know so much about me, that's starting to piss me off. His eyes narrowed, cold and threatening. Ju Yian's breath caught in her throat. She pressed her lips together, saying nothing more, unable to come up with a retort under that piercing stare. The tension between them was palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. Behind the counter, the poor waitress hiding under the register was on the verge of tears. Didn't she say she'd handle this? Handle my ass? Ju Yian remained perfectly calm as she finally spoke up about why she had come looking for him. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. My uncle asked me to handle something. She got straight to the point. You sold magic stones at Gazen Stoneman recently, right? Sell that batch to me. Du Jun didn't bother with small talk. His reply was blunt. How much? Ju Yian remained unfazed. I'll buy the whole lot you're carrying. All of it. Du Jun let out a small, amused smile. That's quite a lot, you know. Ju Yian met his gaze confidently. You'd be surprised how much money an S-rank hero has lying around. Du Jun's grin widened, his tone playful but sharp. Everything's for sale, but I've got conditions. Ju Yian raised a brow. Conditions? The two of them continued negotiating, completely ignoring Kong Chul Wu, still curled up on the floor groaning in pain. Du Jun's eyes sparkled with mischief as he looked at her. Nothing complicated, just something I know Yun Ju Yian can handle easily. The scene cuts to a different place entirely. A glass liquor bottle shattered against the floor. Alcohol splashing everywhere. Du Jun's stepmother, Hee-ju, was holding another bottle, her face twisted with rage. I told you that bastard was dead. He went into that rift and died. She hurled the next bottle at the ground, the glass exploding across the room. Manager Lee stood nearby, head bowed, saying nothing, his expression tight with anxiety. Sorry, ma'am. Even the Hero Association believed he was dead. Hee-ju didn't care about keeping up appearances anymore. She pointed furiously at him, spitting venom with every word. Don't make excuses. What are you going to do about this? Huh? Manager Lee wiped the sweat from his shiny bald head with a handkerchief. His voice low and cautious. Also, there's something else I need to report. What now? Hee-ju snapped. Kong Chol-woo, he got beaten up by CO Du Jun. Hee-ju froze, shock flashing across her face. Kong Chol-woo, what happened to that idiot? Lee hesitated, swallowing hard. It's possible that CO Du Jun knows something. The words hit Hee-ju like a bolt of lightning. She stood frozen, swallowing hard, her mind racing. Slowly, her gaze drifted toward the window, her eyes narrowing in thought. If this gets to my father-in-law, or my husband, it'll be a pain to deal with. But, as long as it doesn't go public, as long as it doesn't hit the news, I can handle it. But the moment it gets out to the media, the company's stock price could plummet. I need to shut this down, fast. She jabbed a finger in Manager Lee's face, her voice sharp with authority. Silence the press, no news reports, and tell the T Group, no more ads, no more partnerships. Oh, and the W Corporation too. Cut ties immediately. The cops, make sure the police keep their mouths shut. Now. Manager Lee gave a slight nod, his voice calm but tense. We've already silenced the press and the police. Hee-ju slumped into her chair, finally exhaling a quiet breath of relief. Good job, Secretary Lee. Lee stepped forward, leaning in slightly as he spoke in a low, cautious tone. But you do realize that's not a permanent solution, right? That's why I wanted to tell you. He bent closer, whispering something directly into her ear. The cousin of Kong Chol-woo, it's Kong Young-pyo. At the mention of that name, Hee-ju's eyes widened in shock. She straightened up abruptly, glaring at Lee. Kong Young-pyo? The Kong Young-pyo I'm thinking of? Kong Chol-woo was infamous, even among the so-called heroes. A disgrace to the guild, a sleazy, good-for-nothing playboy who spent his days flaunting luxury cars, throwing parties with women on the beaches, making headlines for all the wrong reasons. On the surface, the media portrayed the cousins as close. Photos of them wining and dining together at fancy restaurants, laughing over expensive wine, all a perfectly curated image. But in reality, Chol-woo was nothing more than a pawn, cleaning up Young-pyo's dirty work behind the scenes. The truth? Both of them were rotten to the core. Lee's expression darkened as he looked at his boss. If the police or the media decide to drag Chol-woo through the mud, it won't look good for Kong Young-pyo either. Seems his sides already started moving. Hee-ju tapped her manicured fingers against the desk, sharp eyes narrowing. First things first, we need to meet. Set up a meeting with him. As soon as possible. Lee nodded respectfully. Understood. I'll handle it. Hee-ju leaned back in her chair with a calculated smirk, glancing at Lee again. And what about Director Wang Chong-seob from HCS Capital? Has that rat officially jumped ship? Lee gave a small, grim nod. Yes, word is, he's been looking after CO Du Jun's family. At that, Hee-ju's expression turned venomous, cold and snake-like. Her voice dropped low, laced with threat. Contact Prosecutor Park immediately. If Wang Chong-seob thinks he can abandon me for that side, he's going to regret it. The scene cut to the entrance of a rift, guarded tightly by Hero Association personnel. They were in the middle of checking the documents and equipment of a team preparing to enter the newly formed gate. There were 37 known rift zones across South Korea. At present, 5 of them were in the process of fully transforming into gates. The remaining rifts were strictly controlled by the Hero Association, with only registered heroes allowed to access them for exploration or monster hunting. At this particular gate, association staff were meticulously scanning the team's IDs. Once the process was complete, An association officer handed the ID card back to the woman standing at the front of the group. Hero Hyeon Ju-yeon. Identity confirmed. Best of luck on your expedition. With that, Ju-yeon and her team stepped forward, disappearing into the depths of the gate. Do-jun quietly trailed behind the group, his eyes calmly observing the structure of the gate. There was only one entrance, tightly secured. Even though they clearly recognized Hyeon Ju-yeon, the identity checks had been thorough, strict. No exceptions. Up front, Jung In-ju, an A-rank hero and the leader of the prestigious Camellia Guild, glanced at Ju-yeon with a teasing smile. Ju-yeon, you were the one who suggested raiding this rift first. That's a bit unusual, isn't it? Caught off guard by the question, Ju-yeon hesitated, her expression flickering with a trace of guilt. I was just bored. That's all. She turned slightly, her gaze drifting back toward the figure quietly following at the rear. Do-jun, backpack slung casually over one shoulder, hoodie pulled up, silently walked behind the group, blending in with the shadows. Ju-yeon's thoughts drifted back to the terms he had set that day. There had only been one condition: let me into the rift, and I'll sell you all the magic stones I get at market price. The reason? You make more money hunting inside the rift. Ju-yeon still couldn't quite believe it. He's risking his life over profit? Who does that? This guy's not normal. Of course, even without her uncle's request, she needed those hero-grade magic stones. It's not really about me, but... Her wandering thoughts faded as the tunnel ahead opened up into a lush forest. Vibrant green stretching as far as the eye could see. A serene lake resting at its center. Ju-yeon was the first to step out, her boots crunching softly against the ground. In-ju followed behind with lazy, unhurried steps. The group continued on, weaving their way into the thick undergrowth. As they walked, In-ju grinned mischievously, catching up to Ju-yeon and leaning in. Come on, tell me the truth. Who is that guy? Ju-yeon let out a small, exasperated sigh, clearly not interested in getting into the details. Just someone I know. But In-ju wasn't giving up that easily, sticking close and poking for more. Just someone you know? You expect me to buy that? What is he, a boyfriend candidate or something? Ju-yeon frowned, shaking her head. No, it's not like that. I owe him a favor. That's all. I'm just helping him out. In-ju's eyes widened slightly, clearly surprised. A favor? You, Hyeon Ju-yeon, an S-rank hero, owing someone a favor? That's rich. The rest of the team chuckled lightly at the banter, loosening up as they exchanged jokes. Only Do-jun remained silent, trailing behind with a composed, unreadable expression. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind swept through the forest, rustling leaves into the air, sending them swirling around like scattered confetti. The group instinctively tensed, eyes sharp, hands drifting toward weapons. Do-jun finally lifted his gaze, the sharp, cold glint in his eyes cutting through the tension. The 6 other heroes dropped into battle stances instantly, ready for whatever was coming. Only Do-jun stayed exactly where he was, perfectly calm. A massive beast with wide, powerful wings swooped down from the sky. Razor-sharp talons stretched forward as it let out a thunderous screech aimed straight at Ju-yeon's team. In-ju's eyes widened in shock as she shouted, "It's a cockatrice!" Ju-yeon immediately turned, barking out orders with sharp precision. Jinju, Do-yeon, defensive formation. Sengho, aim for its legs. They were only just getting into position when, without a word, Do-jun shot forward, his eyes cold and unwavering. He launched himself into the air, straight toward the massive creature. Ju-yeon's expression twisted in alarm. Seo Do-jun. The rest of the team could only stare, mouths agape, as the young man fearlessly ascended into the sky, directly confronting the beast. Do-jun's fist clenched tightly as raw power coursed down his right arm. First, let's deal with one of these things. With a single, focused movement, he twisted midair, blue energy surging around him like a raging storm. In-ju clutched her weapon, still in disbelief. The first monster, and we just stepped into the gate? The cockatrice screeched, diving straight toward them. Do-jun, unnoticed by the others, casually dropped his backpack onto the ground. Ju-yeon wasted no time issuing commands. Jinju, Do-yeon, defensive positions. Sengho, aim for its legs. But before the words even left her mouth, Du-jun moved like a predator unleashed. In a flash, he leapt into the air. In mere seconds, he soared upward, facing the massive cockatrice head on midair. His fist, radiating with energy, clenched tight. With flawless precision, he drove it straight into the monster's skull. The cockatrice didn't stand a chance. The single blow sent its enormous body flying, crashing violently to the ground. Landing softly, Du-jun touched down with such force that the earth beneath him cracked. Spiderweb fractures snaking out around his feet. Ju Yian stood frozen, sword in hand, her gaze locked on the scene without a word. The cockatrice lay slumped on the ground, its massive head sunken inward where Du-jun's fist had struck. The rest of the team was completely stunned. What the hell? Sengho stammered, wide-eyed. One hit, it's dead? Even Ju Yian's eyes widened slightly, speechless at the brutal efficiency of what she just witnessed. Du-jun casually lifted his foot, his tone cool, almost bored. Not yet. With that, he jumped again, landing another punishing blow to the beast's skull. Only then did the cockatrice finally go limp for good. A heavy silence fell over the group. Inju spun toward Ju Yian, tense, demanding answers. Who is that guy? But even Ju Yian didn't have a clear answer. She offered a vague reply, eyes still fixed on Du-jun. Just, someone strong. Inju clearly wasn't satisfied with that. She grabbed Ju Yian's shoulders, shaking her in frustration. That's all you're going to say? Someone who can take down a cockatrice with one hit? How many heroes do you know that can do that? Ju Yian adjusted her glasses, nearly knocked askew from Inju's shaking, and muttered defensively, if it's just knocking it down, even I could probably do that. Stop making a big deal out of it. But Inju wasn't letting this go. She turned on Sengho, lightly pounding her fist against his bulletproof vest as she pressed further. You saw it too, right? You saw that hit. The monster didn't even react, it couldn't dodge. Just one hit and boom. It's down. You're telling me that's normal? That bird isn't some low-level monster. Inju's final words snapped Ju Yian back to reality. She turned, eyes narrowing at Du-jun, who was casually pulling gear out of his backpack. Who exactly is this guy? She wondered. Ju Yian's playful expression vanished. Her voice grew serious. Unnie, we need to change the plan. Sliding her sunglasses down and clipping them to her shirt, she announced, I'm heading to the central zone for a bit. The unexpected declaration startled the entire team. Everyone turned wide-eyed toward her. Hey, she called out to Du-jun, who was busy slicing into the cockatrice's corpse. From inside the beast, Du-jun pulled out a deep crimson gemstone. He examined it briefly before stating flatly, I don't plan on sharing this with anyone who didn't contribute. Ju Yian's jaw nearly dropped. Relax, I wasn't asking for a cut. Unfazed, Du-jun slipped the gemstone into his backpack, his movements calm and confident. Ju Yian twirled a strand of her flawless hair, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Seems like your level doesn't really match this place. Planning to head deeper? Du-jun met her gaze, a smirk creeping across his face. His fingers traced along the blade of his sharp dagger. Sounds fun. Ju Yian brushed past him, a knowing grin on her lips. I know this terrain like the back of my hand. I'll lead the way, stay close unless you want to get lost. With that, she took off, the wind catching her hair as her slender figure darted ahead. Du-jun watched her shrinking silhouette, then adjusted his backpack, crouching slightly into a sprinter's stance. Whoosh! The ground dented beneath his feet as he launched forward. A gust of wind and dust kicking up behind him, forcing the rest of the group to shield their faces. They could only stare after him, his figure growing smaller by the second. If she's a bullet, one of the team members muttered, resting his weapon on his shoulder. Then that guy, he's light itself. Pure light. Another team member turned to Inju. President, are we not going after them? Inju raised a hand to her brow, squinting into the distance, trying to catch a glimpse of the two. You think you can keep up? The guy hesitated, then gave a sheepish grin. Of course not, saying it's a whole lot easier than doing it. Inju finally made her decision. Alright, we'll just play support today. Same as usual, hunt around the outskirts. Stay clear of trouble. Yes, ma'am. The group slowly dispersed, each heading off to track down their own targets. But Inju stayed behind, her eyes fixed on the mangled corpse of the cockatrice lying in the dirt. In the world of heroes, being ranked A was enough to earn the admiration and respect of the public. But she studied the pitiful body of the monster, its skull caved in, beak shattered beyond recognition, as a light breeze swept through the area. Inju understood all too well. In front of an S rank, she was nothing but a speck. Ju Yian and that man, they were simply on a different level. Her gaze darkened, full of complicated emotions. Meanwhile, Ju Yian was already gone, sprinting like a bullet fired from a gun. She glanced back briefly, but didn't slow her pace. Should I ease up a little? She wondered, but before she could decide, a voice suddenly spoke up right beside her, making her jump. Is that the fastest you can go? Startled, Ju Yian stumbled, completely losing her rhythm and nearly toppling over. Du Jun, oblivious to her flustered state, simply overtook her, running ahead without effort. Ju Yian stared after him, wide-eyed in disbelief. What? He caught up? Speed-wise, I'm ranked number 2 in all of Korea. Du Jun suddenly slowed down, casually jogging backwards to match her pace, face as calm as ever. You're slower than I expected, he remarked, tilting his head. You run like you're trying to make sure no one catches you. Ju Yian flushed with embarrassment and snapped back. Who said I didn't want anyone catching up? The two finally came to a stop. Ju Yian bent over, hands on her knees, gasping for air, her face flushed, more from exertion than anger. When did I ever say that? She mumbled between breaths. Du Jun didn't seem interested in arguing. He casually raised a hand to shield his eyes, scanning the distant terrain. In the far distance, a towering mountain loomed. What's over there? Du Jun asked, nodding toward it. Ju Yian followed his gaze. That? She straightened up, still panting slightly, but her tone grew serious. That's where the boss monster of this rift zone resides. Boss monster? Du Jun eyed the towering, jagged mountain with curiosity. Ju Yian slipped into briefing mode. Yeah, you've heard of Caesarion, right? Giant winged lizard, about 20 meters long, its body's practically covered in natural armor. And it breathes fire. Her expression turned stern. Don't even think about going after it. You'd need at least 3 S-rank heroes to take that thing down. Du Jun didn't care about the second half of her sentence. That thing, it's the one that drops high-grade mana stones. Right? Ju Yian stared at him, dead serious. Yeah, it drops high-grade mana stones, 1 step below supreme grade. She frowned, noticing his distracted expression. Hey, are you even listening to me? Ju Yian took a firm step forward, raising her hand as if to block his path. Her face was tense, her tone cautious yet sharp. Don't tell me, you're thinking of taking it down? That's not why I brought you here. But the person who should have been listening was already gone. Du Jun had already dashed off, leaving behind nothing but the silhouette of his retreating figure. Ju Yian froze in disbelief, eyes wide. What the hell is he thinking? Without wasting another second, she bolted after him, shouting at the top of her lungs. Hey, stop right there, you idiot. The two of them tore through the forest, their figures weaving between the trees like shadows in pursuit. With each passing second, they accelerated, the quiet forest left behind in a whirlwind of swirling dust and leaves. Ahead of them, looming closer and closer, was the mountain, the nest of the boss monster that ruled over this entire rift zone. Ju Yian stood frozen in the wind, eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell is happening right now? The gruesome scene of utter slaughter unfolded right before her eyes, a massacre so clean and one-sided it barely looked real. That monster, the 20-meter-long beast she had warned about, the one she said would require at least 3 S-rank heroes to bring down, now lay sprawled motionless on the ground at her feet, blood pooling around its massive frame. Her mind couldn't process it. What the hell is this? Across from her, Du Jun casually unpacked his tools from his backpack with practiced ease. Like this was all just routine. Caesarion was supposed to be a nightmare. Ju Yian whispered, still stunned. Her thoughts flashed to Park Hae-yeol, the cold, upright hero, a national icon, an S-rank legend known for his victory over the Caesarion. Even he, during his first encounter with the Caesarion, wasn't so lucky. Ju Yian could still remember the reports, the hushed stories whispered among heroes. 30 A-rank heroes, 1 Caesarion, total annihilation, Park Hae-yul had been the strongest among them, the leader, the shining hope of their squad. But in the end, all he could do was stand battered and bloodied. His teammates devoured one by that same beast. Their heroic last stand ended as nothing but a slaughter. And after that, Hae-yul returned, defeated but burning with resolve. He rallied the association, 1S rank hero, 200A rank elites. A campaign of vengeance. Zhu Yian vividly pictured the brutal siege. Spears and arrows empowered by magic soared through the skies. Mana-charged harpoons wrapped around the Caesarian's enormous talons. For the first time, the monster was restrained. Park Hae-yul and the others advanced. The Caesarian reared its head back, jaws opening wide as it gathered energy for a devastating counterattack. Many still fell that day, countless heroes lost to its desperate final struggle. But in the end, they prevailed. The Caesarian was slain. The heroes rejoiced, celebrating a hard-fought, bloody victory. And yet now, Zhu Yian's gaze drifted back to the present. The Caesarian lay dead before her. Not after an army, not after a prolonged battle, but at the hands of a single young man, Du Jun, standing there. As if he'd just finished running errands. Her lips parted, voice weak with shock. What are you? But their so-called victory came at a devastating cost. Countless comrades had fallen that day. Almost every hero who participated in that hunt perished. The massive, prestigious Sweet Life Guild, led by Park Hae-yul himself, never recovered from that disaster. It took them nearly 3 full years to regain their strength after the Caesarian incident. Zhu Yian was still lost in that haunting memory when she noticed Du Jun had already begun dissecting the Caesarian's corpse, skillfully extracting the mana stone. The young man shot her a sharp, wary glance. You do realize you didn't contribute a damn thing to this, right? A brutal line that immediately made Zhu Yian bristle with frustration. But even through her annoyance, the shock hadn't left her face. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she never would have believed it. This man, she had watched him, a lone figure charging straight toward the Caesarian. A monster that dwarfed him 100 times over. And then, she could still remember it vividly, her jaw slack, eyes wide as she tilted her head back, staring up at the unbelievable sight. In a single, clean strike, he brought down the infamous Caesarian. Before she could even process it, Du Jun had already secured the mana stone, a deep crimson gem encased in what looked like the beast's natural armored plating. He stared down at it in silence for a moment. Then, without another word, he casually slipped it into his backpack. I don't need you to guide me anymore. Du Jun slung the bag over his shoulder and turned to leave. From now on, I'll take care of things myself. Zhu Yian called after him. You're not gonna take the rest of the materials? The Caesarian's corpse is worth a fortune, the scales, the claws, even its biological components are priceless for academic research. Du Jun's footsteps halted. He glanced back at her, tilting his head with a faint smirk. Doesn't make money. The blunt response left Zhu Yian completely speechless. With a lazy wave of his hand, he bid her farewell. Go ahead and take the leftovers, consider it my payment for the guided tour. Zhu Yian turned her eyes toward the Caesarian's massive corpse, then exhaled lightly. Keep it, I don't need it. The mountains and forests around them slowly settled back into their usual peaceful rhythm. The sun dipped lower, casting a golden glow across the trees as the day came to an end. A single backpack, stuffed to the brim, sat quietly on the forest floor. The other heroes in the group, the ones who had come along with Zhu Yian, all fell silent. Eyes fixed on the oversized backpack lying on the ground. One of them finally broke the silence, muttering in disbelief. Wait, that guy filled up that massive backpack with magic stones, and just brought it back here? You've gotta be kidding. Another chimed in, still staring wide-eyed. That amount, isn't that what it normally takes our entire team at least 20 hours to hunt for? They leaned in to get a better look at the backpack, still struggling to believe it. Looking at how full that is, I'd say that's like 3 straight days of hunting. The group continued to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes darting between the pack and Du Jun. Who the hell is that guy? Seriously? Meanwhile, Zhu Yian sat quietly, leaning back against a large rock, watching it all unfold. Inju glanced over at her, deep in thought. The speed, the sheer amount. But if what Zhu Yian had told her was true, If this man had really taken down a Kassyrian solo, no equipment, no special armor, that alone was enough to say he might be the strongest hero in Korea. Inju's eyes narrowed slightly as her mind wandered to the elite few standing at the top of the hero rankings. No, maybe not just Korea. Maybe he's the strongest in the world. Suddenly, a noise snapped her out of her thoughts. Do-jun appeared, casually hoisting one heavy backpack over his shoulder while carrying another just as full in his hand. He dropped the second bag onto the ground with a dull thud under the stunned gaze of the entire group. Then, without a care, he knelt down and started sorting through the contents. Yeah, brought back this much again. Probably no one would even believe me if I told them what happened today. He muttered to himself. They'd just call me a lunatic. Without looking up, he added in a cool, detached tone. Just so we're clear, don't go running your mouths about today. Not that anyone would believe it anyway. Two members of the group exchanged awkward, forced chuckles. Haha, yeah, that makes sense. Ju Yian calmly walked over to where Do-jun was. Inju and her subordinates quietly watched the two talk, eyes flickering with curiosity. After a while, seeing them still deep in quiet conversation, one of the subordinates whispered, "Those two, they're totally getting to know each other. Right? Pretty sure." "Yeah, honestly, it's kind of obvious." They both nodded to themselves, watching Do-jun stand next to Ju Yian. Honestly, it takes a guy like that to stand next to Hyeon Ju Yian without looking overshadowed. Even as they gossiped, they couldn't help but add, and honestly, they look kinda good together. Total power couple energy. Inju propped her chin in her hand, frowning slightly as she thought about it. Wait, getting to know each other doesn't seem right. Her sharp eyes landed on Do-jun, his aloof posture. The way he casually treated Ju Yian like just another person. He treats her so indifferently. Who the hell dares to act that way toward Hyeon Ju Yian? Suddenly, Do-jun casually handed his heavy, bulging backpack to Ju Yian. Wait? Before she could say anything, he turned around and walked away without so much as a goodbye. Inju's jaw practically hit the floor. Did he just leave? No goodbye? Nothing? The group watched his figure disappear into the orange glow of the sunset, his lone silhouette growing smaller with each step. Ju Yian scratched her cheek awkwardly, her voice uncertain. Yeah, I guess. Inju crossed her arms, glaring at the abandoned backpacks. What about all this? He just left it here? Ju Yian responded flatly. He said, if word got out about him taking down the Kassyrian, he'd be famous instantly. Her lips curled into a faint, helpless smile. And he said, fame's a pain. Told me to deal with all this instead. Inju's mind practically short-circuited. What kind of weirdo, is that even normal? As they all stared after him, Ju Yian suddenly fell silent again. Her cheeks flushed faintly pink, eyes softening in a way that surprised even herself. Yeah, what a weird, ridiculous man. The scene shifts back to the bustling, luxurious city. A towering white building looms over the streets, the headquarters of Sweet Life. Inside the private training facility, the sound of fists pounding relentlessly against a heavy punching bag echoes through the space. Thud, thud, thud. Each punch carries immense force, the tension in the air thick and heavy. With one final, devastating blow, the punching bag bursts open, stuffing and fabric exploding everywhere. The man responsible straightens up, his piercing gaze sharp, cold, and unapproachable. Park Hae-yeol, an S-rank hero of the Korean Hero Association, leader of the Sweet Life Guild, and right now, absolutely seething with frustration. Damn it, Hae-yeol muttered under his breath. The exhaustion and bitterness etched across his face. A subordinate approached, respectfully holding out a towel. Please, sir, try to stay calm. His voice oozed calculated flattery as he added, there's an old saying, the longer a frog crouches, the higher it jumps. Hae-yeol snatched the towel from the man's hand, wiping the sweat from his face. Expression still cold, the subordinate continued, his tone smooth and full of false sincerity. The more you endure this difficult period, the more glorious your rise will be. Guild leader. And when that time comes, a sly smile curled on his lips. All those who look down on you will be groveling at your feet. Beads of sweat dripped down Hae-yeol's sharp features as his eyes narrowed. The subordinate pressed on. his flattery becoming bolder. And when it comes to the Caesarian, no one knows more about handling that monster than you. Sir. The atmosphere shifted. He Yol's gaze turned serious. Seeing the change, the subordinate quickly handed him a cold bottle of water. In fact, once you take down the Caesarian, with the smallest raid team in the world at that, your name will go down in history. Even the Hero Association will have no choice but to recognize your exclusive rights over the Caesarian. He Yol took the water bottle, his expression finally softening as a confident smile crept onto his face. Exactly, he handed the used towel back to his subordinate, twisting the bottle cap open as he added with quiet satisfaction. Because no one understands that creature better than I do. But even as he said it, his eyes drifted to the corner of the room. A dusty photograph framed beside a gleaming golden trophy. The picture showed a younger Park Hae-yul surrounded by elite members of the Sweet Life Guild, proud, united, smiling. But that was 3 years ago. And now, most of those faces, gone. The guild was a shadow of its former self. Still, Park Hae-yul's eyes burned with fierce determination. No matter what, I'm the only one who can bring that damn bird down. Isn't that right? The subordinate beamed with admiration. Of course, sir. No one else even comes close. Their laughter echoed through the massive, pristine headquarters of Sweet Life, two men chasing glory, power, and revenge. The scene shifts. A neatly printed dossier sits on an elegant glass table. A crisp photo paper clipped to the front. The document displays the personal information of Seo Do-jun in clear, bold letters. Standing over it, flipping through the pages with a cocky smirk, is Kong Young-pyo, S-rank hero of the Korean Hero Association. Cousin of Kong Chul-woo. Holding the file in one hand, Young-pyo snorted arrogantly. Seo Do-jun, so this is the guy. Huh? Behind him, a subordinate bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. A few months ago, hero Kong Chul-woo tried to get rid of him by shoving him into a gate. Young-pyo raised an eyebrow, eyes narrowing. And yet he didn't die, and even awakened there? The subordinate stiffened under the pressure of the question. Voice tight. Why yes, sir, exactly. Young-pyo's gaze turned sharp as he ordered flatly. Keep going. The subordinate swallowed nervously and continued, eyes flickering to the back of Young-pyo's head as he reported. The client is Hong Hee-ju, executive director of T Group. She's also the illegitimate daughter of W Group. Young-pyo didn't turn around. His focus locked on the file in his hand, analyzing every detail. TCH, another rich brat born with a silver spoon, and she's messing around with someone like this? The subordinate hesitated, then added cautiously. Apparently, Seo Do-jun is an illegitimate son of T Group himself. Brought into the main family at age 7, but after Hong Hee-ju had a legitimate son 6 years ago, he was kicked out. A wicked grin spread across Young-pyo's face. Family bonds. Huh? TCH. Guess even the chaebols are trash in the end. He slid his hands into his pockets and stood up leisurely, strolling over to the indoor golf setup neatly arranged in the corner of the office. As he selected a club, he casually asked, so, how much did Chul-woo take for the job? 3 billion won, the subordinate answered promptly. Young-pyo raised an eyebrow, chuckling dryly. That's it? He casually positioned the ball on the artificial turf, lining up his shot. And Chul-woo, I hear he's basically a vegetable now? The subordinate nodded stiffly. Yes, sir. Word is, he only took a beating. But the burns were severe. His eyes, completely blind, barely clinging to life. Young-pyo hunched over, tapping the ball lightly with the club. It rolled smoothly across the green before dropping neatly into the hole. Should have carved him into pieces myself, smashed his damn head in. Young-pyo muttered, licking the corner of his lips with a sadistic glint in his eyes. Another golf ball was placed in front of him. Thwack! The ball sailed forward, but this time, veered slightly off course, missing the hole entirely. A dangerous glint returned to Young-pyo's eyes. Rumor has it, Hyeon-ju Yeon's been helping Seo Do-jun. The room fell silent as the ball came to a halt on the turf. Slightly off the mark, but the threat hanging in the air was dead on. Kong Young-pyo stormed forward, glaring down at his subordinate, voice sharp and furious. Why the hell is Hyeon-ju Yeon helping him? What's her connection to that bastard? The subordinate stiffened, beads of cold sweat trickling down his temple. That, thanks to Hyeon Ju-yeon testifying to the police, the entire incident was buried quietly. Young Pyo's eyes blazed with fury as he grabbed the man by the collar, yanking him close. Then investigate it, their relationship, figure it out. His voice was a low growl, practically venomous. If there's no personal connection, there's gotta be some kind of deal. Find out what it is. Pale-faced and trembling, the subordinate stumbled back, bowing repeatedly. Why yes, sir, I'll get on it right away. Young Pyo's eyes darkened, a glint of murderous intent flashing within them. His hand tightened unconsciously, bending the golf club in his grasp with ease. Snap! The metal twisted out of shape like it was nothing more than a twig. With a cold sneer, young Pyo tossed the broken club onto the floor. His eyes glinted dangerously. It's only a matter of time before Hong Hee-ju comes crawling to me, he muttered to himself, straightening his sleeves. She'll need me to finish the job Chol-woo couldn't. A sick, self-assured grin spread across his lips as he licked them, eyes gleaming with greed. She's a chaebol princess. Money won't be an issue. The scene cuts. Under the faint glow of streetlights, Seo Do-jun walked alone down the quiet city street. His thoughts were tangled, but his expression remained calm. Just as I expected, hunting inside the rift is way more profitable than gates. He took slow, measured steps, eyes distant. But, from now on, do I have to rely on Hyeon Ju-yeon to get inside those rifts? His mind replayed their conversation from inside the rift. Ju-yeon had stood there, arms crossed, her expression cool as ever. If you try to sell the Kasirian magic stones, who caught it? How powerful are you? The media will swarm you day and night. It'll be a circus. You're better off holding onto them for now. Her sharp eyes narrowed slightly. If your goal is fame, I won't stop you. But what's your move? Before she could even finish, Do-jun had tossed the stuffed backpack of magic stones into her arms without hesitation. A faint, amused smile played on his lips. I'll figure out another way into the rift. Back in the present, Do-jun walked quietly down a dim, empty hallway. The new apartment arranged for him by Wang Chong-seob. A place to finally rest. He pushed the door open, then froze. His eyes widened in shock. Shoes. Pairs of neatly arranged shoes lined the entryway. Still standing in the doorway, trying to process what he was seeing, a familiar voice called out from inside. Oppa. In the living room, his grandmother sat comfortably, his little niece bouncing happily beside her. And surrounding them, a group of men in sleek black suits. Uninvited, clearly not there for friendly conversation. The only person sitting across from Grandma and little Un-young was a blonde-haired man. He calmly turned his gaze toward Do-jun the moment he entered. The little girl, clearly frightened, darted straight into Do-jun's arms. Oppa, Oppa, she whimpered. Do-jun wrapped a protective arm around her, his sharp eyes fixed on the strangers. Who the hell are you people? The blonde man stood up, flashing a government ID. Mr. Seo Do-jun, I'm Prosecutor Park Chul-yong from the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. His voice was steady, but his eyes were cold as ice. You know Wang Chong-seob, don't you? Tensing, Do-jun subtly shielded Un-young behind him, keeping his gaze locked on the man. Prosecutor Park remained seated, flipping through the documents in his hand before reading aloud in an indifferent tone. We have an emergency arrest warrant. You are under investigation for participating in illegal loan operations run by HCS Capital CEO Wang Chong-seob. In the towering, imposing building, Do-jun sat alone on a chair in the quiet room. His eyes shifted to the side as the sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway, accompanied by a voice. Yes, yes, Director Lee, don't worry. Both Hwang Chang-seop and Seo Do-jun are behaving themselves. The door opened as Park Chil-young stepped inside, still speaking on the phone with a bright smile plastered on his face. Haha, thank you for even worrying about my daughter's overseas studies. While he chatted casually, Do-jun remained silent behind the glass of the interrogation room. And please send my sincere thanks to Director Hong as well, Chil-young added politely, though his eye soon landed on the thin, motionless figure seated across the room. His voice deepened, the pleasant facade slipping away. The reason I became a prosecutor. Leaning down, he grinned widely. was to wipe scum like you off the streets. A heavy stack of documents slammed onto the table with a sharp thud. Hee-leong grabbed 2 sheets from the pile, flipping through them before holding them in front of Do-jun's expressionless face. Let's see, just the charges listed here alone will put you behind bars for at least 10 years. His tone sharpened, the casual mask gone completely now. We've already got enough evidence through Hong Chang-seop to bury you. Hee-leong's gaze turned icy, dark and heavy with fury. Look at this bastard. Do you seriously think I'm pinning false charges on you? Suddenly, Do-jun's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Hong Hee-ju, it's her, isn't it? Hee-leong froze for a moment, confused. Who? Hong Hee-ju? Who the hell is that? But Do-jun fell silent again, lost in thought. Looks like Hwang Chang-seop's side has been completely crushed already. I kept quiet, trying not to escalate things, but if this keeps going, Hee-leong clicked his tongue, visibly irritated as he paced toward Do-jun, muttering, where the hell did a punk like you hear that name? Leaning down threateningly, his voice dropped to a sinister growl. You really think prosecutors of the Republic of Korea are just small fries? Your life's over, idiot. But at that moment, a glint of deadly golden light flickered across Do-jun's eyes. It was subtle, but it sent chills straight down Hee-leong's spine. He instinctively stumbled backward, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his voice trembling. This guy. Hee-leong clenched his teeth, struggling to finish the sentence. In frustration he lashed out, you son of a bitch. Suddenly, the door creaked open, cutting him off. Both men turned their heads toward the sound as another man stepped in, holding a file. Prosecutor Park. I'll have to ask you to step outside for a moment. Confused, Hee-leong's voice rang out down the hallway. What? His eyes narrowed at the report in his hands. Is this thing broken or what? Another voice answered from behind, no sir. I double-checked. The device is working fine. Hee-leong's fingers tightened around the paper, his eyes widening in disbelief. The awakening scanner says he's a civilian. That's impossible, that guy is CO Do-jun. The assistant hesitated. I'm not sure. Maybe the information about his awakening was wrong. But Hee-leong's gut twisted with unease. Impossible, this data came from the T Corporation's investigation, it can't be wrong. And he knows the name Hong Hee-ju, just who the hell is this guy? Inside the large, cold room, Do-jun sat alone, his hands bound to the chair. He let out a quiet sigh. His eyes sharpened with a cold, bitter glare as frustration simmered beneath his calm facade. So this is why people call Korean prosecutors the hunting dogs of the Justice Department. Maybe I should just burn it all to the ground. Lost in thought, his eyes darkened. But before he could dwell on it further, the door creaked open. Just get my mother and Yoon-young somewhere safe. Ju-yeon walked in, tilting her head curiously. What are you doing here? Do-jun sighed as he sat there, still restrained. I wish I knew myself. Ju-yeon placed her hands on her hips, shooting him a stern look. Please, don't do anything reckless. I know you're frustrated and confused right now. But if you use your power here, the consequences could be severe. Do-jun's eyes lifted toward her, sharp but calm. So you're here to help me? Ju-yeon folded her arms, her expression somewhere between affirmation and denial. Not exactly helping, no. Her face turned serious as she explained, it's just now that I know you've done nothing wrong, it's different. If I didn't know, that's one thing. But knowing an innocent person is being framed, well, someone has to fix that, don't they? Do-jun's lips curled into a faint, unreadable smile. I see. Ju-yeon leaned down, whispering quietly into his ear. The Awakener Association is launching an investigation. They're cracking down on illegal Awakener licenses, and keeping a close eye on new rifts popping up around Mapo. But Do-jun's next question caught her completely off guard. And what about my family? She froze for a second, then shrugged with forced nonchalance. What do I look like to you, your secretary? Why would I be worrying about your family? But facing his cold, piercing gaze, she faltered, eyes shifting away awkwardly. Shoving her hands in her pockets, Ju-yeon turned toward the door. They're safe. So stop worrying. Do-jun's expression softened slightly as he nodded. Thank you. I'll repay this debt. A faint flush crept across Ju-yeon's cheeks as she glanced back at him, voice stumbling slightly. Just hang in there a little longer. I'll sort this out as fast as I can. Meanwhile, outside the towering prosecutor's office, Ju-yeon's approach wasn't to directly clear Do-jun's name. On the highway, a sleek car raced down the road at high speed. Instead, she exposed prosecutor Park Cheong's bribery and illegal demands, leading to his dismissal. Through a fair, public investigation, Do-jun was proven to have no connection to the incident in question. Now the two of them sat quietly in the car. Though Do-jun couldn't completely avoid punishment for possessing an illegal awakener license, thanks to Ju-yeon's fierce defense, even that ended with a suspended sentence. Suddenly, the car's tablet lit up with an emergency broadcast. A never-before-seen monster has appeared in the United Kingdom and is attacking civilians. The mantis-like creature stands at 1.5 meters tall, possesses 4 eyes, and has extraordinary jumping abilities. Do-jun continued gazing out the window, but his voice cut through the tense silence. It's a Macassian. Ju-yeon's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what? How do you know that? That name, only the association knows that. But Do-jun's expression remained calm, detached, his gaze still fixed outside. Monster names aren't chosen at random. His mind drifted to the image of the glowing red magic stone inside a lab filled with equipment. A magic stone that contained condensed energy and unique, encrypted information. By analyzing it, one could uncover the monster's true name and the terrifying data hidden behind that name. Do-jun's mind drifted to the contrast between two worlds, one intact, the other utterly destroyed. In the world they lived in now, everything functioned under the power of science. But in the ruined world, it was magic that reigned. Beside the crimson magic stone, the terrifying black creature lurked in his memory. In other words, as long as the same species of monsters continued appearing in both worlds, Do-jun already knew most of their names. Sitting in the car with his arms crossed, he gazed out the window and calmly explained, Macassian can be easily taken down using red blossom and extract. Ju-yeon furrowed her brow, startled. Red blossom, ants. Do-jun shifted his gaze toward her, continuing in the same flat tone, it's harmless to humans. But for Macassians, it's a potent paralytic toxin. If we spray it on them, they won't be able to move like they do now. Hearing that, Ju-yeon fell silent, her mind clearly racing as she analyzed his words, her expression turning serious, calculating. Then, with sharp eyes, she asked firmly, "Seo Do-jun, who are you?" But Do-jun said nothing. The silence between them stretched, thick and heavy, broken only by the low hum of the car engine echoing through the still air. He turned his gaze back to the window, his face unreadable. Frustration flickered across Ju-yeon's face as she clenched her jaw. Hey, are you even listening to me? Suddenly Do-jun's voice broke the silence. What if? His head slowly turned toward her, his eyes sharp as blades, voice low and dripping with quiet menace. What if I killed you right now? The air in the car dropped several degrees in an instant. His cold, deadpan stare locked onto hers as a faint, chilling smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Ju-yeon's entire body tensed, her breathing shallow, heart hammering in her chest. She didn't dare utter a word. Because for a moment she couldn't tell if he was joking. Or if he was completely serious. The sharp, relentless sound of nail biting echoed the office. Hee-ju sat behind her desk, biting her nails nonstop, her complexion pale, her face tense with fear and frustration. Even manager Lee, standing nearby, was drenched in nervous sweat just watching her. Straightening his posture, he reported stiffly, "That's the situation, ma'am." The nail biting stopped. Hee-ju sat silently for a moment before muttering darkly, "Hyun Ju-yeon, why her?" Manager Lee, holding a report in his hand, spoke helplessly, "We're not sure yet, Mom. We don't know the connection. Or how she even knows Do-jun." Hee-ju's expression darkened further. With a sharp snap, she bit a nail clean off, her voice low and filled with rage. "Hyun Ju-yeon, what the hell is happening?" Suddenly she slammed her hand on the desk and shot to her feet, yelling furiously, "And what's this nonsense about Do-jun not being awakened? I heard he awakened already." Faced with her furious questioning, Manager Lee could only rub the back of his neck in embarrassment. "I don't know either, ma'am. By all reports he did awaken, but terrifying killing intent radiating from Hee-ju made his voice tremble. Maybe it's some kind of skill that tricked the detection system." "That's just a theory though." Hee-ju's face twisted in fury, her eyes blazing. She jabbed a finger forward, barking an order, "Get in touch with Kang Yong-pyo. 20 billion, no 30 billion. As long as he takes the job, I don't care." A cocky, arrogant voice echoed from across the luxurious room. 30 billion. That's not gonna cut it. Kang Yong-pyo lounged in his chair, head tilted back with a smug grin. Double it. His assistant, clearly flustered, hesitated. Double. Isn't that a bit much, sir? But Yongpyo simply raised a finger. Absolutely not. Kicking his polished shoes onto the sleek, expensive desk, Yongpyo oozed confidence. From Hong Heejo's perspective, there's no better option than me. If I take care of this properly, 60 billion is nothing to her. His eyes sharpened with quiet calculation. Besides, there's Haiyan Juyan to deal with. If we're facing an S rank, it has to be at least that much. The assistant averted his gaze, mumbling carefully, Hyun Juyan, she's quite the formidable opponent herself. A sharp stomp echoed through the room, making the assistant jump in fright. Yongpyo leaned in close, his voice dark and dangerous. You think all S ranks are the same? I can take Hyun Juyan down in 20 minutes. The assistant stared at him, eyes wide, cold sweat pouring down his face as he stammered. Why yes, of course, sir. Satisfied? Yongpyo's expression instantly softened into a friendly grin. Any updates from the association? Inside the lavish office, decorated with fine wine and designer furniture, the assistant bowed his head, voice cautious. The UK branch said they can't send any more reinforcements. The assistant's expression turned serious as he reported. The association publicly announced that hero selection for overseas deployment will be extremely strict. Hearing this, Yongpyo turned away, rubbing the back of his neck in frustration, cursing under his breath, damn it, they're making it impossible for me to back out without looking weak. Swearing to himself, he turned back to the assistant. Those bastards at the association get greedier by the day. What's the schedule? The assistant looked slightly unsure but replied. You'll be departing in 3 days, sir. Yongpyo looked up at the clear blue sky, listening as the assistant continued. It'll be a joint operation with Japanese heroes. That caught Yongpyo's interest. He let out an intrigued chuckle. Oh? Japan. Ha, perfect timing. I've been meaning to meet Takeshi. With his hands tucked casually into his pockets, he gazed out at the towering skyscrapers lining the city streets, mumbling with quiet ambition, Macasian, a new monster, its weakness still unknown. A satisfied smirk crept onto his lips as he admired the bustling cityscape. If I figure it out first, my value skyrockets. A soft, cold chuckle escaped his throat. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a fierce bolt of lightning struck down from the pitch-black sky, hitting the clock tower in England with a deafening roar. On the main road, terrified civilians scattered in every direction, fleeing from the monstrous creature barreling toward them. Suddenly, a group of armed individuals appeared, blocking the monster's path. Weapons in hand, their faces darkened with unease as they stared at the towering beast. The creature let out a thunderous roar, raising its massive claws and slamming them into the ground, splitting the earth wide open. The group skillfully dodged the attack, quickly fanning out to strike from multiple angles. Magic users below unleashed a barrage of spells, waves of glowing purple energy hurtling toward the beast. The monster howled in pain as the spells struck its body one after another. Its head was severed in a clean strike, sending it stumbling backward. Finally, its decapitated body collapsed to the ground with a sickening thud. The group stood in silence, breathing heavily, exhaustion etched across their faces as they stared at the mangled corpse. But suddenly one of them froze, ears pricking at a loud noise. He turned his head toward the sky. Beneath the dark, ominous clouds, another bolt of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing more monstrous figures lurking in the shadows, staring right at them. Ah! Ah! A razor-sharp claw plunged down from above. The man's eyes widened in horror, helpless to react. And so began a night of terror in the United Kingdom. Beneath the towering clock tower, the ground was still stained with splattered blood. In the days that followed, an overwhelming wave of monsters launched a coordinated assault across the entire city. Devastation stretched as far as the eye could see. Buildings lay in ruins, streets were reduced to rubble, and monster roars echoed endlessly through the air. Britain's heroes fought with everything they had to halt the monstrous advance, but lacking accurate intel, they suffered devastating losses. The creatures pressed forward, now converging on London itself. The defensive line at Cambridge had fallen. Only 60 kilometers remained between the monsters and the capital. As the dust settled, the horrifying silhouettes of massive beasts emerged, lumbering forward with terrifying determination. Their eyes burned with a brilliant golden light, not with warmth, but with the promise of death. Then, suddenly the golden glow in their eyes flickered, and disappeared. The creatures froze. One by one, they began howling in agony, The mighty monsters collapsed to the ground, thrashing violently, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. The chopping sound of helicopter blades filled the air as aircraft hovered overhead. Inside the helicopters, soldiers and personnel peered down in stunned disbelief. "Oh my God, it's working." Cheers erupted as the realization sank in, though Juyeon remained frozen in shock. Yoon Juyeon was right, the red flower ant extract worked. The Luke Makashans couldn't resist it. "It's incredible," someone exclaimed. Yongpyo's gaze slid toward Yoon Juyeon, his eyes dark with denial, clenching his fists as jealousy boiled inside him. "There's no way, that woman, she can't be that good, how?" Juyeon smiled brightly at her teammates and said, "All right, let's finish the job." The group responded in unison with a resounding, "Yes, ma'am." Without hesitation, Juyeon drew her sword and leapt down toward the battlefield below. The helicopter soared through the clear blue sky before slowly descending onto the landing pad. Outside the airport, a sea of reporters and journalists had already gathered, their eyes glued to the entrance. The moment Juyeon appeared, the crowd stirred with awe. "Wow, unbelievable," someone whispered. They exchanged glances, unable to hide their admiration. "It really is Yoon Juyeon, her achievements at the UK headquarters speak for themselves." Another reporter smiled, nodding. "She's the one who found the Makashans' weakness and saved the UK, a true hero." Excited voices chimed in. "She prevented the whole country from falling into ruin. She deserves all the recognition." One reporter added with excitement, "Rumor has it the British royal family is planning to knight her." But before he could finish, the reporter next to him suddenly perked up, eyes wide. "There she is." The sound of heels clicking against the pavement echoed confidently. Juyeon stepped forward, pulling her suitcase behind her. Kang Yongpyo followed closely. The moment they exited the airport, they were greeted by a blinding wave of flashing cameras and an onslaught of questions. "Miss Hyun Juyeon, over here please. How did you discover the Makashans' weakness?" Despite the overwhelming attention, Yongpyo maintained his signature charming smile as reporters turned their focus on him. "Mr. Kang Yongpyo, could you share your thoughts? We heard you captured the most Makashans on this mission." In no time, images of the two of them appeared on massive news screens across the city. Today the team of 200, including hero Yoon Juyeon, has returned safely. As everyone knows, Korea's pride saved the United Kingdom. The broadcast continued, showing footage of the monster attack. The key to hunting the Makashan turned out to be the extract from the red flower ant. Amid the bustling city crowd, a lone, mysterious figure watched silently. His gaze drifted upward toward the giant news screen on the nearby skyscraper. Standing still, he listened intently to the broadcast. The screen shifted to Yongpyo's interview, his face filling the frame. Dojin's eyes sharpened, glowing with cold intensity. "Kang Yongpyo," he muttered under his breath. In an enormous, luxuriously decorated dining hall, several neatly wrapped gift boxes were placed on the table. A familiar voice rang out. "A gift for you." Dojin paused, his hand holding a glass of water halfway to his lips. "A gift?" he asked, slightly puzzled. Juyeon smiled and pointed to the gifts on the table one by one. "This is for Inu Young and Grandma, and this one's for you, Seo Dojan." She looked at him shyly as she gently pushed the gift bag toward him. "You should open it at home," she added with a playful yet warning tone. "It's not really appropriate to open it here." But Dojun, seemingly ignoring her suggestion entirely, reached into the bag and pulled out a neatly folded shirt. He glanced at it and casually remarked, "Looks expensive." Juyeon didn't deny it. Raising her glass of water, she replied with a calm smile, "It is. Consider it a thank you. Thanks to you, I was recognized as a hero." Her voice gradually took on a more serious tone. "Compared to what you've done for me, this is nothing. If you need, I can buy you a car." Dojin calmly placed the gift bag back on the table and replied, "If I need anything, I'll let you know. Besides, I've already been repaid." Juyeon's playful demeanor disappeared. Her sharp, determined eyes locked onto him. "If I asked how you knew the Makashan's weakness, would you tell me?" Dojun didn't back down. His tone remained calm but firm. "Do I have any reason to answer that?" For a brief moment silence settled between them. Juyeon closed her eyes, as if composing herself, then opened them again. "Then, what's your plan for the future?" Her gaze sharpened further. Thoughts of Yongpyo and Heju crossed her mind. "It can't be something as simple as world peace. But if he's targeting Hong Heiju or Kang Yeongki, that'll be troublesome. I need to stop him. At that moment, Do-jun finally opened his mouth. First, he casually scratched his chin, his eyes drifting elsewhere as if deep in thought. Probably buy a house. His completely unexpected response left Juyeon frozen for a second. You're renting right now? She asked in disbelief. Under the purple twilight sky, the silhouettes of swaying palm trees lined the coast. Excited cheers and playful laughter echoed across the beach resort. The upbeat music of the pool party mixed with the flirtatious voices of the glamorous women, creating a lively atmosphere. Yongpyo lounged in the pool, arms wrapped around two beautiful women. Yet beneath his laid-back facade, his mind was racing with complicated thoughts. Yoon Juyeon, she's completely different now. His bloodshot eyes flickered open as his thoughts drifted back to their encounter with the Makashian in England. She figured out the monster's weakness, yet clearly, she's still hiding how she got that information. And then there's, he muttered under his breath. Fine. The Makashian is one thing. But what about Seo Do-jun? Lying comfortably on a private luxury plane, Juyeon lazily lifted her eye mask with an annoyed expression. He cracked a prosecutor's skull, right? Kang Chil-woo was there when that happened too. Yongpyo narrowed his eyes. Chil-woo started it. He tried to murder someone in the gate and failed. Even when they met face to face afterward, Kang Chil-woo made the first move. Yongpyo chuckled coldly, his voice laced with dark amusement. Haha, that idiot Chil-woo, blinded by pocket change. Suddenly he leaned in close to Juyeon, his tone low and menacing. But he's still my cousin. Which means I've got every reason to deal with Seo Do-jun myself. Juyeon didn't say a word. She simply glanced sideways at him, expression unreadable, before turning her head away entirely. Do what you want, she replied flatly, pulling her eye mask down again. It's none of my business. Yongpyo's eyes narrowed as he studied her reaction. What's going on here? Their relationship isn't as solid as I thought. Without even glancing his way, Juyeon lazily tossed him a final remark. I have no reason to interfere. The sound of fine wine pouring into a crystal glass echoed softly. No reason to interfere. But her words only deepened Yongpyo's suspicion. Sipping the wine with a contemplative gaze, his thoughts lingered darkly. There's definitely something between those two. Seo Do-jun, a city still in ruins and devastation somewhere in the UK. Long Sutton, Shrewsbury locations left in shambles after the recent monster wave. The Hero Association's personnel were stationed here, strictly guarding the area. The UK Hero Association was desperate to gather as many mana crystals as possible before the second wave arrived. A considerable number of heroes had already been deployed into the rift. One of them let out a frustrated sigh. What a waste. If only we had that red flower ant extract. Even rank Ds like us could have taken down a Makashian. The person next to him shared the same helpless expression and replied. Right? If they'd stopped the first wave in time, this place would have been the perfect mana crystal supply. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke appeared in the sky, emerging from a series of deep red cracks in the air. Everyone knew once a wave swept through an area, no teleportation gates could be installed there again. The man glanced at his teammate and shared his concerns. They say the second wave won't just be Makashians, there'll be other monsters too. His teammate nodded grimly. Yeah, that's what's terrifying, no one knows what's coming. I heard some countries were completely destroyed by this. Just then a faint sound came from behind them. The man instinctively turned his head. Huh? Noticing his odd reaction, his teammate asked nervously, what? Did you see something? The man shook his head but kept his eyes on the massive red portal they were guarding. No, I had this feeling like someone walked out just now. His teammate shrugged, unconvinced. The strike team. But it's only been 5 hours. They both brushed off the unsettling feeling and refocused. Alright, eyes up. Those mana crystal thieves will definitely show up soon. But at that moment the red portal emitted a low, eerie hum. Strange bolts of lightning flickered across its surface, making both guards stiffen in shock. From within the portal, a man stepped out. Clad entirely in ominous black armor, radiating a terrifying presence that made the air around him heavy with bloodlust. The Hero Association guards froze. He's not a hero, not a commander, not even a hunter. Call HQ now. Before they could react further, the man raised his hand. A blinding ring of green light formed in the air. The ring shot toward the guards, lifting them effortlessly off the ground. Suspended helplessly in mid-air, they struggled in panic. What the hell? One of them cursed, yanking out 3 daggers and hurling them toward the stranger. Die, bastard. But the glowing green rings effortlessly deflected the blades. The man's scarred face twisted into a cruel sneer. Pathetic. He clenched his fist. The guards screamed in agony as invisible force tightened around them. Ah! Both collapsed to the ground, writhing helplessly, while the man stood tall, coldly observing them. So it failed? Even after activating the time-space rift? Need to boost the mana output. One of the guards, barely conscious, forced himself to look up, his voice weak and trembling. Who are you? The man tilted his head slightly, lips moving as if to answer. But before he finished, a mere flick of his wrist. The guard's body was crushed, flesh and bones shattered instantly. The man calmly lowered his hand, eyes full of disdain. Time to clean up the trash. The scene shifts to a secluded residential area, hidden deep within a lush green valley surrounded by mountains. Paju, South Korea. Dojun walked leisurely across an endless stretch of grass, his expression calm and indifferent. But as he continued, a strange noise caught his attention. A gust of wind swept through the area, making the tall grass sway wildly. Suddenly, from beneath the ground, strange creatures burst forth, worm-like monsters with jagged, saw-like teeth. They drilled upwards and plunged back down again, appearing in large numbers all around him. Dojun crouched down, peering into one of the gaping holes they had created. Then he calmly placed his hand on the ground, sensing the area. 26 of them, within 100-meter radius. A faint, eerie smile crept across his face as a blazing sphere of energy formed in his hand. Let's see how many of you can survive this. Without hesitation, Dojun hurled the fireball into the hole. A brief silence followed, then a series of violent explosions erupted from the other burrows, shaking the ground beneath him. Chunks of mangled monster flesh rained down from above, scattering across the grassy field. Dojun tilted his head upward, watching the remains fall from the sky, and let out a satisfied smirk. Meanwhile, in a sleek, modern high-rise building, a man picked up his phone, his tone cool and composed. All right, so, what kind of person are we dealing with? Across from him, a bespectacled man responded while reviewing a report in his hands. To be honest, a young man who's difficult to handle. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and continued. We've confirmed his identity through official channels. He's a hero. Seo Dojun. This man was Min Hong-gi, deputy director of the Korean Hero Association. Tai Hong, seated across from him, sipped his water, his gaze sharp. But wasn't it impossible to assess him with the hero scanners? Hong-gi flipped through the report, frustration flickering in his eyes. We never received a clear explanation for that. Even our most advanced scanners couldn't get a reading. Tai Hong merely grunted. At the same table, a stocky, stern-faced man slammed his hand down with irritation. What an arrogant brat. When questioned by the Hero Association, you answer properly. It's that simple. This man was Park Sung-chul, vice president of the Korean Hero Association. Tae Hwang raised a finger, subtly calming him down. There's one more thing. Turning back to Hong-gi, he asked, did we learn anything else? Hong-gi hesitated briefly, eyes narrowing, then began to speak again. As his voice filled the office, the scene cut back to Dojun and Paju, now standing amidst the aftermath of his hunt, the shredded bodies of the worm-like monsters scattered in pieces across the emerald green field. The so-called hunt was far from a random encounter. This had been a calculated trap, the work of hero Kang Chil-woo. Dojun's cold, predatory smile deepened as deadly energy swirled in his palm. This was Seo Dojun, the man who had awakened after nearly dying in a gate incident. The man who had exacted brutal revenge on Kang Chil-woo. The one who had single-handedly cleared the new rift in Mapo. Another blast of energy ripped through one of the remaining creatures, carving a massive hole through its body. Though his methods were ruthless, bordering on excessive, the undeniable fact remained: Seo Dojun possessed overwhelming, unparalleled power. Back in the office, Hong-gi lowered the report, his tone serious and sure. Seo Dojun, his strength is beyond anything we've dealt with. Tai Ham folded his arms, closing his eyes in thought, nodding slowly. A wild stallion, huh? Impossible to tame, but undeniably a thoroughbred. Is that what you're saying? Hong-gi paused for a moment, then cautiously added, there's more. He's applied for official hero certification. He claims to have a sponsor, hopes the formalities can be bypassed. Tai Huang's eyes narrowed with curiosity. A sponsor? Someone from the association? Hongyi's voice lowered, laced with gravity. An S-rank hero, he mentioned Hyun Juyan. The room fell silent for a beat. Tai Huang and Park Sung-chul both froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Meanwhile, back in Paju, Dojun casually leaned against a tree, flipping a sleek hero identification card between his fingers, his own face printed clearly on it. A faint, cold smile played across his lips as smoke from the destroyed monsters curled around him. 8th rank hero in Korea, huh? The decimated remains of the worm monsters littered the field like grotesque confetti. Dojun's eyes drifted back to his card, then to the surrounding area. This rift zone's cleared now, makes the hunting nice and easy. Elsewhere, Tai Huang let out a booming, satisfied laugh, slapping the table. Hey ha. The boy gets certified and marches straight into the Paju rift. Now that's some nerve. Hongyi nodded in agreement, adding, his decisiveness is on another level. Across from them, Park Sung-chul's face darkened with shock. Wait, he went alone. No guild members. No partners? Into a level 2 rift. He slammed his hands down again, voice rising in disbelief. Is he insane? Both Tai Huang and Hongyi exchanged a quick glance at Park Sung-chul's overreaction. Realizing his lack of composure, Sung-chul awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly sat back down. Ahem, well then. Still brimming with excitement, he raised his voice again, practically leaning over the table. Chairman. If that Seo Dojun kid returns alive, we should announce his identity and make a huge deal out of it. He'll be Korea's 8th rank hero after all. It'll be great publicity. But Hongyi, arms crossed and face calm yet firm, replied seriously. We can't assume he wants that. We should at least ask for his opinion before making it public. Sung-chul immediately fired back, his voice booming across the room. No, Deputy Director Min, don't be ridiculous. In these unstable times, if news spreads that another S-rank hero has emerged, won't that reassure the people? It'll stabilize society. Turning toward Tai Huang, Sung-chul sought reinforcement. Isn't that right, Chairman? Tai Huang fell silent for a brief moment, resting his hand on the table before slowly standing up. I understand both of your perspectives. His sharp, determined gaze swept across the room, carrying undeniable authority. But I'll meet him myself, face to face. Meanwhile, in the rift zone, Dojun was locked in combat with a monstrous, serpentine beast. He drove his foot fiercely into its midsection, sending the creature staggering backward. But from behind him, more monsters slithered into view, eyes gleaming with hostility. Dojun's sharp eyes flicked to the side, easily spotting one attempting to ambush him. His hand shot out, wrapped in a swirling flame of crimson energy. With a burst of speed, Dojun launched himself forward, slicing clean through the approaching beasts with searing, fiery precision. The final blow landed, and Dojun dropped to one knee, steadying himself as the towering bodies of the monsters collapsed behind him, piling up like fallen trees. Rising to his feet, his hands still faintly glowing with residual flame, Dojun stood tall amid the mound of defeated creatures. He exhaled a long, steady breath, waving his hand to disperse the remaining embers. Phew, lifting his gaze to the endless blue sky, a rare moment of quiet crossed his features as he muttered inwardly. As expected, this burns through my mana fast. The vast sky stretched endlessly above, but beneath its calm, a storm still churned within him. I'll need to prepare stronger weapons next time. The Gasan Heroes Complex. Next to the complex stood a little shop with a sword logo. Inside the stall, a man scowled as he played a game. The clacking of buttons never stopped. Suddenly a bell rang loudly at the door. Someone outside carried a backpack in and stepped in. The gamer croaked without looking up, "Please give the name of whoever made the reservation." Dojun slammed the backpack down hard on the counter and, in a low, frosty voice, said, "I want weapons made from these." His fingers kept pressing keys. He did not bother to look up. Only people who made reservations can come in. Go find another shop, the gamer muttered. Dojun's sharp, cold eyes scanned him. Were not you booked solid? You answered the call, did not you? He asked suspiciously. The man frowned, clearly irritated. Customers. We are really full. We do not have time. Go somewhere else. Every blacksmith in this area is talented. A moment later Du Jun lost his temper and grabbed the man by the collar before the man could react. The man, startled, hissed, "You crazy, what are you doing?" Then, suspicious, he asked, "Are you the owner?" Surprised, he blurted, "I am the shop owner's kid." Before he could finish, Du Jun pulled his shirt tight and ordered coldly, "Call your father. Now. I heard this place is good." Seeing Du Jun staring at his back, the man scowled, muttered something, and hurried off to find his father. From the ironware stall the man shouted, "Dad, there is a customer who wants to meet you." Footsteps echoed slowly down the corridor. An energetic old man stepped out. He peeled off the protective head covering and asked curiously, "Who sent you here?" He was Choi Chulkwan's, a weaponsmith famed among heroes. Du Jun's face was utterly calm as he quietly gave one name, Yun Juyun. At the mention of that name, the expressions of both men changed instantly. Chulkwan stiffened, then recovered enough to ask suspiciously, "Juyun really sent you?" Du Jun opened his backpack while they spoke. He produced two jagged, menacing fang-like teeth and held them out in front of them. The old man's face registered disbelief, then thoughtful calculation. He picked up the fangs carefully and muttered, "This is." Du Jun looked at his father with a puzzled tilt and asked, "Dad, what are these?" The old man lowered his voice as he explained, looking at the rough, razor-sharp pieces, fangs of a black venom serpent. "It has been a long time since I have seen something like this." Then Du Jun spoke up suddenly. "Make me a single, slender sword long as you can manage." Chulkwan's repeated, incredulous, "Long." He frowned and tried to reason with him. "You do not understand. With non-metal materials like this, if you stretch it too long the durability drops. I will make two mid-sized blades instead." Du Jun let out a derisive snort. "So you are admitting you do not have the skill," he said contemptuously. His words hit the two men like a knife to the heart. They froze. Du Jun continued, his tone steady as he laid out his plan. "Join the two blades into one because I need a long sword. And make sure its mana absorption is as high as possible." His fingers tightened around the edge of the counter as if holding back anger. The man snapped, "You have got to be kidding. It's lacking skill. My father crafts weapons that can absorb mana at least at rank 3. Du Jun held his tongue for a second, jaw working, then slowly pulled a sword from the bench. He studied it a moment, then said calmly, "This one should be around rank 5. Suddenly his grip tightened. Excitement flashed across his face. The sword in his hand seemed to surge with power and glow brighter. To the astonishment of the two men, he squeezed harder, metal groaned and a crack ran along the blade. The sword split into pieces with a series of sharp, metallic snaps. 2 shards remained in his hands. Many fragments clattered to the floor with a ringing chime. The two of them stared in shock. Du Jun raised his fist and said, icily and threateningly, "If you intend to make trash like this," he let the sentence hang, a clear warning. For a long moment nothing stirred. Then Chulkwan's glared at Du Jun with deadly intent, wordless. In a remote, untamed forest, lush green trees swayed under a soft breeze, and the sound of a slow-flowing stream drifted through the air. In that tranquil setting, a hideous, savage monster crouched by the water. Its body was covered in rough scales, its mouth lined with jagged fangs. Its eyes, blood red and long dormant, suddenly flickered open, sensing something. The creature's pupils constricted sharply as it stared into the empty forest ahead. The rustling of leaves echoed around it. It stood still for a moment, muscles tense, its gaze fixed in one direction. Then, all at once, it let out a thunderous roar, eyes blazing with wariness and murderous intent. Du Jun stepped quietly into the stream, his hands tucked in his pockets, and muttered in a tone of mild disgust, still as noisy as ever. He advanced toward the monster, flames flickering to life from his palms. The creature, provoked by his presence, lunged forward with a massive foot aimed to crush him. Du Jun swiftly dodged aside. The monster howled in rage, glaring at him with pure hatred. In the next instant, Du Jun leapt high into the air and, using a familiar technique, brought his attack down hard. His blade carved a deep slash across the monster's back, sending up a stench of burnt, decaying flesh. The beast shrieked in agony, its eyes bulging wide, then grabbed a massive log nearby and hurled it straight at him. Du Jun met the incoming strike with a calm, clean slash, splitting the log apart. He surged forward with lightning speed, closing the distance and cutting through the creature's defenses. Flames trailed behind him. As he passed, the fire ignited across the monster's body. But instead of dying, the burning seemed to fuel it. Its muscles expanded. Its size doubled, and its fiery glare locked on him in fury. Du Jun moved behind it, driving his palm against the weak spot on its upper back. Power surged from his hand into the beast, and flames erupted across its body. The creature convulsed violently, thrashing as the fire devoured it. Its screams echoed through the forest until its massive frame blackened and began to collapse. Du Jun did not stop there. He slashed again, from the head down through its body, ending at its legs, before landing lightly on the ground. The monstrous corpse staggered, then crashed down with a booming thud. Du Jun looked at his hand, breathing hard, and murmured wearily, "Just as I thought. Maintaining a mana blade for that long is still tough." He then pulled a water bottle from his backpack and carefully extracted some translucent fluid from the Cyclops' back. "Still," he muttered with a faint smile as he raised the bottle to the light, "I actually managed to bring down a Cyclops." Night fell. Under a sky full of stars, Du Jun returned to the sword shop from earlier that day. He set the bottle of dark liquid on the counter and handed it to Choi Chulquan's son. The young man squinted suspiciously. "What is this?" Du Jun explained quietly. "Tell your father with this. He will be able to fuse the two fangs easily." "What do you mean?" the boy asked, confused. Du Jun ignored him and turned to leave. The young man frowned and called after him, "Hey, at least tell me before walking out." Du Jun walked down the quiet road, lost in thought. "The base materials are all ready," he mused, "but to boost mana absorption, I will need that." His eyes hardened. To be safe. There is only one place for that. The next morning, at a luxurious mansion, laughter and splashing filled the air near a swimming pool. On a nearby table, a phone buzzed incessantly. The caller ID read, "CO Du Jun." The woman in the pool reached out, picked up the phone, and muttered, "What now?" It was Juyeon. Pushing her goggles up onto her head, she frowned and asked, "Brazil?" At the pool, the clamor of play and laughter never stopped. Two young women lounged on chairs beside the water. Juyeon and Inju. Juyeon glanced coldly out at the scene and asked, "So the Heroes Association actually decided to send our team to Brazil?" Inju, sipping her orange juice, looked her over and said, "Yeah. Seems the Brazilian government and the association cut a deal. They want to seal off a whole region." She shrugged. "The monsters down there are fierce, but the mana stones are abundant and the association pays well, so our guild decided to go. You should come with us and bring him, too." Inju hesitated a little after saying it, clearly embarrassed, as if she wanted to say more but could not. Then the two of them went back to talking about Du Jun. "That S-rank guy number 8, that is him, right?" Juyeon asked. "I am not sure," Inju said. "There are rumors you and he have some kind of relationship." At that, Inju squealed in delight and hugged Juyeon, teasing, "Ooh, how cute. I saw you two sharing cocoaster." She froze, flushed, and stammered, that is, then she could not hold it in and shouted, "Fine, if you want to, go." She threw her arms up, excited. "Thanks," Juyeon replied, then added, "But I really do not know if you would agree to go." Cut to the sword shop. Choi Chulquan frowned in disbelief. "How in the world did you do this?" he asked. "You fused two non-metal materials together like molten metal. Just like that. How did you even know Cyclops blood could be used like this?" Du Jun merely smirked and did not bother explaining. After a moment, the old smith said, "All right. I will try to make it as long as possible like you asked, maybe up to 180 centimeters. Du Jun stepped closer and specified his design. "I want the profile to be like a two-handed sword, but set up the grip so I can wield it one-handed. Make it weigh about 5 kilograms. Suddenly Chulquan's expression shifted. He frowned thoughtfully. "Oh, so polite, huh? I thought you were some hothead kid, turns out you have got manners. Or this weapon really means something to you." He picked up the two fangs to inspect them and warned, 5 kilos is pretty heavy to swing one-handed. And you won't just swing it once." Du Jun answered in a low voice, "That is fine. Go ahead and do it." "How long will it take?" Chulquan glanced up and said, "At least a month." Du Jun narrowed his eyes and did a quick calculation. Level 7, would that be enough to withstand his full power? After a beat he murmured to himself, "Just as I thought, I will need something more." He slung his pack over his shoulder and, heading out, said, "For now, just forge the basic shape. Save the mana absorption upgrades until I give you the materials." Cholquans was surprised by that request and thought to himself, could it be he is actually going after it? Du Jun walked out into the street at a measured pace. A few days later, bright sunlight struck the river and small waves rippled across the surface. At a parking lot marked with a big P, a luxury car gleamed as it pulled up. Du Jun inspected the vehicle and tapped the door lightly. "Thanks. I will take good care of it," he said. Juyeon strolled up and replied casually, "No problem. I am not petty, that ride's worth 100 million won anyway." Du Jun looked at her fondly and smiled softly. "I appreciate it." Her cheeks warmed. She stared at him, embarrassed. He glanced over the convertible's hood and, hearing her ask curiously, explained, "The Heroes Association wants to make my identity public. I told them they would pay for that." Hearing that, Juyeon frowned and asked, "Pay the price?" Chairman Na Taewong values fairness in every transaction. Du Jun opened the car door, ready to get in. Looking at her, he said casually, "Seems like this will be fun. The arrangements are already in place." Juyeon hesitated, then burst out, "Can't you at least try to act appropriately, Seo Dojin? I would really appreciate it if you could remember that I am the one who vouched for your identity." Du Jun did not bother responding. He simply closed the car door in place of words. Seeing his silent dismissal, Juyeon sighed helplessly and gave up arguing. She went around the other side of the car and climbed in. As she fastened her seatbelt, she spoke in a measured tone. "Right now, the association's in chaos. Brazil's front lines have fallen. Once things settle down, we can talk to the chairman again." Du Jun repeated the word he would caught, Brazil. Her arm brushed against his sleeve as she replied, "Yeah, Brazil. They said they are about to seal off part of the fortress zone." That made Du Jun immediately turn toward her, his expression doubtful. "You are going too?" Sitting that close to him, Juyeon blushed slightly, her lips parting hesitantly before she answered, "I am." "Why?" Du Jun looked her straight in the eye, his voice firm. "I am going with you." At those words, Juyeon's heart started pounding. A rush of heat flushed across her cheeks as she stared at him wide-eyed, hardly believing what she would just heard. Elsewhere, Du Jun's stepmother, Hong Hee-ju, sat across from a man, glaring at him furiously. "What, you still want more?" she hissed. The man tilted his head lazily, smirking. "Now's not the time to get stingy, Director Hong Hee-ju." She slammed her palm against the desk and shouted, "You already took 30 billion won in advance, and now you are asking for more. When are you going to start the job? I should not have relied on a bastard like you." He chuckled darkly. "Who else do you think would take on this kind of job?" That made her scoff bitterly. "There is no shortage of people willing to kill for money." The man gave a derisive snort and said coldly, "Looks like your intel's outdated. Want me to give you some for free?" He leaned closer, his eyes glinting. "Seo Dojin. He is an S rank. S rank, director. The 8th ranked S-class hero in South Korea." Hee-ju slammed the table again, jealousy and disbelief twisting her face. "That bastard, an S-rank, do not joke with me." He laughed mockingly. "Oh, you do not believe me. Normally, that kind of information costs money. But if you do not want to take my word for it, then just wait until Seo Dojin blows everything to hell." He turned toward the door, hands in his pockets. Suddenly, Hee-ju shouted, "Wait!" Her hand trembled slightly, a mix of envy and doubt in her voice. "Hold on. You are saying Dojin is really S rank? If he were rank 5, I could still keep him under control. If you need money, I will pay more. Just do something about him." The man's grin spread wider, cold and calculating. "Money, huh, you are right, it is important. Then we would better start building a solid business partnership from here on out." Standing beside the table, Hee-ju spat venomously, "Whatever. Just make sure Du Jun dies." The man lifted his phone, staring at the screen without answering. She eyed him nervously, trying to read his expression. He did not move, did not speak. Then, after a moment, he broke into a laugh. "Looks like heaven's smiling on you today, Director Hong." Hee-ju frowned. "What do you mean?" He held up his phone for her to see, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "It looks like the perfect chance to kill Seo Dojin has just come." High above the clouds, A sleek airplane sliced through the blue sky. Inside, Juyeon sat in first class, gazing silently out the window. Her phone buzzed with a flood of messages, updates, alerts, chatter. Even Jang Seong-ho, the renowned figure from P Corporation, was reportedly heading to Brazil. A man holding a short staff, Bak Haeyeol, clenched his weapon tightly in anticipation. Around them, the online chatter grew more frenzied by the minute. Across the cabin, the same man who had met with Hee-ju Kong Yeonpyo glanced to his side and frowned. His eyes landed on Do-jun, who was calmly slurping down a bowl of instant noodles, completely unfazed. The comments on the live streams and news feeds kept multiplying, speculation running wild. But Do-jun just took his time with his meal, utterly relaxed. All around the cabin, passengers wore different expressions: curiosity, excitement, apprehension, yet they all shared a single purpose. The plane was about to arrive in Brazil, descending toward a vast, untamed jungle. In São Paulo, Brazil, the golden sunlight poured down on the crowded skyline of high-rises packed shoulder to shoulder. Inside the headquarters of the Brazilian Hero Association, two men were speaking in low tones. The curly-haired man suddenly reported, "The flight from Korea just landed." The man beside him let out a small sigh of relief. "That is good news. They are the fastest country to respond to our request." He turned toward his superior and added with some admiration, "I heard they did not even check in at the temporary base, they went straight into action. As expected of that country, always quick to move." "But..." The superior's brow furrowed, his voice firm. "I am worried the Korean heroes might discover that information." The other man merely murmured, as his superior folded his hands together and instructed solemnly, "There is no such thing as diplomatic secrecy here. Keep everything tightly controlled until this operation is over." "Understood, sir," came the respectful reply. After giving his orders, the superior exhaled deeply, steadying himself. In his mind flickered the image of a shriveled corpse and the reports that had followed it: the Brazilian national-level hero, Moraes, killed by an unidentified life form. Remembering the humanoid silhouette caught in the black box footage made his heart seize with dread. That thing was not even a monster. What we saw looked like the blurry outline of a human. His expression grew grave as he pondered silently, what the hell is happening near Santa Teresa? Sometime later, the gathered heroes sat in a briefing room, listening to a staff member explain the situation. Juyeon, however, was not paying attention, she was texting. "Juyeon, where are you? The orientation started already." On her screen, Do-jun's reply appeared, "Plane." Juyeon, "Plane, did not we get off together?" Do-jun, "Switched flights." "Too far a distance." That answer made her frown. "Too far, what are you even talking about?" Then another message popped up, "Santarém." Juyeon's eyes widened in shock. "Santarém, he went there alone, that is the most dangerous rift zone." Meanwhile, on stage, the staff member was pointing to a map projected on the screen. "After 2 days of field assessment, each of you will be assigned to your designated sectors along the rift region." The next morning, bright sunlight washed over a sprawling hotel complex. Juyeon rolled her suitcase out to the waiting car and climbed in, but just as the door was about to close, a hand caught it. Yeonpyo pulled the door open wider and leaned in, puzzled. "Where are you going? The schedule has not even started yet." Juyeon closed her eyes, speaking calmly, "I have somewhere I need to be." He stared at her. "Where exactly?" Folding her arms, she replied evenly, "Santarém." Yeonpyo stood there, watching as the car pulled away, the name echoing in his head. Santarém. That is the place the Brazilian Association explicitly forbade us from entering. At Santarém's rift zone, sunlight struggled to pierce the heavy gray clouds hanging over the barren land. A small group of young figures moved quietly through the desolate landscape. Juyeon followed behind Do-jun, frowning. "Now that we are here, mind telling me why we came all the way out here in such a rush?" He did not answer immediately. Instead, he scolded lightly, "We had to wait for you. Were not you the one who was late?" She bristled. "Excuse me, if you would told me earlier, no one would have had to wait at all." When he did not respond, Juyeon sighed and pressed again, "Fine, just tell me why are we here?" Do-jun's answer was short and flat. "Blue Croco." "Blue Croco," she repeated, brow furrowing. "That is it, that is your explanation." He gave her a sidelong glance. "Do I owe you a reason?" Juyeon clenched her jaw, glaring at his back. "Seo Dojin, for your information, I am 3 years older than you," he answered without turning around, his tone indifferent. "So, that was the final straw. So you could show a little respect for your elders. I have been nothing but polite to you." "Then stop being polite," he replied easily. Behind them, Inju trudged along, watching the two bicker back and forth with an exhausted sigh. Their voices echoed faintly through the desolate silence of the rift zone. "Fine, if you want to be stubborn, suit yourself. That is not what I meant." Listening to their argument, Inju could not help but find it oddly refreshing. Seriously, she is actually pulling the seniority card on him. At the back of the group, a long-haired young man glanced nervously at his companion. "Hey, are we seriously just marching straight into the rift like this?" The boy in the blue jacket, ever the optimist, grinned and said, "Relax. We have got hero Yun Juyan with us, do not we? What is there to worry about?" The long-haired youth hesitated, voice uneasy. "Yeah, she is reliable, sure. But the guy leading us is just a rookie." His words carried down the line and the rookie in question clearly heard every word. Du Jun chuckled softly. "A rookie, huh?" The brown-haired youth in front turned back with a proud grin. "Yeah, a rookie, but come on, Seo Dojin's not just any rookie. You could call him a super rookie." The two in the back gasped in unison. "He is that good." Up ahead, Juyan and Du Jun were still at it, their bickering unrelenting. She quickened her pace to walk beside him, her expression a mix of suspicion and disbelief. "Seo Dojin. Wait. Do not tell me you came all the way here just to wipe out the entire rift zone." To her surprise, his answer was completely different. "I came to collect materials," he said flatly. "Why would I clear the rift? I am just here to gather as much as possible." "Materials," Juyan repeated under her breath, her eyes narrowing in doubt. Moments later, their group stumbled into trouble. A dark gray claw suddenly shot out of the shadows, slamming hard into the blue-jacketed youth's shield. The impact sent him flying backward. The brown-haired boy immediately shouted, "Stay calm, hold the formation." His eyes widened as he stared ahead. A group of reptilian monsters, draconic in form and covered in armored scales, advanced toward them. He grimaced. "They look way worse than in the pictures." The boy in the blue jacket gulped nervously. "Yeah, no kidding. They are nasty, real nasty." Then a calm voice spoke up behind them. "Move." Both turned instinctively. Du Jun stepped forward, drawing the sword at his waist. Sunlight glinted off the blade, outlining his figure in gold like a battle god descending upon the battlefield. He recalled the blacksmith's warning, "It is nearly impossible to extract a blue croco's heart bare-handed. Take this sword, use it to harvest the material." Raising the blade to chest height, Du Jun slid into a combat stance. In the next instant, he vanished. A sharp gust split the air. His movements were so fast they could not even follow him. In the blink of an eye, two monsters were standing motionless, as though nothing had happened until thin, glowing cuts began to bloom across their bodies like cracks in glass. A heartbeat later, their massive forms split apart, collapsing into lifeless heaps. The brown-haired youth smiled with deep admiration. "Just as I thought." The long-haired and blue-jacketed boys gawked in utter disbelief. "What the hell?" They stared at Du Jun's back, standing motionless among the scattered corpses, and whispered in awe, "He is insanely strong." That night, Du Jun and his companions found a small clearing to rest in. The crackling campfire lit up the darkness, casting warm, dancing shadows across their tired faces. Around the flames, the group chatted animatedly. "Did you see that earlier? Seo Dojin took down that blue croco with a single blow, did not even break a sweat. Unbelievable." The brown-haired youth leaned in, covering part of his mouth as if sharing a state secret. "Between us. Rumor is, he is the same guy who took down the Cocastrian." The long-haired boy's eyes went wide with horror. "Wait, you mean he killed that monster?" Du Jun, expression unreadable, did not react to their chatter. Their praises and gossip meant little to him. What mattered right now was the sizzling piece of meat cooking in the pan before him. Juyan walked over, curiosity glinting in her eyes. "Did you finish processing the blue croco's heart?" Du Jun raised his hand, showing her the sealed container. "See for yourself." Still unconvinced, Juyan frowned, lost in thought. What is he planning to do with a monster's heart? Unable to find an answer, she eventually let it go and turned her gaze to the pan. Hey, what are you cooking anyway? That does not look like beef. His reply made her face go pale. Blue croco meat. It is edible. You wanna try? Juyeon's eyes widened in disbelief. She covered her mouth, voice trembling. We brought plenty of food with us, did not we? Why would you? Do not want any, then do not, Do-jun said flatly, taking a bite as if nothing were wrong. She could only stare in horror as he chewed contentedly. On the other side, Inju turned her head to watch, looking equally horrified. Her expression froze somewhere between disgust and fascination. Juyeon hesitated. You are actually eating that? There are 100 other things to eat, why? Before Inju could finish processing what she was seeing, Juyeon picked up a pair of chopsticks and carefully lifted a small piece of the greenish meat. Juyeon, Inju gasped, eyes wide with panic. You are not really gonna eat that, are you? Juyeon glanced at her coolly. He said it is edible. Then, under Inju's horrified stare, she calmly brought the meat to her mouth, took a bite, and chewed. Her expression stiffened for a moment, then softened in surprise. Wait. It is actually good. Soon, both Juyeon and Do-jun were quietly eating, as if nothing about the situation was strange. Watching them, Inju inched closer to Do-jun, whispering conspiratorially. Hey, Seo Dojun, what is your secret? Her eyes gleamed mischievously. How do you manage to charm Juyeon like that? Huh, that girl's never even dated before and she is definitely not the type to hand her heart over easily. She glanced over at Juyeon, who was still eating, curiosity burning in her chest. Come on, tell me. Did you use some kind of spell, or is there some dramatic love story behind all this that made her eat that? Do-jun froze for a moment, her question stirring up old memories. A love story, huh? His mind drifted back to his days at the Imperial Academy, before he turned 20. Back when he was still known as the Sword God. Back when he loved a young noblewoman, the beautiful daughter of Count Grain, Maisel Grain. Then came his second love, the silver-haired maiden, the youngest daughter of the Les Julien family, Lawenda Les Julien. But the one he remembered most vividly was the brave, noble girl from the last surviving Holy Land. Veronica. The name lingered in his mind like a bittersweet ghost. He stayed lost in thought long enough for Inju to finally yell, Hello, you even listening? I asked what your secret is. He turned his head toward her and smiled faintly, confidence flickering in his eyes. Like a moth drawn to flame. Inju froze, her face blanking out for a few seconds as she processed what he just said. Then her expression contorted in disbelief. Good grief. Could he possibly be any cheesier? Wow, she muttered, rolling her eyes. That is next level cringe. With a sigh, she stormed off and smacked Juyeon on the back in exasperation. Meanwhile, far away in Sao Paulo, sunlight streamed across skyscrapers and busy streets. Inside a luxury apartment, young Pyo sat quietly, swirling a glass of wine as his subordinate finished reporting. So that is how it is, sir. Young Pyo frowned. I do not get it. The operation has not even been officially announced. Why are they acting so soon? He paused, brow furrowing. And with Seo Dojun and Young Inju of all people. So that means the whole Carnation Guild went alone this time. He turned to the subordinate sharply. There are not any valuable monsters around Santarém, are there? Not that I know of. The man bowed. No, sir. Even after asking the Brazilians, all they will say is that it is a dangerous place. Young Pyo set his glass down, his voice low with unease. Anything involving Seo Dojun never goes as expected. Suddenly, Young Pyo's phone lit up with an incoming call. He glanced at the screen, then answered with his usual slick enthusiasm. Director Hong, what a surprise. To what do I owe the pleasure? On the other end came a sharp, irritated voice filled with contempt. Is that bastard Seo Dojun still alive? When the hell are you going to act? Yongpyo's face stayed calm, his tone smooth and calculating. Why the rush? Something happened. He listened as Heju spoke rapidly, her voice trembling between anger and worry. My father. I do not know if he has seen the news about Dojun being ranked S-class yet, or if he has called him back home. That caught Yongpyo's attention. He stood up, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Oh, so even the chairman of the T group is moving now. Are you starting to get nervous, Director? Cut the jokes, she snapped, her tone venomous. I told you I do not have time for games. What are you planning, young Pyo? Standing before a massive wall map covered in notes and pins, young Pyo spoke casually, almost amused. Let us just say I have found the perfect partner for this operation, and I intend to make sure they are not disappointed. He bit off the cap of his pen, drew it across the map, and circled a spot. CEO Dojin won't be leaving Brazil. I will make sure of that. From the other end, Hiju's voice came back, cold but approving. Good answer. Young Pyo smirked faintly. Glad you think so. Now, hang up if you understand, Director Hong Hiju. He ended the call without waiting for a reply. Turning to his subordinate, he ordered calmly, get in touch with Takashi. Yes, sir. Yongpyo's eyes darkened as he stared at the red circle he had drawn on the map. His voice lowered to a dangerous murmur. Since CEO Dojin walked straight into the isolation zone himself, things just got a whole lot easier. Meanwhile, dawn had broken over the forest as Du Jun's group pressed forward. Juyeon walked beside him, map in hand. You are planning to head deeper into the woods. They say this place is crawling with dangerous beasts. Du Jun glanced over at her. What kind of beasts? Her face grew serious. Lynxes. He looked around at the terrain and replied evenly, so there are lynxes here too. You know about them? She asked, curious. Yeah, he said simply and said no more. Juyeon sighed softly, muttering under her breath, knew it. She pulled something from her pouch and called out, fine, I am not stopping you, but wear this. Du Jun glanced at the object in her hand, puzzled. What is it? She held it out toward him, explaining calmly, earplugs. If you get caught by a lynx's cry, you will be paralyzed. You do know that, right? But Du Jun's next words made her blink in disbelief. Do not need them. He walked off without hesitation, disappearing into the trees. Juyeon frowned and raised her voice after him. Do not underestimate them, even Brazil's top hero warned everyone how dangerous lynxes are. His figure soon vanished beyond the green canopy. She let out an exasperated shout. Hey! Night descended again. The sky glittered with countless stars, the kind that made the forest look almost otherworldly. Yet no one in Du Jun's group had suggested stopping to rest. They had been on the move since dawn. Suddenly, a dark shadow flickered across the treetops. Above them, a creature crouched, its glowing eyes locked onto the group like a predator stalking prey. Everyone tensed in alarm. Inju clapped her hands over her ears and shouted, it is a lynx, everyone, cover your ears. Everyone except Du Jun. He stood perfectly still, head tilted upward, watching the beast. The lynx let out a piercing cry and lunged toward them. Du Jun did not flinch. His eyes tracked its movement, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. The lynx threw its head back and let out a chilling howl that echoed through the entire forest. Even with their ears covered, everyone still felt the sharp discomfort vibrating in their skulls. Juyeon suddenly noticed Du Jun standing at the front. Her heart skipped a beat as fear seized her thoughts. Why? Why is not he covering his ears? At that moment, Du Jun bent down and picked up a stone from the ground. Channeling his power, he let energy swirl around it, and in an instant, the stone erupted in flames. Then, with a swift motion, he hurled it straight at the lynx. The burning projectile shot through the air like a comet, slamming into the creature with deadly precision. To everyone's surprise, the eerie howling abruptly stopped. Ahead of them, the lynx recoiled, its eyes flaring wide before it turned tail and fled into the dark canopy. Du Jun did not hesitate for a second, he sprinted after it. Inju and Juyeon exchanged startled looks before chasing after him. What was that just now? Inju shouted over the noise of their footsteps. The lynx stopped screaming all of a sudden. When they caught up, they froze. Du Jun stood motionless, his gaze fixed forward. Before him were 5 lynxes, crouched low and baring their fangs. One of them stepped forward, muscles tense, eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Then its gaze shifted toward Juyeon. She felt her blood run cold as her body locked in terror. The creature's crimson eyes burned into hers, and her pupils began to glow, mirroring its. Just as she was about to lose herself to the creature's power, a warm, firm hand suddenly covered her eyes. It was Du Jun. His voice was calm yet commanding. "It is not their roar," he said, his tone cutting through the fear like a blade. "The thing that paralyzes you is their eyes." Juyeon's breath hitched as she looked up at him, shock and disbelief flickering in her trembling gaze. But Du Jun had already drawn his sword. "Close your eyes," he instructed softly. "Just for a moment." He stepped forward alone, facing the beasts head-on. His blade ignited once more, flames blooming along its edge like the wings of a phoenix. The air shimmered with heat. He muttered under his breath, testing the edge of his strength. "Is this my limit?" Raising his sword high, he swung it in a sweeping arc above his head. Fire exploded outward, forming a blazing crescent while several fireballs spun around him in orbit. "Bandayan family swordsmanship," he murmured under his breath, the flames painting his hair and eyes in dazzling crimson light. Then, his voice deepened with resolve. "First form Kilida Migrado Ruckle." Du Jun raised his sword, pointing the blade directly at the cluster of lynxes. At the tip of his weapon, a spark flickered to life then began to swell, forming into a blazing sphere of fire. The creatures stirred uneasily on the tree branches above, their instincts screaming danger as they paced back and forth in agitation. Meanwhile, the fireball at Du Jun's sword tip grew larger and brighter, its heat distorting the air around him. From behind, one of the blue-clad men gawked in terror and stammered, What kind of skill is that?" Another young man with brown hair blurted out, trembling, "Holy shit, that looks insane." Du Jun ignored them completely. His focus was absolute. Every ounce of power within him was being funneled into that growing inferno. And when the technique reached its limit he released it. A pillar of fire erupted from where he stood, shooting straight toward the lynxes like a meteor descending from the heavens. The massive torrent of flame crashed down upon them before they could even flinch. The creatures froze, their eyes widening in primal fear, and then the world was swallowed by searing light. The explosion roared through the forest. The inferno engulfed the lynxes, consuming them entirely. The pillar of flame pierced the canopy, lighting up the night sky like dawn had come early. Inju and Juyeon instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves from the violent gusts of heat sweeping through the trees. When the flames finally subsided, Juyeon lowered her hands and her eyes widened in disbelief. Before her, the ground had been carved open by the sheer force of the attack. From Du Jun's feet stretched a massive rift, a smoking scar in the earth that tore straight through the forest. The lynxes lay scattered across the clearing motionless. But strangely, though smoke still rose from their bodies, not a single patch of fur seemed to have been burned away. Everyone stood frozen, jaws slack, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Juyeon stammered, her voice trembling, "That is impossible." Then, a faint growl broke the silence. One lynx was still alive, trembling violently as it struggled to its feet. Du Jun began walking toward it slow, deliberate, unhurried. When he was just a few steps away, the creature's eyes flashed once more, glowing with crimson light as it unleashed its ability in desperation. But Du Jun was unmoved. He raised his sword and, with one clean motion, sliced through its neck. The lynx's head tumbled to the ground, its body collapsing beside it. In its fading vision, the creature saw only Du Jun's face, cold, expressionless, and laced with disdain. "A filthy beast like you dares to imitate humans," he murmured, contempt dripping from every word. Then he extended his hand toward its lifeless eyes and said, almost politely, "I will be taking these." As the last fragments of consciousness left the lynx, darkness swallowed everything. The only thing that lingered was Du Jun's detached voice echoing through the clearing. "I have a use for them." Du Jun strode ahead, his long shadow stretching out across the ground. Inju walked just behind, sneaking glances at him. Juyeon did the same more than once. The others in the group whispered among themselves. "Crazy," someone muttered. "Is he even human?" another voice answered. "Maybe he is stronger than Chabri Alphonse." A third scoffed, "Maybe even Cain Lester." Someone else shook their head. "Cain Lester's the strongest hero in the world, no way." The air went cold when a few undead crawled up out of the pool, shrieking in ear-splitting tones. One of the guys in the group complained softly, "They have no situational sense at all," and the man beside him sighed, "Undead do not have brains." The shambling corpses lunged to attack. In a single instant one was struck so hard it lost 2 teeth. Du Jun threw a punch, its head flew apart like splintered wood. His eyes flashed. His gaze was a razor, ready to cut the night in two. Then his form vanished like a gust of wind. The undead were shredded in a blur of blows. Slices and kicks turned them into scattered fragments. Their bodies scattered in every direction. When he stopped, his boot was planted on the final undead skull. The group froze. Silence fell like ice. The moment felt frozen in time. After a long beat, they straightened and continued on, their footsteps echoing in rhythm on the rocky ground. Juyun hesitated, then asked, "That sword style, where did you learn it?" She blinked toward him, referring to the metallic clicking sound he would made in his sword god form. Du Jun was silent a moment, then met her eyes. He knew what she meant. He raised an eyebrow. "Want to learn?" he asked. Juyun lit up. "I could learn it," she said. Du Jun thought, in a peaceful world like this, who needs it? Still, he tossed the question back at her. "If you learn now, when will you ever use it?" Inside, she bristled at his condescension. "Hey, I am an S-rank hero too. You know," but outwardly she protested with a grin. "At least I can use it once before I die, right? Or you just do not want to teach me?" He stayed quiet and simply looked at her. Neither yielded. It was a standoff of stubbornness. Eventually she gave in. Fine, I will settle for that much." Inju, listening to the two bickering, was speechless. "These two are hopeless," she muttered. "Enough romantic comedy, let us get moving," she declared, to which the group replied in unison, "Yes." Du Jun and Juyun led the way into the rift. Inju brought up the rear. She glanced back and breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Du Jun, no one had been hurt. She made a mental note. Next time they came this way she could shave some time off the route. Then she climbed into the rift tunnel as well. No sooner had she poked her head out than she heard shouting, "I will kill you now." She realized the language, Japanese. A separate group had apparently run into trouble and were shouting, "Who dares block our path?" Inju stood in the middle, stunned. On the other side, Du Jun suddenly had his arm around Juyun, watching the other group alertly. The rival gang looked rough and armed with blades. Leading them was Ryoma Takashi, the S-rank hero and head of the Yakuza faction. He snarled, "I finally get to have some fun with the sovereign today. Who do you think you are? Standing in my way." He threatened Du Jun outright, "Get out before I smash your face in." Du Jun answered in Japanese, "Your squad's an eyesore." Juyun blinked, surprised he knew Japanese. He gives a slight nod, a tiny gesture, but sweat beads on his brow from the slip-up. Actually, Du Jun is the one who is still learning. The other guy has no patience left. Menace radiates off him. "What are you thinking, you dogs?" he snarls. His underlings snap to attention. "How dare you mouth off to our bot? Get down and apologize right now. Do you know who we are? This is..." Du Jun answers flatly, expression unreadable, "Do not care. Get lost." The tension spikes. Inju watches anxiously. The Empire is a J5 guild from Japan, notorious for being lawless and rough, basically ex-Yakuza. No matter how strong Du Jun might be, it would be wise to avoid a fight. She steps forward trying to calm things down. "Everyone, let us keep calm," she says. He cuts her off before she can finish. "This is not a place for women to butt in." "That insult hits Inju's pride. Hard women," he said. Her own teammates flare up instantly. "Who the hell do you think you are talking to?" one of them snaps. "You dare insult our bot, you are dead in the head." Even so, Inju forces herself to stay cool. She introduces herself in the most conciliatory tone she can manage. "I am Young Inju, from the Carnation Guild. It would be better for everyone if we resolved this peacefully." He practically sneers. "Never heard of your guild." With a contemptuous grin he turns back to Juyun with a lecherous smirk. "Need a man to handle you? Do not worry, you will get yours soon enough." Then he grabs Juyun's arm and tugs hard. Du Jun brushes the hand aside and pushes her behind him. A punch swings toward him. "Get lost." The gang leader spits and lands. The bot raises his fist and snarls, "I will show you what I can do. I was planning to kill you anyway, so sit tight." Even after taking the hit, Du Jun stays composed. He recognizes the provocation for what it is, calculated bait. Like the wind, he answers with the same force, and the leader flies backward several meters, crashing into his own men. Du Jun raises his fist, warning the rest to back off. They retreat, trembling. Because the other man struck first, this is self-defense. Du-jun does not even look at them. This is a Division 1-1, by the way. Maybe pull your lackeys back so it is less messy. The leader scrambles up from the dirt, strips off his jacket, and orders his men to fall back. This time he is going all out. The muscles stand out on his arms as he readies himself. Juyeon watches him and whispers his name, Du-jun. She looks at his back and prays silently, please just half of them, not the whole lot. All three of them froze, faces full of shock, utterly unbelievable. Even Juyeon's side stood speechless. Du-jun crushed his boot down hard on the leader's head, forcing it deep into the mud. The man gagged, scrambled, and managed to lift his head a little. Then he lurched back, eyes wide and wary as he stared at Du-jun. There was a crater on his brow. He cupped his nose, baffled, muttering, no way. He is that strong. Who the hell is this guy? Du-jun held his stance, unnervingly calm, but his pupils were filled with murderous intent, ice cold, fixed on his prey. Suddenly the man seemed to read something in Du-jun's black eyes. Terror tore through him. He bolted, screaming at the top of his lungs. In the blink of an eye, Du-jun was in front of him. A chill wind swept across the man. Du-jun narrowed his eyes and asked in a half-voice, half-threat, who sent you bastards to pick a fight with me? I can guess who, but before he finished, his cold fingers gripped the man's hair. The man trembled and begged for mercy. Please spare me, Du-jun scoffed. You want me to spare you? Then he slapped the man repeatedly across the face. No way. His hand curled into a fist. He drove a blow into the man's face so hard the body rocked. Blood spurted from the man's mouth. Juyeon and Inju watched the brutal scene in stunned silence. Du-jun pressed his forearm to his biceps and looked down at the man lying in the mud as if nothing unusual had happened. Inju covered her mouth, whispering in panic, I knew something would happen, but I did not expect it to go this far. Du-jun pushed the man's head down with his foot again. A wet thud echoed. Inju grabbed Juyeon's sleeve, alarmed, if you keep going like this he will die. Stop him, Juyeon. Juyeon shouted for him to stop. Du-jun, stop, he is already dead. Du-jun kept his foot down and replied coldly, I am taking responsibility. When she tried to pull him back, she protested, what responsibility? If you were so responsible, why do this at all? Du-jun spat, I have seen scum like this plenty of times. Might as well kill them. The two women grabbed his hands, urgently trying to calm him down. You do not have to let trash like that bother you. Stop, they have felt it already. Inju turned to the gang and growled, if you do not want to get hit too, make yourselves clear now, do not touch us again. The gang members scrambled to their knees, babbling apologies, yes, we are sorry. Du-jun stared down at them and snarled, kneeling is not enough. They all flung themselves face first to the ground, terrified, crying out, please. Then Du-jun added one more chilling remark that froze them. Yakuza cut off fingers when they screw up, right? The men panicked, banging their heads on the dirt and begging for mercy. Say it, Du-jun said contemptuously. Say you are trash and maybe I will let you live. They whimpered, lips trembling. We are sorry. We are trash. Inju watched helplessly while Juyeon's side suddenly burst into mocking laughter at the sight. Even the man Du-jun had beaten stammered out the single word, trash. Each of the three onlookers wore a different expression as they observed the broken, terrified group before them. That morning, in the bustling city of São Paulo, Brazil, a man sat in a leather armchair, frowning as he studied a stack of papers. Suddenly his eyes narrowed, fixing sharply on one of the sheets. After a moment of silence, he looked up at the two people seated across from him, Juyeon and Inju. Quietly, he rearranged the papers on his desk, though his mind was filled with doubt. They expect me to believe this, an S-rank hero, Takashi, beaten so badly he could not recover and his opponent was just one person. The report said only Takashi had been injured, which made it sound credible, but pulling something like that off was not easy. I was hoping Japan and Korea would work together to seal the rift near the mountains, he thought. He cleared his throat and said, according to the report, our Brazilian Hero Association has no involvement in this matter. This issue will be handled jointly by the Korean and Japanese Hero Associations. You will receive their official decision soon. Inju clasped her hands behind her back and answered calmly, understood. The man hesitated before asking, so, you have both been to the rift near the mountains, right? Was there Anything strange? Juyeon looked slightly puzzled. Strange, while Inju replied evenly, "Ah, no, nothing out of the ordinary." "Alright then," the man nodded. As he picked up another sheet, he muttered, "Ah, yes, this name shows up a lot in the report. Do-jun was not it. Why is not he here?" Both women exchanged the same exasperated look before answering almost in unison. "Ah, that. He said he had a few things to take care of, and then he just left." The man raised a skeptical brow. A few things to take care of. At that very moment, in the central hospital's treatment wing, the air was filled with groans of pain echoing down the corridor. In room 3, a patient stared wide-eyed at the figure standing before him. Do-jun. The young man held a bouquet in one hand, staring down at him coldly. Seeing the man trembling like a leaf, Do-jun ordered in an icy tone, "Lie still. I came all the way here to pay you a visit." Then, without warning, he took out a small orange-colored eye, a strange object, and pressed it against the man's forehead. The man flinched violently, trembling harder. Do-jun spoke again, his voice detached and cold. "Alright then, talk. Tell me what really happened." Suddenly, the man's pupils gleamed with an eerie light. The room went silent, deathly still. Then he began muttering in a low, mechanical voice, "Because of this incident, a worthless worm like me has caused trouble for the members of the Korean Guild." His voice was the only sound left in the ward. Do-jun watched him with a frigid expression, then turned and started walking away. As he reached the door, the man's broken whisper echoed behind him, "To hell with the Yakuza. To hell with the Yakuza. To hell with the Yakuza." Do-jun's fist clenched as he stepped out of the room, his cold eyes never once looking back. Rumors about the clash between Korean and Japanese heroes spread like wildfire across the world. Sitting with a teacup in hand, Tae Wong quietly flipped through a stack of sensational headlines, his brows drawn together. Within the country, he murmured, news about Do-jun is everywhere. The kid's name dominates every broadcast, every day it is a total explosion. Across from him sat Hong Ji-I, the vice president of the Korean Hero Association. Looking troubled, he asked, "But is it true that the Japanese Hero Association dropped their investigation?" Tae Wong did not even look up. "Yes," he said evenly, "the Takashi faction officially confirmed it themselves. I can't say I understand it. That guy has always been the type to pull tricks whenever it suits him." "You mean there is something Japan does not want to touch?" Hong Ji-I asked hesitantly, clearly confused. "What could that be?" A crooked smile crept onto Tae Wong's lips, his tone dark and amused. "No idea. But I have got a feeling. From here on out, Do-jun is going to be the one who turns the entire hero world upside down." By now, night had fallen. At the D1 mark, just one day before the sealing operation at the Brazilian Rift, the Korean heroes had already arrived early to adapt to the environment. They met and exchanged information with heroes from other nations, finalizing tactical strategies and operation plans. The night before deployment, a morale-boosting ceremony was held, and the main figure of attention was none other than CEO Do-jun himself. As the gathering buzzed with chatter, several people approached him with smiles, trying to strike up a conversation. Inju leaned closer to Juyeon and whispered, "I heard the rumor about Do-jun wrecking that Japanese hero Takashi has gone global. Everyone who talks to me only brings that up, and he does not even act proud about it. He is really different. Compared to someone like him, you and I seem so ordinary, do not we?" But Juyeon's expression had quietly turned gloomy. Seeing that, Inju awkwardly stopped talking, thinking to herself, she is not even listening. Why does she look so downcast? Then, following Juyeon's gaze, Inju suddenly spotted Do-jun standing with an elegant woman, a stunning figure holding a glass of wine and smiling at him. It was Gloria Tyler, America's top S-rank hero and the #1 on the world's most beautiful heroes ranking. Seeing that, Inju slapped Juyeon lightly on the back with a sharp smack, and exclaimed, "Girl, seriously, you are killing the mood. What are you sitting there for? Get up already." Startled, Juyeon blinked in confusion. "Huh, what did I even do?" Meanwhile, Do-jun seemed to sense something. He turned his head toward the hall and caught sight of Juyeon awkwardly avoiding his gaze. Her face flushed red as she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Though his expression remained composed and cool, a faint smile tugged at his lips as he looked at her. Noticing the subtle change in his face, Gloria Tyler gracefully turned aside, smiling brightly as she spoke in a low, teasing tone. It was a pleasure meeting you. Goodbye, Castle. Juyeon looked at Du Jun in confusion. Castle, who is that? She asked. He raised his glass and took a quick sip before replying curtly, that is me. Her eyes widened in surprise. You even have an English name. After a short pause, Du Jun spoke again in a low, almost distant voice. It is a name I used even before, Du Jun. She studied his downcast expression, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Could it be that he lived abroad when he was younger? But that does not make sense. There was nothing about that in the investigation reports. Why did not he ever tell me about it? Across the room, a man had been quietly watching their exchange. Young Pyo. Holding a glass of red wine, he observed Du Jun with thinly veiled disgust. That bastard Takashi, he thought bitterly. He could not even handle trash like that. He took a slow sip, his mind already plotting. Looks like I will have to step in myself. Just then, he caught snippets of Juyeon's voice drifting through the crowd. But you have to be careful, Du Jun. Young Pyo subtly turned his head, eyes narrowing as the two walked past him. Behind him, Juyeon continued softly. I know you are strong, but not every enemy fights fair. Takashi still has some close allies, and one of them. Du Jun cut her off flatly, that is enough. What, but should not you at least know who they are? She pressed, worry in her tone. He gave a low, derisive chuckle. They are probably the same kind of cowards, weak, arrogant, hiding behind reputation just like Takashi. Do not worry. They are nothing to me. Not even a little. As he said that, Du Jun slowly turned his head, his gaze locking coldly on the man behind him. A sharp, humorless smile tugged at his lips. Young Pyo stiffened, gripping his wineglass tightly under that deadly stare. His face twisted in fury as he glared back at Du Jun, who only kept smiling, calm and mocking. Young Pyo's fingers trembled slightly as his grip tightened. That bastard, he seethed silently. I will kill you myself. The scene shifted. A bright moon hung over the dark sky. At the rift site near Santarém, Inju and her team stared in awe at the strange phenomenon before them. She looked up, her voice filled with quiet wonder. This is the first time I have ever seen something like this. Crackling arcs of blackish-violet lightning danced across the rift's surface, and she frowned. The entrance looks murky and pitch-dark like this. Juyeon, full of excitement, stepped closer to the edge and turned back with a grin. What is the problem, sis? We have got two S-rank heroes here. Remember, nothing to worry about, let us just seal it already. Inju exhaled softly, her voice calmer now. Yeah. You are right. Nothing to worry about. Then she raised her voice and commanded, everyone, move in. Yes, madam, the team replied in unison. In the eerie gloom of the rift zone, the group slowly advanced. Juyeon glanced at Du Jun, noticing the way his brows were furrowed, his expression grim. His silence worried her. What is wrong? She finally asked. Du Jun hesitated, then asked in return, you do not feel it? Feel what? She replied, puzzled. Sensing the tension in his tone, Juyeon turned to Inju. Sis. Do you feel anything strange? Inju blinked, confused. Not at all. What are you talking about? Du Jun did not answer. He simply stared into the rift, the flickering purple lightning reflecting in his dark eyes. His lips pressed into a thin line. A few seconds later, his cold voice broke the uneasy silence. The mana concentration just spiked. He glanced around, the unease deepening in his tone. This atmosphere. It is repeating again. High up on a jagged rock, a man held a device that measured mana levels. Watching the numbers climb, he muttered, it is already increased by 23.61%. Won't be long before it hits 30. He sneered. Filthy insects. It would be a blessing if all of them died in there. Moments later, Inju's teammates began to groan, trembling uncontrollably. Our bodies. They are so heavy. It hurts. I can't breathe. Du Jun scanned the surroundings, eyes sharp, expression grim. The mana density here. It is completely different. Thicker even than the Partishua forest. Seeing the deep tension on his face, Juyeon's heart tightened. It is the first time I have ever seen Du Jun this uneasy. Something terrible must be waiting here. Inju spoke up in the tense silence, "Everyone, stay calm." Her sharp eyes swept over the 4 people before her. "This might be a characteristic of this rift zone. Our bodies feel heavier than usual, so do not let your guard down." She turned toward Juyan and Dojin, giving clear orders. "Ju Yian, protect the formation. Dojin, you too." Ju Yian crossed her arms, listening attentively. "Got it. Until we find the reason for the mana density fluctuation, that is our focus," Inju continued cautiously. "Our top priority is sealing the rift. Stay alert. Move out." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, madam," and began advancing quietly into the pitch-black night. The map displayed the Santarém Rift Zone, deep in the northern region of Brazil. Manaus, the largest city in the area, had become the central operations hub for the Korean and Brazilian hero teams assigned to the mission. Then an explosion echoed through the darkness. Several team members were thrown to the ground. A sharp, rhythmic fluttering sound filled the air. Massive winged shapes emerged from above. Giant hornet-like creatures swooped down and dove straight at them. Hyeon Woo's face twisted in fury as he saw his comrades being badly injured. One of them fell hard right in front of him. His eyes widened in alarm, and before he could react, another monstrous hornet lunged toward him. He clenched his fists and struck forward with full force. The impact sent a plume of smoke swirling around his arm. "Flying-type assassin beasts. Wasp variants," he muttered between gritted teeth. But the swarm did not relent. Dozens of the creatures hurled themselves at the group, turning the battlefield chaotic. Suddenly, a huge axe came crashing down out of nowhere toward Inju's squad. A's voice trembled as he shouted, "W! What the hell? Why are the orc demons this strong?" Dark figures emerged, orc-like beings with long, sharp fangs and gleaming axes, snarling as they prepared to strike. Hyeon Woo and another fighter, B, charged in from behind, attempting a coordinated counterattack. B unleashed a heavy blow aimed directly at one of the monsters. But to their horror, the strike barely scratched it. The creature raised its weapon high, ready to cleave B in half. Then Ju Yian appeared, darting through the air. She swooped down, grabbed them, and pulled them out of harm's way. "Thanks." One of them stammered breathlessly. "Do not rush in recklessly again," Ju Yian said coldly before turning back to face the battlefield. Before her stood a massive orc beast, several times her size. It roared, swinging its weapon at her. Ju Yian twisted her body, narrowly dodging the strike, then countered with a spinning kick aimed at its head. The creature reeled, then snarled and retaliated with a heavy swing. Ju Yian gathered strength in her legs, leaping high into the air. Mana flared beneath her boots. Her next kick struck with devastating power, sending a shockwave through the creature's enormous body. Another monster saw an opening and charged, axe raised. But it missed. Its weapon buried itself into its comrade's skull. The creature froze in confusion, just as Ju Yian appeared behind it like a phantom. A swift, precise kick sent both the monster and its weapon flying. It crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. The other heroes stood stunned by her strength. "Wow. Seo Dojin's power always overshadows everyone," one muttered, "but damn, she is S rank for a reason. That was insane." Another orc bellowed in rage, but before it could move, Dojin's fist smashed into its face with bone-crushing force, dropping it instantly. Inju surveyed the battle with growing unease. For this level of difficulty right at the entrance. "Even with both of them here, sealing this rift won't be easy," she muttered. Blood from the fallen monsters pooled on the ground. Ju Yian approached Dojin. "What are you looking at?" He stared at the corpses and answered, "Here. Do you see those black ripples?" "Ripples," she repeated. Dark, wave-like streams of energy flowed faintly across the air, wrapping around the monster's remains. They were so subtle that one had to focus hard to notice them. "What is that?" she whispered. Dojin's eyes narrowed. "That is why they suddenly got stronger. The dead monsters were being shrouded by waves of dark mana." "Why is there dark mana here?" he murmured, grimly. Everyone fell silent, tense and motionless. The air around them grew heavy, so still it felt suffocating, like the calm before something terrifying awakened. In the stillness of the night, strange, bone-chilling sounds suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. From the heart of the dense jungle, a massive creature made entirely of mud roared with feral fury. A young man with brown hair leapt into the air, his sword slicing cleanly across the monster's mud-built torso, aiming to cut it down. But almost instantly, the creature's body reformed, the muddy mass pulling itself back together as if nothing had happened. Then it surged forward, collapsing into a violent wave that lunged at the young man. Seeing this, the brown-haired youth and a shield-bearer beside him moved in sync, launching a coordinated attack. The young man slashed again and again, his blade whistling through the air with sharp, slicing sounds. But as soon as they stopped to catch their breath, the creature regenerated once more, completely unharmed. The shield-bearer's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "No way." The brown-haired youth, equally shaken, gasped, "These things are ridiculously strong." Before they could react, the mud creature struck its tendrils slammed into both of them with explosive force. The youth staggered back, planting his sword in the ground to stay upright, while the shield-bearer was thrown violently across the ground. He looked down at his uniform, his voice trembling. "That hit. It tore through my combat gear. This is bad." Not far away, his teammates were struggling desperately against another monster. One of them screamed, panic breaking through his voice, "What the hell is going on out here?" At that moment, another mud beast crept up behind the brown-haired youth, its massive mouth yawning open to swallow him whole. But just as it lunged, Inju dashed in, her sword flashing as she cleaved the creature's head clean off. Meanwhile, the first mud beast had expanded its body, preparing to crush both men beneath its bulk. Once again, Inju appeared in time, slicing through the creature with brutal precision, saving them both. She glanced over her shoulder, her expression dark and grim. If the swamp demons are already like this, then Velcora will be far worse. This rift is wrong. Something seemed to click in her mind, and her eyes widened in sudden dread. Wait, could it be? All around them, more hideous, pulsating shapes crawled and squirmed out of the mud. Inju's heart pounded as a terrible thought formed in her mind. Brazil. No. This could be happening all over the world. Elsewhere, near the Manaus Rift, mist drifted gently over the mountains, painting a deceptively peaceful scene. But deep in the forest, a man was running for his life, gasping desperately between ragged breaths. They are all dead. His face was slick with sweat, his eyes wide with terror. Even Arvado from Brazil, he is gone too. Behind him, the memory of a monstrous spider-like creature haunted his every step. David from France. He died too. All because of those Velcora. At that same moment, on Dojin's side, Juyeon turned to him, distracted by what she would just heard. "Velcora," she repeated. Dojin drove his fist through the body of another mud beast, killing it instantly. As its remains slumped to the ground, he glanced at her and confirmed, "Yeah. Velcora have been corrupted by dark mana too. We have to be careful." Juyeon frowned, thinking aloud. Dark mana. That is the black aura that surrounded those dark orcs, right? She turned toward the swamp monsters ahead, squinting at the faint black currents swirling around their bodies. Like what is wrapping around these things right now, it is making them stronger. Is not it? Yes, Dojin replied calmly. Juyeon did not have time to say more. Another monster lunged at her. She flipped backward, then shot forward with a strike that shattered through its chest. Her teammates froze, wide-eyed at her raw power, but Dojin did not even look at them. He simply continued explaining, his tone level and analytical. Think of it as concentrated mana being force-fed into their bodies. Juyeon, still fighting, asked between strikes, "Mana, you mean like in video games with magic and stuff?" Dojin could not help but laugh. Hearing that, Juyeon blushed furiously, her frustration flaring. "What is so funny? Are you saying man is actually real in this world or what?" Dojin listened, then calmly dropped a surprising truth. The biggest difference between heroes and ordinary people was mana. The monster in front of them, probably not one to be ignored, let out a roar proclaiming its presence. The moment it screamed, Dojin flashed like lightning, slicing clean through it in another beast. He did not grin at the feat. Instead, he stood there, lost in thought about a world with no concept of mana. His eyes were quiet as he mused to himself, how peaceful that would be. No sooner had Dojin landed than three more monsters lunged at him. He frowned, focused and unsparing. This would not last long. His gaze turned cold as he glanced over his shoulder. One fist smashed into a creature. His other hand went through another. The one beneath his feet was crushed under his weight. Then Du-jun sprang nimbly out of the circle and all three beasts exploded into pieces behind him. His teammates stared in stunned admiration, speechless. Ju-yeon stepped forward, puzzled. Hey, that mana stuff, especially the dark kind, that is what makes the monsters this strong, right? She asked. Du-jun looked at her and explained, yeah. Think of it like an athlete injected with a concentrated dose of performance enhancers. Oh, I get it, she replied, eyes widening. But how do you even know that? Ju-yeon pressed. Du-jun gave her a strange look and answered, you're the one who should be asking that. It is weird you do not know. After the fight, the group followed Du-jun's map toward the Velcara's lair, a dangerous route winding through swampland infested with demon bog creatures. Following his directions, they slowed their pace. This place where Velcara appeared was particularly hazardous. After some time they finally arrived. Inju went first. When she saw the scene ahead, she raised a hand and signaled them to halt. Dozens of white cocoons were wrapped around various monsters right in front of her. She turned back and warned carefully, just like Du-jun said, these are Velcara feeding cocoons. Spider silk and white casings clung to the trees and undergrowth everywhere. Inju scanned their surroundings with the vigilance of a commander and spoke in a serious tone, be careful. Velcara might be nearby. Suddenly Du-jun contradicted her, drawing everyone's attention. No. He lifted his hand and gathered power in his palm, pointing it at a cluster of cocoons. This is the real danger, good thing we found it early. Seeing the fireball in his hand, Inju stammered in surprise, are you a mage, Du-jun? Then, staring at the white cocoons in disbelief, she asked, those are the dangerous things. He did not answer, he simply flicked his hand and launched the fireball at the nearest cocoons. Each one detonated in a burst of flame the instant it was hit. Du-jun watched the blaze consume the pile of cocoons and then explained, Velcara have absorbed dark mana. They won't use the spawn like puppets. If we do not deal with them now, we will be surrounded and slaughtered. He glanced at the others and declared seriously, now we just need to capture the Velcara. The force of Dojin's attack blasted through the air, causing the nearby cocoons to explode in rapid succession. Everyone stood there in stunned silence, no one daring to speak. Inju watched him intently, deep in her own thoughts. Though this was their first time facing a situation like this, Dojin seemed to have complete control, as if he already knew exactly what to do. The more I watched him, the more extraordinary he seemed. At first, I thought he was just strong, but this power. It went far beyond the limits of any normal human being. Ju-yeon stepped closer to Dojin and placed a hand on his shoulder. Be honest, she said. Have you been reborn or something? Maybe this is your second life. She chuckled at the ridiculousness of her own words. Reborn a second time, huh? Dojin murmured thoughtfully. I suppose you could say that. He turned toward Inju. How much farther until we reach the entrance to the rift? Once we get through this forest, we will be halfway there, she replied. Halfway? Dojin frowned, clearly displeased. Then, after a moment of silence, he made a decision that caught everyone off guard. We are sealing this rift today. Inju blinked, looking uncertain. You might be able to do that, Dojin, but the rest of the team can't. Most of them are completely drained after what happened back in the swamp. They are exhausted and confused. He glanced around at the others, seeing the fatigue and uncertainty in their eyes, and exhaled softly. Then rest. I will take care of the Velcara and be back soon. Before anyone could respond, he shot forward like lightning. Within seconds, his figure had vanished from sight, leaving the group speechless. Sung-ho could barely process what he would just seen. How the hell did he move that fast? Inju shared his disbelief. He still has that much strength left in him. Meanwhile, Dojin sped through the forest, his eyes darting left and right, scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement. Eventually, he spotted what he was looking for, a spider, quietly spinning its web. There you are. He dashed toward it, sword raised high. The creature sensed danger and screeched sharply. Its body swelled grotesquely, transforming into a massive, monstrous spider. From its abdomen, dozens of sticky threads burst forth, lashing out like whips. Dojin reacted instantly, dodging the onslaught with precise movements. He landed, twisted his wrist, and unleashed a blazing slash. Slash! The air flashed with a brilliant gleam of steel. The giant spider split apart into several bloody pieces before crashing to the ground, twitching weakly. Dojin exhaled, his breath heavy but steady. He wondered briefly if it was because of his mana control technique. By absorbing traces of dark energy, he would have been able to fight longer without tiring. After some time, he returned to the group's campsite. Juyeon stared at him in disbelief and asked Inju, "He took down that Velkara alone that fast, that is unbelievable." "I thought the same thing," Inju admitted. "And he does not even look tired." Dojin simply reported, "No monsters left in this area. Take a break and clear your heads." Everyone nodded weakly. "Yeah. We could use a rest." Later, Dojin sat by the campfire while Inju tended to Sung Ho's wounds. The others were scattered around, doing their own tasks or quietly recuperating. The meat roasting over the fire began to sizzle and turn a rich golden brown, fat dripping into the flames. Dojin's eyes were fixed on it, fully focused as if guarding a treasure. He did not even blink, afraid the meat might burn. Just then, a long-haired teammate walked over, pointing at the skewer. "Hey, mind if I try a piece of that?" Seeing the man's eager face, Dojin picked up a skewer and handed it to him. The long-haired teammate grinned from ear to ear. "Thanks, man." A short distance away, behind a tree, Hyun-woo glanced over with a puzzled expression. "Why'd you suddenly decide to eat that, anyway?" The long-haired guy shrugged, chewing contentedly. "Who knows, maybe he is that strong because of this stuff." That made Hyun-woo curious enough to walk closer. "Should I try it too? You think it actually does anything?" His friend nodded encouragingly. "Go on, sit down. Won't hurt to try, right?" So Hyun-woo took a seat, grabbed a skewer, and bit into the roasted meat. The rich aroma and crisp outer layer made his mouth water, and soon both of them were eating like it was the best meal they would had in weeks. Across from them, Dojin watched the two men devour their food with quiet amusement. "That meat won't do much except fill your stomachs," he thought, smiling faintly. "Still, I do not dislike people who want to get stronger. Let us just call it a small gift from me to them." Extending his hand, he let a faint stream of energy flow into both Hyun-woo and the long-haired man. Almost instantly, their eyes widened in shock. "I do not know what just happened," the long-haired guy exclaimed, "but I feel stronger, my whole body's surging with energy." "Yeah," Hyun-woo agreed, flexing his hands in disbelief. "I can feel it too." Dojin smiled, clearly pleased with their reactions. Time passed quickly after that. Once everyone had finished resting, the group gathered again to discuss their next move. Inju, holding a map in her hands, pointed at a small spiral mark drawn in the center. "If we keep moving straight from here, we will reach the core of the rift," she explained. "But everyone's already exhausted. I think we should retreat and attack again tomorrow." She looked up at Dojin. "You said you wanted to seal the rift today, but we still need a solid plan to approach it, right?" Juyeon nodded in agreement, though her tone carried fatigue. "It would be a lie to say I am not tired. The monsters are getting stronger, probably because of that dark energy leaking out of the rift." Dojin leaned over the map, lost in thought. The original plan had been to delay sealing the rift for as long as possible so they could gather rare materials, things like the blue crocodile heart or other resources that could only be found here in Brazil. He would wanted to collect as much as he could before wrapping things up. But the sudden surge of dark energy had changed everything. Unpredictable variables like this are never a good sign, he mused grimly. This darkness. It makes me uneasy. Reaching into his pack, Dojin pulled out a small pouch filled with crimson stones. "Take these and bring them back to the hotel first," he instructed. Everyone looked confused but obeyed. Once the bag was lightened, he slung it over his shoulder again and turned toward them with a calm smile. "I will seal the rift," he said quietly. "Then I will catch up with you all soon after." The slimy monster let out a guttural roar, its mouth splitting wide to reveal rows of jagged fangs dripping with sludge. Dojin did not flinch. He surged forward like a spear, straight into its gaping maw. Behind him, more creatures began to emerge from the darkness, their amorphous forms bubbling up one after another. They lunged at him with mouths open wide, as though eager to devour him whole. Dojin's pupils dilated. He kicked off the ground and leapt high, slicing downward in a sweeping arc that tore through the cluster of creatures. A flash of steel, a blur of motion, then the wet sound of something bursting apart. As the monsters fell, he plunged his hand deep into the gelatinous remains, searching for something. His fingers brushed against something solid. When he drew it out, a vivid crimson gleam caught the light of perfect ruby, pulsing faintly with energy. Elsewhere, Inju stood beside Juyeon, her brow furrowed with worry. "Do you think Dojin's going to be okay in that fight?" she asked. Juyeon exhaled softly. "You saw how he shot off right after saying goodbye like a bullet." Inju followed her gaze toward the direction he would gone. "Yeah. I saw." Juyeon murmured, half to herself. He still looked like he had plenty of stamina left. Inju smirked, looping her arm around Juyeon's. "Then why the long face? You worried about him or something?" Juyeon shut her eyes, pretending not to care. "Worried, please. Not a chance." But inwardly, her pride prickled. "I am an S rank too," she thought bitterly, yet the gap between us feels impossibly wide. She could not help but wonder, was there anyone else in the world who could match someone like him? Meanwhile, Dojin had moved on from the swamp fiends to a new challenge, an entire horde of black orcs. He leapt high into the air, sword raised, then brought it crashing down onto an orc's skull. The strike split the creature clean in half. Without missing a beat, he slashed again, a sharp horizontal cut that gouged across another's face. His blade moved like lightning, each swing brutal, efficient, deadly. The orcs roared in fury, lifting their crude weapons to retaliate. The ground trembled as their massive blades came crashing down, splintering the earth. But Dojin merely inhaled slowly, eyes calm. A glow ignited in his hand, pure power burning bright like fire. With one motion, he unleashed it. The blast surged outward, swallowing the orcs in an inferno of energy. The explosion shook the forest, followed by the sound of bodies collapsing and the hiss of smoke rising from charred flesh. Above, the night sky glittered with countless stars, shimmering like a sea of light. Beneath it, Dojin stood alone, clutching the blood-red ruby in his hand. By morning, the group set out again. Their backpacks hung heavy on their shoulders as they trudged forward, exhaustion etched into every step. They moved in a quiet line through the trees until something darted toward them. In an instant, a sword sliced through the air. Blood sprayed across the path. The strike came from Dojin. His blade gleamed crimson, unwavering, his face calm and cold as steel. He knelt beside the fallen creature, eyes glinting, and reached into its chest cavity. With one clean motion, he pulled out a still-beating red heart and dropped it into a glass vial. Twisting the cap tight, he tucked it away like a trophy. At his feet lay the monster's corpse, already dissolving into the ground. Dojin searched through the remains and retrieved 2 more rubies, adding them to his growing stash. One after another, the crimson gems piled up until, before long, a small mound glittered beside him. "These monsters drop some pretty decent loot," he muttered with a faint, satisfied smile. "Looks like I have done well enough." Dojin slung his backpack over his shoulder once more. One hand rested on the hilt of his sword, the other gripping the strap tightly as he moved forward along the narrow path that led to the Hero Association's Brazil branch, the operations headquarters. Inside the control room, several staff members were watching the surveillance monitors when something unusual appeared on the screen. On the digital map, a red dot suddenly began flashing, pulsing with an active signal. One of the technicians frowned. "That is the Santarém region." Moments later, the red dot vanished. The entire room went silent. Everyone held their breath until, finally, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. "It is gone," one of them said, almost in disbelief. "The rift's been sealed." Over in the Santarém coordination office, someone asked, "Wait, which team was assigned to that area again?" Another staffer replied thoughtfully, "A team from Korea, right, the Silk Blossom Guild." Jenny turned from her console to confirm. "Yes. They contacted us about 10 minutes ago to report that they were on their way back." Du Huck, who had been standing beside her, blinked. 10 minutes ago. She nodded. "Yeah, they said they would just left the rift at that time." Du Huck's face twisted in confusion. Then, what the hell happened? 10 minutes earlier, a massive 2-headed beast loomed before Dojin. Its grotesque form pulsed with dark mana, mutating and evolving right before his eyes. The creature snarled and reared up, both heads roaring in unison. Then, with a thunderous crash, it stomped one enormous foot down. The impact sent shockwaves tearing through the ground, leaving a deep crater beneath it. Fortunately, Dojin was already moving. His instincts kicked and he leapt high into the air, narrowly avoiding the quake. As he soared upward, his eyes caught sight of something behind the monster, a swirling vortex of energy, faint but unmistakable. A spatial gate, he realized. That must be the rift's core. All right then, he muttered under his breath, tightening his grip on his sword. Let us finish this. He dove toward the beast. The two-headed monster lunged forward to meet him head-on, its claws slicing through the air. Mana flared violently from Dojin's body, a blaze of pure, unrestrained power. The creature spun like a cyclone, dark energy swirling around its twin maws as it clashed with his strike. Dojin's eyes widened, his focus razor-sharp. Vandayan sword-style second form. The spellbook Gamri activated, and the magic surged along the path of Dojin's blade. His sword gleamed, transforming into a streak of pure energy that shot forward at a terrifying speed. The two-headed monster did not even have time to comprehend what was happening before the strike landed, carving deep into its flesh. A pained roar tore through the air as it clutched at its wound, rage and agony twisting its grotesque faces. Dojin smirked, surprised. Are not you? This is just the beginning. Without wasting a moment, he dashed forward again. Slash! His blade swept across the creature's torso, and blood splattered into the air. The monster's eyes flared crimson with fury. It swung its arm in retaliation, but Dojin vaulted upward, narrowly dodging the counterattack. Hovering mid-air, he spoke with a calm, cutting tone. Now it is my turn. His sword multiplied, a blur of afterimages infused with blazing power. Each swing unleashed a wave of force that tore through everything in its path. Even a glancing blow from his strikes could split an ancient tree clean in half, sending it crashing to the ground. Explosions erupted around them, shaking the forest to its core. The monster's eyes rolled white with rage as it crouched and launched itself high into the air, both arms raised to deliver a crushing blow. But Dojin did not hesitate. He twisted his body, his blade slicing clean through one of its legs. The creature howled, momentarily paralyzed by pain. Taking advantage of that brief window, Dojin leapt upward, his sword gleaming with lethal intent. Slash! The two-headed beast was cleaved in half from head to toe. Landing lightly amid the chaos, Dojin exhaled in exhaustion, sheathing his sword. A swirling vortex of magic appeared before him, expanding steadily as time passed. He studied it closely, his thoughts racing. Even this close to the core, the concentration of dark mana has not dropped. If it is not leaking from the rift itself, could it be coming from an external source? That would mean someone's behind this. To saturate a rift zone with dark mana on this scale, only a demon lord or a grand archmage from the ancient ages could possibly manage it. But if such a being truly existed here, nearly all life on Earth would already be reduced to dust. The conclusion was not clear yet. Still, if the mana originated from outside the rift, simply sealing it would not fix the root of the problem. Clenching his fist, Dojin stepped forward, drawing power into his arm. With a single, earth-shattering punch, he drove his fist into the heart of the vortex. A faint crack appeared, spider webbing outward until the entire thing shattered into fragments of light. Dojin watched as it collapsed completely. I will need to investigate the tower further. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Hero Association in Brazil, Ingen sat at his desk, hands trembling as he read through a report. Standing before him was Chun Kang, looking as though he were bracing for the storm about to come. Ingen's face darkened. Regardless of where this mana came from or how it is being investigated, this report sounds utterly impossible. Chun Kang responded quietly, "Why yes, sir." Ingen's expression hardened. There are rifts that required an alliance task force from 3 nations to close, and yet only a single S-rank hero survived in the end. Meanwhile, another team from South Korea had not only managed to close their assigned rift but had done so without losing a single member. Chun Kang stepped forward and reported what he knew. We are receiving a flood of emergency reports from other rift zones. Most indicate that the dispatched teams have failed and are being forced to retreat. I will compile everything we have got and send you a full report as soon as possible. Ingen braced his hands against the desk, lost in grim contemplation. Every single rift had at least one S-rank hero in charge, and they still suffered total defeat. Then the only successful team is the Korean one led by hero Juyeon, correct? Cold sweat ran down Chun Kang's temple. Calling it a Korean team might not be entirely accurate. Ingen cut him off sharply. What do you mean by that? He opened the document again, flipping through it quickly. Did we miss something? Was not it the Korean team assigned to Santorum that closed that rift? The next words out of Chun Kang's mouth froze Ingen in place. The rift was sealed after they had already left the site. Ingen set the document down on the desk, disbelief written all over his face. Then who closed it? Where is Hero Dojin now? Chun Kang straightened his posture and replied, she is on her way to headquarters to deliver a full debriefing. Ingen's composure snapped. He slammed his palm against the desk and barked, get her here immediately. From the moment Hyeon Juyeon and Young Inju's team had exited the rift, it had taken them roughly an hour to reach the headquarters. During that same hour, Dojin had already finished sealing the first rift and was now venturing into the second one. Standing before the shimmering surface, he noticed that this portal's entrance lay beneath the water. Adjusting the straps of his backpack, Dojin took a steady breath and stepped forward. All right then, he murmured, determination flashing in his eyes. Let us do this. Back at the headquarters of the Brazil Hero Association, no sooner had Juyeon returned than she was immediately summoned by Ingen for questioning. After hearing her account, his expression grew visibly skeptical. You are telling me I am supposed to believe that right now? He asked, incredulity heavy in his tone. Across from him, Juyeon remained calm and composed. If it is him, she said simply, then it is entirely possible. To Ingen, that answer was hardly satisfying. He frowned, leaning forward. You mean to tell me that Hero Seo Dojin single-handedly sealed the rift in that area? The light purple-haired woman gave a quiet nod. That is probably the case. Silence lingered for several seconds before Ingen finally spoke again, his voice lower this time. This is classified information, but there have been reports that even some S-rank heroes have died at other rift sites. Juyeon's expression darkened. If Dojin had not been there, I would have shared their fate, she admitted with firm conviction. At that, Ingen sighed deeply, rubbing his temples. Honestly, this is hard to believe. Those monsters were enhanced by something they called dark mana, a force even greater than that of an S-rank hero, and yet Dojin managed to overcome all of that. Juyeon said nothing more, only giving a silent nod of acknowledgement. Setting the matter aside for a moment, Ingen seemed to recall something and continued. There was also a recent report stating that several rifts in the southern regions have closed as well. Could it be that dark mana has not appeared there yet? He asked cautiously. At those words, Juyeon's expression sharpened. We can't let our guard down. The danger level this time is far beyond anything we have seen before. Ingen nodded, understanding her implication. You are referring to the difference in the color of the portal's entrances, are not you? That is the only way we can currently confirm it, she replied. Immediately, Ingen picked up the phone and ordered his subordinates to inspect every rift entrance across Brazil without delay. As he began issuing commands one after another, Juyeon, seeing that her part in the meeting was done, rose to leave. She had not walked far before her phone began to ring. Answering it, she spoke quickly. Chairman Taewong, that energy we detected, it is definitely dark mana. Has there been any unusual change in the Korean region? On the other end, the burly chairman's voice was cold and curt. No reports so far. Keep monitoring the situation closely. With that, he hung up. Both of them fell into uneasy silence, each weighed down by the same grim thought. Even S-rank heroes may not be able to handle the sheer number of monsters imbued with dark mana. And if a bot-level creature were ever to receive that power, the result would be catastrophic. We need to prepare for the worst. The scene shifts to Dojin. As he descended into the lake, he reviewed the relevant knowledge in his mind. Rivers, lakes, islands, rifts in aquatic environments almost always have their cores underwater. But since humans can't breathe down there, very few heroes can unleash their full strength in such places. However, he recalled, there is one exception: Ibon Rupeo, New Zealand's national hero. An S-rank specialist in aquatic combat. The reason he is paid such an astronomical rate to handle underwater rifts worldwide is because, upon awakening, he gained a unique trait, underwater respiration. Thinking of that, as his body became completely enveloped by water, Dojin felt a sudden pulse of energy. I can feel it, he murmured to himself. The concentration of dark mana down here is even denser. Alright then, let us begin. Acting on instinct, Dojin immediately dove deeper. The further he descended, the darker and murkier the water became. He thought to himself, pretty dark down here. Is this because of the dark mana? Adjusting his stance, he planned his next move. First, I need to control my buoyancy. Then, compensate for the drag. Channeling his energy, Dojin enveloped his body in a thin, shimmering layer of pale golden aura. The moment it formed, the resistance of the surrounding water lessened dramatically, allowing him to move more freely. Not long after, his feet finally touched the riverbed. But before he could take another breath or make a move, a thunderous roar erupted from somewhere to his side. Dojin turned sharply, just in time to see a monstrous aquatic beast lunging at him with its jaws wide open. The creature did not bite him directly. Instead, it coiled its enormous, serpent-like body around him, trying to crush him in its constricting grip. With a calm glance at its sinuous form, Dojin immediately recognized what he was dealing with. An Arachon, huh, looks like the dark manas made you feistier than usual. Before the creature could tighten further, Dojin released a small surge of energy. The aura burst outward violently, and in an instant, the Aracon's massive body was torn to shreds, its remains scattering through the water in a cloud of blood and viscera. Poor beast barely appeared and already met its end. But that bloody spectacle did not go unnoticed. The scent of fresh meat instantly attracted a swarm of other aquatic monsters. Dozens of hideous fish-like creatures darted in from the shadows, ripping apart the Aracon's remains. Yet as the feast continued, their glowing crimson eyes soon turned toward Dojin, the lone figure standing amid the wreckage. In the next moment, the entire school surged toward him like a living current of death. Dojin did not retreat. Planting his feet firmly on the riverbed, he threw a punch, his movements fluid, unimpeded by the surrounding water. Were Ibon Rupeo to witness this scene, the aquatic hero would have been utterly stunned. Despite being submerged, Dojin's body moved with the same precision and explosive power as if he were standing on solid ground. His legs braced perfectly against the currents, his fists slicing through the water with impossible speed. In seconds, he was brawling with sharks, crushing them with bone-shattering blows, and dodging the grasping tentacles of colossal octopi. But the more he fought, the more monsters came swarming in, drawn by the scent of blood and mana. This is getting annoying, he thought grimly. I do not have time to waste here. Deciding not to prolong the skirmish, Dojin kicked off the ground, surging forward in a burst of golden energy that left trails in the water behind him. He swam faster and faster through the depths, his eyes scanning the murky surroundings until, suddenly, he froze. There, resting motionless atop a large boulder, was a fish unlike any of the others. Its scales shimmered faintly in the dark, and from its head gleamed two eerie, amethyst-colored eyes that glowed through the gloom. Dojin's gaze hardened as he recognized it. Akrumosu. The moment he laid eyes on the strange fish, Dojin's face broke into a delighted grin. Did not expect to find an Akrumosu here. In my previous world, every legendary figure back when they were still nobodies had one thing in common: they all hunted an Akrumosu. I can't miss a golden opportunity like this. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked off the ground and shot forward toward the creature. On the opposite side, the Akrumosu also noticed Dojin's approach. Instantly, it activated its innate ability, generating a swirling vortex of distorted space that radiated an ominous energy, slowly expanding in all directions. Seeing that, Dojin slammed both feet into the riverbed, digging deep into the silt to halt his movement. He quickly recalled what he knew about the creature. The Akrumosu has no natural predators because no matter what it faces, it creates a subspace that swallows its opponents whole. The spiraling vortex was growing larger and more unstable. Gritting his teeth, Dojin let out a cold snort and began channeling his own energy into the distortion. While struggling against the pull, he thought to himself, if I simply kill it, that would be too easy, but I would not be able to obtain its subspace. I have to suppress it using pure mana. Only then will the subspace truly become mine. With that resolution burning in his chest, Dojin tilted his head back and roared, unleashing a terrifying surge of mana. The massive wave of energy instantly overwhelmed the entire space created by the Akrumosu. The pressure was so immense that it blasted away all the other aquatic beasts nearby. But before long, the vortex began expanding again, undeterred. Dojin's expression darkened. He stretched one hand forward, warning himself silently, at this rate, I will be forced back. The only way to replenish my mana is to absorb the dark mana of the deep sea. He thrust both hands out, simultaneously restraining the vortex's expansion and drawing in the surrounding dark mana to recover his strength. However, the strain quickly caught up to him. Blood trickled from his nose. Wiping it away, Dojin frowned. So it is still too much for my current body, huh? Then let us settle this head on. And so began a fierce clash of wills and power. Time lost all meaning as Dojin and the Akrumosu wrestled for dominance, mana colliding and warping the space around them. Then suddenly, the ground erupted in a violent explosion. Both Dojin and the Akrumosu burst out of the shattered riverbed, and when the light cleared, Dojin was gripping a swirling sphere of condensed space in his palm. I got at the Akrumosu's subspace. The thought filled him with exhilaration as both he and the fish tumbled back into the river's depths. Hours passed. By the time afternoon arrived, the swordsman finally regained consciousness, rudely awakened by a few birds pecking at his head. He sneezed forcefully, startling them into a frantic flurry of wings before they scattered into the sky. As his senses returned, Dojin realized he had passed out after expending nearly all his energy fighting the Akrumosu. Checking over his condition, he noticed something peculiar. A faint aura shimmered around his hand. His mana was denser than before. He murmured, my mana capacities increased compared to before. Guess the struggle was worth it. And this subspace. It is definitely my biggest haul yet. With a satisfied smile, Dojin casually tossed his pack and sword into the swirling subspace that appeared before him, then stretched and shouted with relief, all right, there is nothing left to do in this rift. Time to close it up and head back to the dorms.